shall be as a long companion. It will never betray, never turn back. It is unlike anything else in this world. Some people rely on their brothers. Some rely on their luck. But relentless few only believe in the steel beast. One day, the fuel tank might run empty. The flame would go out. But there are some ties that even time cannot erase. There shall be as a long companion. It will never betray, never turn back. It is unlike anything else in this world. Some people rely on their brothers. Some rely on their luck. But relentless few only believe in the steel beast. One day, the fuel tank might run empty. The flame would go out. But there are some ties that even time cannot erase. there shall be as a long companion. It will never betray, never turn back. It is unlike anything else in this world. Some people rely on their brothers, some rely on their luck, but relentless few only believe in the steel beast. One day, the fuel tank might run empty. The flame would go out. But there are some ties that even time cannot erase.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is the 2025 PMSL Southeast Asia Summer Group Stage. I'm your host Winnie, coming to you live from the vibrant city of Jakarta, Indonesia, where the heat of the battlefield will rise like never before in this summer season. In the weeks ahead, Southeast Asia's finest squad won't just be playing as usual, they will be fighting like everything's on the line. Clutch moment will define a destinies, and unexpected twists are bound to shake the battlefields. With the new Smash rule in play, everything changes. And as you guys know, during the group stage, Group A, B, and C will rotate to compete against each other to earn points. And at the end of day 3, the 16 teams with the highest points will advance to the Super Weekend, where they will continue to battle for more points. Then, at the end of day 1 of the Super Weekend, the top ranked teams will set the match point by adding 10 points to their total score. Then, on day 2, any teams that reaches the match point target verse and secures a chicken dinner in the following match will be crowned as the tournament champions. Only those who adapt will get a shot at the trophy at the grand finals where the legends are built. Will the teams adapt? Will they bring glory to their country? As the time will tell. This is 2025 PMSL SEA Summer Group Stage and starts now! Ladies and gentlemen, let's turn our attention to the first competitors representing Group A and Group C. VOIN Donkey ID, rating A Southeast Asia's king of PMGC 2024, VOIN Donkey ID now sets their sights to reach the international stage again. Will they make it to PMWC 2025 to replicate their international success? TODAK, with PMWC 2024 5th place finalist Renzi now on their side, TODAK is ready for a new chapter. Will this rising force reach new heights on the local stage? Team Secret, after a disheartening last place finish in the grand finals of PMSL SEA Spring 2025, Team Secret is back, aiming higher to bring glory for Vietnam. Glue Blue, as the new bloods of Indonesia, these rookies will prove that Indonesia's fresh talent is not a small threat. They are here to play. RRQ Ryu, built as a superstar Indonesia squad, they now welcome hands for you to boost their firepower. With renewed strength, will they shine even brighter and rise to glory on the road to PMWC? Boom Esports, with 2 trophies on their belt, can they regain glory with a new roster addition to support Xiaomi? We will see as they aim to bring glory to Indonesia once again with a powerful storm. New Era, returning again from local qualifier that have proven that their previous season's participation wasn't a fluke, and they are strong contenders heading towards PMWC. eArena, showing a strong debut in the PMSL SEA Spring 2025, they have shown players in Thailand are a force to reckon with. With Merman joining the team, they now look to go even further. Xavier Esports, coming in fresh from Thailand's league qualifier, they are here to prove that they are Tier 1 players too, ready to take over the SEA scene. Cloud Slayers, making a statement as a new team with their own players. Zaxi makes a grand comeback alongside Boboho and Redface. They are here to bring a championship toward PMWC under a new name. HOMEBOIS, just slightly missing out the grand finals last split, HOMEBOIS are determined to qualify this season and here to prove that Malaysia is a country full of powerhouses. Raw Esports, after a strong third place finish in PMSL SEA Fall 2024, they disappear but now return with a new roster, aiming to bring international success for Vietnam. FaZe Clan, following a disappointing last place finish last split, they are back here to show teams grow stronger after a fall, coming back from depth to the top. BIGETRON by Vitality, the giants of Indonesia and runner-ups of PMSL SEA Spring 2025, led by finals MVP Satarles and gunslinger Federales, BTR aims to bring back glory and repeat their early days of international success. SEM9, from setbacks to a top 5 finish in PMSL SEA Spring 2025, their relentless spirit proved that resilience breeds greatness. As as they carry the hopes of a nation, will SEM9 rise once again and bring glory to Malaysia towards PMWC? The Xavier, the grand champions of the PMSL SEA Spring 2025, they are now looking to win their back-to-back titles this season and are here to prove that Vietnam is the strongest region in the world towards PMWC. There you have it, the teams from Group A and Group C. As the heat wheels and it's getting hot here, there's no time to waste and let the battle begin.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the 2025 PMSL Summer League. My name's Contra, and here with me is the always lovely Tash Bunny. We got so many exciting news as we, of course, embrace the brand new season. We welcome the old kings and the new to compete in a really grueling league throughout the span of 3 weeks.
Yeah, super exciting to be back here again. I mean, when you see so many new spaces, especially comeback stories which are starting again from scratch as well. New dynasties are going to grow. And I think that most importantly, that 3 slots to PMWC over EWC in Riyadh is also something that all these players are going to be eyeing as we go throughout this entirety of this tournament as well. On top of that as well, as you mentioned just now, Contra, the grueling, I would say, format alongside the Smash rule. I think previously we saw one weekend, the second weekend for PMSL SEA that only had one Smash weekend. Now we're going to be seeing it throughout the entirety of these 2 weeks to see the metal, all these teams fighting for their slots and whether or not it's going to be a whole 8 maps or we're going to be ending it early.
Yeah, and of course, that definitely makes things a whole lot more exciting. And we're also changing certain things coming into the group stage. You know, back then we have, a couple of teams to be playing against each other, and then you have teams rotating from round to round. Now they will be faced with an entirety of a group. If you're going to be facing up against A versus C, A versus B, then you just have to lock in and focus on what's at stake. Then there's definitely plenty. Like you mentioned, the road to EWC begins right now. Starting things off, if you guys are brand new, this is going to be the point format. And if you guys have been around, it's always starting off with the 10 points to be awarded from the winners of the chicken dinner, followed by 6 points, and the numbers dwindle down to the 8th place with only 1 point. And therefore, each elimination is going to be earning them 1 point each.
Super exciting as well to talk about this format because the format now going to be having 3 weeks total, where the first and second week will be the group stages with super weekends, and each super weekend will be running that Smash Rule weekend as well. So in order to make it to super weekend, you have to be getting those points. Top 16 goes to the 2 super weekends, and finally in the end of the day, the grand finals on the 3 last days, 20th, 21st, and 22nd as well. Now, when you talk about these, I would say the format as well here, if you guys are super new, when it comes to these games, what's going to be happening is on Saturday, everyone will be going around collecting points, and the champion will be setting the bar plus 10 points in order to be able to end the day. So to end the day, what you have to do, collect 10 points and get that chicken dinner. Game 2 could be the ending, or it could go all the way to map number 8. But historically, we've seen a whole map 8 played. 8 maps played, excuse me.
True enough, where teams will really have to fight for consistency and, of course, score just about enough points for them to be able to secure the entirety of the series. Therefore, Super Weekend, super important for all these teams to have qualified in order to make the cut to the finals. So, that being said, the group stage, they will really have to fight for that top 16 spot as well, so that they would still be able to lock in a couple of points for them to qualify for the finals. So that being said, all these players are jet set and ready in Jakarta, as we will have our favorite names as well as a lot of new kids in the block between Group A, B, and C.
Okay, when we talk about kids in the block, we saw new places as well. I think FaZe, especially with a very disappointing finish last season, is a more interesting story to me because they were one of the top teams, right? Until all their players sort of got better opportunities, moved elsewhere, and they decided, okay, let's just start from scratch again. Get a whole new team of players who are quite new, I think, known in their region, but not really here on the big stage, and grow them together as a team. And I love these kind of stories because for me personally, teams that play together for a long time will grow together and eventually will own. And I have high hopes for this team to be be able to do so, and also comeback story as well from a player that just went into retirement, right? And then you also then just coming back in under a whole new banner with all former players as well looking to dominate, and it's so interesting how they have decided to approach this as well.
That's right. We got plenty to talk about when we look deeper into each respective roster. In Group A, we got hot favorites like BIGETRON by Vitality to be one of the hot favorites out there, followed by eArena, the superstars of Thailand that definitely surge up ahead on their debut run in the previous PMSL. Group C, we've got lists of names like The Saver, the defending champions holding to hold on to their crown, and then newcomers such as Claw, which will feel a returning legend, Luxy, previously from BTR.
Anyways, looking at the matches today, the stock standard stuff, sanhok will be our starter. As the main course, we'll be looking at erangel, and desserts will be miramar here as well. I think for if any team as well, inversely from the PMCL format where teams are always going to be shuffled every single group, every single map as well, which means that everyone has to be on their toes. No one's going to be super comfortable, and every map is going to be changing. This one, you have a game plan in mind on how exactly to approach things. Is number one, and number two, you have a game plan on what exactly the checkpoints are going to be from day to day. So I feel like personally for me, PMSL is a lot more forgiving when it comes to preparation, but at the same time, you are up against stronger teams. So pick your poison at this point.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be rough either ways when we go about it, especially when we move into our very first matchup. Of course, there's going to be a lot of scuffle and things are going to be pretty much heated up. And of course, speaking of heat, this PMSL SEA Summer season is a defining chapter for many teams. Performing here is a massive part of their journey for so many of them. And the ultimate goal this year is to be on the grand stage at the Esports World Cup that will be held in Riyadh in a couple months' time this summer. So, of course, plenty of money that we want here in the PMSL, but even bigger prizes awaits them in EWC.
Regardless, we also are going to be thanking our sponsor Techno here. The POVA 7 series is the standard of the phone that will be played here on the stage of PMSL SEA. Now, if you guys didn't know, this innovative design as well as ultimate performance, the POVA 7 Ultra 5G will empower you to win the battle with ease. And I'm hoping for the best as well for the players who are currently using this device in this tournament.
And of course, they've been a firm supporter for many seasons right now. Thank you so much, Techno, for being a part of this journey with us. And of course, speaking of the journey ahead, I think that, of course, everyone's got some rough idea on who's going to be able to really start off strong. Let's talk about your picks right now, because you've definitely got some really strong choices.
I mean, for me personally, I've been a big fan of Boom Esports. They are a team that has big booms. I think for them personally, I think a bit more quiet last year was the year. I think they want to do that comeback that they had from 2 years ago, right? This is now is the greatest time for them to do that, as well as SEM9 as well. FaZe Clan, I love a story of starting from scratch, and this is exactly what we're going to be seeing here.
Yeah, and on top of that, I definitely do second on your thoughts on Boom Esports. They still have Yummy and Pombit within the roster, and having some amplified firepower with new addition of some of the names to be able to supplement that. So hopefully they will be having a strong run. Well, I'm looking at the side of Claw. How much can Zuxi offer moving into a brand new season where there's so many young bloods that's been proving worthy here in the PMSL? As we take a close look on the new added roster into the PMSL, as Claw Slayers are the champions of PMNC Indonesia.
It's interesting because it's a new banner, it's a new team, but the players are definitely players that have a lot of experience in this tournament. I think for many years. I mean, as you mentioned, I think yesterday you said it was like such a brief retirement for Luxy. And I'm not surprised. In this situation, when you've been playing for so long, when you love the rush, the adrenaline coming in from competing, it's hard to stay away. And I'm not surprised that he came back.
Yeah, me too. Like overall, once you go to the retirement, you just miss out on the spice of life that it's just running through his veins for how many years now? Almost a decade for Zuxi and some of the boys that are joining him in the Claw Slayer squad. But of course, we also do have names such as HOMEBOIS, who's been pretty much the staple esports organization that's coming in from Malaysia to be fending off against all these names out there. I really want to see what they do bring to the table on top of all the young superstars of BIGETRON Vitality.
BIGETRON Vitality, interesting enough when you think about them. I think, young superstars, is going to be led by their mentor. I would think the oldest player in the team as well. And I think that it's always nice when you have this, I would say, this mix between the older players and the younger players, or at least the newer players as well. The newer players often are very raw, they're very hot, and they want to go aggressive. Their style of play would be a little bit more aggressive, I would feel, or rather, they don't have that patience. So when you pair them with older players, with players that have a little bit more experience, you have this nice mixture of, I would say, contained aggression, or rather ordered style aggressive play, and it's very fun to watch.
Yeah, that's what I really do love about them as well, especially keeping Satar to be the brains and the entirety of the roster, definitely a whole lot of bronze. Now, looking at the rest of the field as well, Dingo's Savior, they don't really seem to have too many major changes in their roster, so we'll be expecting them to have a very steady run on it, just like how they've been able to execute very cleanly on those late game rotations as well. So, of course, keep your eyes peeled out for the defending champions. While New Era is definitely a team that has been able to once again qualify for a second time in a row from the PMNC Malaysia, led by Zuxi. Oh, well, I say Zuxi too much. Zully. Well, they both start with Z. They definitely do have ample firepower, and here to prove a point that they're going to be earning a spot in the PMSL as a franchisee team.
I mean, for New Era, I think last season, what was the biggest problems is that they really weren't on the same page, especially on the bigger stage. I mean, coming in from the country region, I understand that, you fight your way up, right? But you're so used to your country style play. My question is, can you adapt quickly to playing on the bigger stage in the bigger waters of the bigger seas of Southeast Asia here? The team that adapts the fastest will be the winners, and I would love to see that big change come through. You have to find a way to just change your mindset. I understand. I mean, most of the time you'll be playing in the smaller ponds of your own region, but like it or not, it's do or die. It's a very short, I would say, league with only 2 weeks before going to the grand final. So mindsets have to change right now. And speaking of mindsets, the mindset currently is just locking in for sanhok, and that's exactly where we're going on the first map of the day.
New perspective, new drive, moving into our brand new season of the PMSL SEA Summer as we dive into our very first matchup, as this is Group A versus Group C for the entirety of the day as we kick things off from the corners of MAQNA, headed into Camp Alpha on this very first flight. So we'll have to see whether if there's going to be any form of early contest coming for some of these teams where all these squads might have actually have certain rough ideas coming in from their scrim practices, but then again, you want to exert that dominance if you want to fight for a prime location. But from what it seems to be, it seems to pretty much of a standard start coming in for a majority of teams, but there may just be some action moving into the Charlie Island with pretty much 5 squads headed to that direction.
Understandably so. I think everyone's still trying to get a feel of each other on today. I mean, it's not the first time most of the teams are competing against each other, but every time a new season starts, you have no clue where everyone is going to be dropping, no clue where exactly or how exactly everyone's going to be playing. My eyes are on BTR right now, who has a huge chunk of Camp Alpha in their control. I think, if anything, VOIN Donkey, they're barely... I think they're not going to be pushing all the way to the western side of the island, that's for sure, as the circle is going to be the mid side. I think VOIN Donkey has done, I think, a great job of just sussing this out. And now the question is between these teams. I mean, understandably so, that the big island is the majority holder of the big circle. I think most teams are going to be placing their bets there.
Yeah, true enough. And overall, like you said, BIGETRON, as much as they claim so much of that space, they might be signing up for a fight later on against VOIN Donkey on that 2-2 split, and it really depends on how fast do they actually move off of that. And speaking of moving, NC2 got himself stuck right behind a rock in the hard place. I don't think that he's looted up just yet, and at least Bobo's got a pistol with him to be able to fend off. NC2 does actually have a barrel in hand, so it's going to be a tough challenge, especially when you're only holding a pistol. So he'll be calling in the cavalry, and they're looking for their first blood into the season. Chloe is just stuck inside the hut, and NC2 is pinned down.
Love to see this aggression come through from these teams as well, but Claw seems to have other contingency plans in mind. The idea from what they're doing right now is having someone also far behind, being able to have layers of aggression to come through, but they were not banking on Eternity just really coming in from a whole area away with the vehicle as well. Now, for Red FaZe, he's in trouble, out here in the open, cannot provide a lot of cover and support from his teammates, forced to move away, and the rest of his teammates are just gonna fall like flies for him. I mean, they are still around, they're still very aware, but I think for Red FaZe, it's all about just trying to just increase the heat right now. They want to try and pincer the other members from inside of this hut. Blind shots all around, nothing is actually connecting for the time being. EA Sakura tries to cross out, cannot do that. Red FaZe is reading them like a book, they cannot shoot back. Now, you're all alone in a hut, Joker. What are you going to be doing here? Because if you step out of this hut, yeah, the smoke is going to conceal you for the time being. You walk outside, there's a nice three-way crossfire ready for you.
Yeah, he's absolutely boxed right in, and here comes Shipping as well, but they do actually get the drop, so eArena started things strong. Now, face-to-face against Red FaZe, eArena turn the tides, and now down to a 1 versus 2, and that seems like Joker has barely got enough room. He does get himself restocked with a level 2 hit gear, so perhaps the coast is not clear just yet because he's got to go in for the revive to pick up his teammate.
Have to do that. You're losing so many players this early as well, but at this time of the day, the first map of the week as well, this aggression I'm not surprised to be seeing. And you all know, like, teams like eArena, they love these early fights. They love trying to catch teams off guard here. Trying to go for this bait right now, hoping that the last member of Claw would go for that pickup, not happening. And to think that this fight actually started off because Red FaZe wanted more, wanted to pincer. And eArena, they're just completely punishing them for it. Regardless, both teams taking heavy losses on both ends.
Yeah, not the ideal start, like you said, but at least eArena, they responded in kind with a very quick maneuvers coming from the entirety of the squad to really turn it up around. Now it's only going to be Zuxi left, and they've already spotted him. It's just that it's not going to be all too clear for them to just go on a chase, and they got to lick their wounds real quick. Meanwhile, inside of Quarry, we have Homeboys currently looking around as they start off from the cave, and not too far off is another Malaysian squad that is TODAK that's holding in that Quarry region. It is going to be pretty difficult to infiltrate, while we do welcome the returning team, Roy, after missing out a season. It seems like a whole lot has changed. The only member that's going to be consistent within this squad is going to be all eyes on Juke on how he would be able to lead this team forward.
Positioning enough, I think around this area, you want to try and, I think, even take this fight. You have so many eyes watching you because this area right now is not just these two teams, not as DI, it's not just XXP. You can see teams like even FaZe and TODAK, even New Era is just coming around as well because everyone is just really put so much pressure in getting that free early, I would say, real estate as the circle pushes by, because you have no clue if the circle is going to be staying on that main island or will be going in toward the southern side island as well. So for the rest of these teams right now, it's just almost like a Mexican standoff. You want to wait, maybe some, I would say, blind shots all around, but never really full commits here. But I think DX wants to change this narrative.
True enough, it seems like Lambo does have a tinge of having somebody around these warehouses. Got a grenade prepped up as he knows that there's probably one hiding right behind the containers as he's going to be trying his luck up against Kenneth with a bounce. It does actually chip some couple of bars coming into his health, but it seems like Exosphere, they got to pounce because there's only going to be Lamborghini and they are going to be turning away from this area.
Jump shots abound. I mean, even then, the damage is very negligible. And there's a lot of pressure coming in for XSP. Now, XSP, interesting enough, they aren't really close when it comes to positioning. Because, I mean, for DX, excuse me, they have a 2-2 formation. But XSP, look at how much space they have. Yes, they're isolated in different compounds. In a situation, if, say, D Xavier decide to just isolate fights and pincer them one by one like a Grim Reaper knocking on doors, it could spell trouble unless XSP have a different idea on mind on how exactly they want to approach this fight and how exactly they want to collapse if this were the problem.
Exactly so, and just like that, it definitely was very vital for Lamborghini to exert a little bit more of that pressure because, like you said, that space has been taken away from them. Meanwhile, Seb9, they're holding on to the grounds around the vicinity of Painan, a little closer towards the hillside, where this will be the focal point of all these late fights as they are situated pretty much close to the center, but it will be a tough fight to get that ground control from the top end of the hill, which we are not really seeing any teams to be located up there just yet. VOIN Donkey taking a late rotation and looks like he's going for a Haas. We love seeing these horses and how teams implement that into action.
A little bit slower out here in the open as well. Very risky vehicle to use. Looking at most of these teams as well, I don't think anyone will be moving. I think we still have the member of Claw still out there in the circle, and I think understandably so. If you think about it, I think for him it's all about survivability. This late rotation could benefit him so much. Being the last team in the circle means that you don't have to worry about your back. Granted that the blue zone is going to come in very, very soon. Now, the only team over on the northern island, over on Alpha Island, is still VOIN Donkey, and I think for them, they're not really banking on the circle coming there. Don't mind. It's not that mostly. It's just the idea is late rotation could benefit them, but crossing that water late could spell death. And I'm talking about crossing that water and meeting straight to XSP and D Xavier, potentially even Boom Esports on the northern side as well. So you are potentially going to be sitting ducks if time is just not on your side.
True enough, they're going to be going in for those kind of blind rotations that puts them at a certain risk moving into that late game. But if they can actually plow through that boot camp area, then things could look pretty good for the rest of the members of VOIN Donkey. One of the strong contenders moving into the PMSL SEA circuit for plenty of seasons right now. The rest of BTR, they hold their firm ground, and so far, not much action taking place. But what we did miss out earlier is that Roy Esports have managed to take down 2 players of HOMEBOIS when we were, fixated on eArena versus Claw Slayers. And still, at this moment, Zuxy's playing it very safely. He's playing outside of the blue zone all alone, while XSP still thinking about going for that infiltrate, but it's definitely no easy task against Dingo Xavier.
I mean, even if you want to break into Dingo Xavier, you also have to really worry about FaZe being close, TODAK as well. Team Secret is hovering close to Era as well. So if these 2 teams really do lock horns in a fight, a full 4v4, other teams are going to be aware. They're going to be aware they want to put their hand in the cookie jar. They're going to try and steal away these kills, which potentially, if anything, yeah, you go for a 4v4. If you get some points out of it, great. But if your points are stolen away from teams that just, sniping from far away, that's honestly going to be a very, very frustrating predicament. And you are just going to go down for nothing.
Yeah, which is why everyone's trying to at least maximize their point gain potential by not committing any form of mistakes. And that could easily dampen up whatever momentum that you are trying to build up, especially this being the very first game. Nate does actually find themselves a crate where they are very well oiled and stocked up. So he does have amplifier to provide if Exosphere does actually charge right through, so they now have to think even harder if they ever were to do so. But RRQ now claims a form of high ground, and VOIN Donkey have finally arrived at the scene, and perhaps this is going to be them poking on the hornet's nest that is DX right in front of them.
I'm loving this. They've managed to stay pretty much quiet, undetected, most importantly. And if anything, this circle shift is going to be interesting because every single team, actually from the northern side here, we're talking about Boom Esports, FaZe, XSP, D Xavier, VOIN Donkey, in a 5-way fight is going to be a bloodbath over on bootcamp. There's so many holes, there's so many, I would say, entrances and compounds to play with, but not a lot of space, especially with that many amount of players. The true winners for me personally, it's going to be SEM9. Smack dab in the middle of Painan. They have full control of the situation as well. But since it is the best location in this scenario, I wouldn't be surprised if we're going to be seeing people going super aggressive, taking out space, and New Era in trouble already.
Yeah, crashing right through TODAK, waste no time. Brian secures it alongside with Naeem, and that was just a straightforward flush where these members, they weren't exactly prepared for such a hustle. And now TODAK claims that spot away from New Era, and all that is left is these 2 members to try to hold that high ground. But this is a high ground where plenty of the teams will be rotating towards. As much as they fixate their eyes on TODAK, there's not much that they could do about that scenario.
It's not easy as well. I think for these two teams, they've been really just checking their sides, trying to take away that area. And finally, D Xavier decides to make that first move. A big opening there onto a member of XSP already. Now, this is massive because it allows them to just really push into the circle itself. But I'm seeing movement right now from VOIN Donkey, from FaZe Clan. They are so alert, so ready to come in and third party at any moment. Any team that's crippled, they're going to overwhelm. And D Xavier decides to play a little bit more safe. Instead of going into bootcamp for these fights, send out Levi. Go to really scout out north side area. Play a little bit more further out. If in case they get pushed in, you have someone on the outer side giving some long range aggression, some support.
Yeah, I really do love their train of thought, because if they were to really commit to that point of fight, this will really put them into such a tight spot where they're, if you even win out certain trades, they're still going to be VOIN Donkey overlooking, so that is too much of a risk. But by rotating, they now bump into the members of the VOIN Donkey over north. Well, excuse me, that is going to be RRQ hiding behind a route. Lapar pretty much stuck with no support whatsoever, as RRQ will have to cut their losses and rotate with the other 3 members left standing in the way.
You know, surprisingly, D Xavier were the ones to go for that long rotation, and they are very decisive, understanding that, okay, it's going to be a longer rotation, but an open area will be easier for us to take these fights compared to fighting one by one inside of different compounds. FaZe Clan toe-to-toe with them right now as Nate gonna find his first victim, a knockdown already. The rest of FaZe Clan cannot pick him up, left alone, and I think they're just going to let go of that space, allow DX to get into the circle, and if they are not controlled, D Xavier, we've seen what they can do when they are on fire, when they're high on that momentum, and they want more.
Yeah, they definitely do, especially getting a big catch out of FaZe Clan. That's Red Bull, their main factor, already out of the first game. And with these 3 other members, they're pretty much hunkered down into such a tough area with barely enough cover, while Glue Squad is going to be moving up against the rest of Boom Esports, dropping a big nade early on to really secure 1 point back onto their favor. Now Mastery's in trouble. The Blue Zone's slowly chipping on his health bars. This is stage 2. It's still tankable for the moment, but it really depends how much more meds does he have. He's down to his last first 8 as he's just trying to buy as much time as possible.
Getting more dire for most of these teams. I think most teams barely even had time to properly loot up, but just because everyone's just so fixated in being in the middle of the circle, which means we haven't really seen a lot of movement when it comes to situations where most of these teams can go for the loot. Excuse me. Now for Glue, the Go-Go Power Rangers here, this time around they're stuck on the back foot. They're stuck on the outer side here. You can see XKF27 trying to put a bit of damage for the rest of the members of DX, trying to open up a bit of space for himself. But the thing about D Xavier is that when someone shoots at you, they shoot back. There's no such thing as backing off. You find that space and you hold on to it. In fact, they want to run away with these points. And I think for Glue, the best course of action is to just deny them these points instead of going down to D Xavier, giving them a big head start to this week.
Yeah, it's a rough run in, but they did manage to have a decent last stand with 3 points added to the tally for Glue Squad to kick things off. So not the worst, not the best either ways, because this is still very early. They don't score any form of placement points at all. Same could be said about Boom Esports, now left with only 1, while D Xavier so far handling battles like a champ, catching another member out of Exosphere as they finally draw more blood, looking for 2 as Nate pins them down.
I'm not sure who did that call for D Xavier, and I am super impressed right now because honestly, they didn't want to hold down onto the area of bootcamp. They were late. They were northern side. Their reposition give them so much space to the circle, overwhelming one team and slowly chipping away at that space. One by one, all of the members that were previously ahead of them in the blue zone are falling. Who's gatekeeping who? Who is the question right now? Is D Xavier that's the gatekeepers?
Yeah, it's just an awkward scenario for all of them as they're now battling against the Blue Zone, trying to survive, to stay afloat, and XSP running out in the open. Nate does actually spot him out. He's going to be caught out just like that. It's going to be Zeta that does score instead as they were on the high ground. Nate just slightly too late to land another point, but D Xavier now, I'm not too sure whether it could stay afloat for far too long. As you can see, Nate is about a mile away from stepping into the zone, and they are kept by RRQ.
The most easiest of circles. I'm loving what I'm seeing right now. BTR and HOMEBOIS are going to be fighting for that one bridge. Still seeing another 3 more teams outside. There are 4, in fact, out there in the blue zone. Boom Esports going to be very late, including D Xavier right now. But over on the northern side here, yeah, VOIN has a bit of space to work with. They do also have the compound as well, but they're looking to climb up this terrain instead. And slowly, I think for them, the biggest problem is going downhill from here because you're out there in the open. I think it's barely any cover as well, other than this tree line, other than the sniper tower as well. So for them, there's a lot of pressure coming through here from both RRQ, from both TODAK, as well as New Era.
Yeah, at least they managed to catch one member out of RQ as they try to serve towards the spine of the hill. So VOIN really securing a couple of all these straggling units in order to score trees so far and hunker down onto that high ground terrain. But like I said, barely enough cover later on. Asa, this is going to be worse for wear as he is pretty much exposed from all direction as he gets taken down by FaZe Clan.
Honestly, a very horrible way to go down as well, because if you're not going to go down to TODAK, you're going to go down to SEM9 as well. SEM9 a bit too passive for my liking. Very, very quiet, but their game plan in mind, I think from last season all the way till now, has always been about that placement point, has always been about that chicken dinner, kind of holding back in terms of aggression, but that's fine. I think they have a game plan on how exactly they want to approach this. Perhaps stage 5 is the time they get a big active. Starting to see two of their players rush out a bit more. Kind of take that first contact play is what they want to do here. As the other memes members, we're seeing a lot of people just go down to the blue zone, denying some points as well. The same could be said about Joker here. He has a lot of utility to work with. Could potentially go down, snag one or two members of Roy as well.
Yeah, Kaz really locking me inside of that compound. There's no escaping the wrath of the blue zone right at this moment. Joker hoping to tank it with another first aid kit. There's still 4 more in the back, so he can hopefully find the right angles to pin down the rest of Roy, currently gating them for the moment. All hopes are on Joker for eArena at this moment. Mango just making sure that he does not get to step out safely.
Hard to move. Not sure where to go. You move outside in the open, you're gonna get caught out by eArena. You go and if you do, I would say, manage to catch out Joker, Roy could potentially also be caught out by SEM9 and HOMEBOIS, who are in the midst of crossing that bridge down south as well. But Joker's still gonna try. Nope. Try he might, but Blue Zone's still gonna get him in the end for eliminations. I would say it's a pretty decent way to start the day.
Yeah, at least exemplary effort has been displayed by the rest of eArena. It's just unfortunate that there's just not enough space for eArena to work with. So now back towards VOIN taking firm control of the hill with plenty of vantage point up against BIGETRON Vitality, who's currently playing the low ground. They could not afford to move out of the rocks, and this is where TODAK takes their chances upon the rest of VOIN that's been so elusive. They're just proning, not giving any form of info, but here comes those nades, flushing those position, and Brian taking the lead, not getting themselves that one knock, but the rest of VOIN, where are they to respond to this ultra aggression from TODAK?
Nice aggression, very, very good hold as well, the northern side area. Very aware that you have BTR close by as well. Now, interesting enough, the Malaysian teams, I think this has been a recurring theme, especially toward the end of last season as well, where SEM9 and HOMEBOIS, I think at least other Malaysian teams have always been meeting very, very early. And today, the start of this map is no different story as well, because long-range fights as well for TODAK, also keeping their eye out on the members fighting here on the southern side of the island here as well as HOMEBOIS. It's going to be Shamil just completely obliterate Roy, who was waiting for them for the time being. But for SEM9, now's the time. The golden goose moment is here for them to completely overwhelm and just steal away a few points as they go toward the last few circles. In terms of, I would say, advantage, SEM9, full control southern side circle, has control of the bridge as well, which could give them potentially some cover to play with.
Just like what you said from minute 1 onwards, SEM9, they had the prime position and they were not giving weight to all these teams. They played it safe enough, and now this is going to be their chance at the chicken dinner with a depleted squad of TODAK with only 2 members left. But this has been such a run for all the Malaysian teams, because in the top 5 there was also New Era that makes all 4 of the Malaysians to be on board. And now Kenny gets the drop, now looking for Naeem. That's over on the hill as SEM9 secures the first chicken dinner here in the PMSL SEA Summer.
They had an objective early on what they wanted, and in sanhok they wanted that chicken dinner. It's all about positioning. It's all about getting that best I would say, place forward that real estate early. And they did just that. I think that it's really good to remember that Sem9 this time around, those are a team that I think last season always had one player who was a little bit too aggressive, a little bit, I would say, too much when it comes to taking out space and taking out fights. They weren't necessarily on the same page. But today, control aggression is the name of the game. Stage 5 was when they got active, and this is the outcome for the first map today.
Beautifully displayed by Sem9. Like you said, that control aggression and the pure discipline where plenty of teams have played around that area of Painan, and most often than not, they will overextend because plenty of all the other squads will be moving all across the field within their side, but they did not fall prey to that, and they were patient enough to be able to hold firm onto the ground, scoring themselves a big chunk of points moving into this very first game. And you can see everyone had all hands on deck, with Firen to be dealing the most damage in this matchup.
Honestly, Firen has been consistent from last season till today. When you think about aggression, when you think about first contact play, it's going to be this guy. You saw how he had a nice I think, formation with Kenny on the outside area, 2-2 formation playing from the inside of compound and onside. Gives them a lot of, I would say, layers when it comes to aggression and hold as well. You have two players outside, means that they want to take up space. They want to be at first contact play to break any defenses and holds that other teams are doing. Meanwhile, on the back end, inside the compound or behind the tree line, you have players like Depp and Trexy to give a bit more, I would say, cover fire for the team as well. I think, as you mentioned, all hands are decked here, giving them this 6 eliminations toward the end of the game. We didn't see early aggression at all. They were very, very quiet early. I was a bit concerned that a lot of teams are going to try and challenge them to get the area of Painan, but that wasn't really the issue because most players or most teams were not, I would say, were caught off guard for that pull toward the, I would say, last few circles as well, which gave them a lot of value. The only team that they were really fighting with toward the last few circles was HOMEBOIS and Roy, and that's it.
Yeah, exactly the point, right? All the other teams, they were preoccupied with another battle taking place around their vicinity, and that kind of gives a lot of space for Sem9. Let's check out the highlights as we elaborate further later on.
Here's top 4 right now, looking at these teams. Surprisingly, when you look at it, I think Roy, despite the hard time they had toward the last few circles, they still managed to make it up here as well when it comes to it. Now, when you think about teams that are in terms of, I would say, travel distance, in terms of like their damage, the reason why Sem9 is so low in terms of damage is because they were always a wait and see type of team. It's always about control aggression. It's always about just striking the last possible moment. They didn't have to take so many fights compared to the rest of the teams, but still, they had one of the highest rotations, I would say, in terms of distance compared to the rest. It's all about being quick to getting that prime drop spot.
Yeah, true enough. And what's really glaring on some of all these infographics is that there's very little utility used for majority of all these teams, where they were just taking straight up gunfights where they were so precise. Roy Esports, from those early catches, building up that momentum in order to still score huge by the end of the run, is absolutely respectable, because we last saw that top 5 dominated by mainly the Malaysian squads, namely Sem9 as well as TODAK in the top 2. BTR, they fought tooth and nail for that position, and they still came up pretty much with plenty of points. And of course, you said so much about this wonder boy, Firen. He's been the star of Sem9 from even the past season.
think Theron has been such a game changer for this team in terms of how I approach fights, in terms of aggression as well. I think he covers every single aspect of what you want in a player. I think for him, his individual brilliance paired with the amount of support coming in from his teammates just makes for the perfect situation for his team, especially on this map as well. I think for them, I don't know what it is that they planned in terms of their coaching booth and how exactly they wanted to play, but this season I think starting off is looking really strong. But I'm really hoping that it's not going to be the same story for a lot of these teams where day one is the day where they really go aggressive and then they're not able to adapt on the next few following days. But that's a story for later, because right now over our match rankings, only 1 point behind is another Malaysian team, which is TODAK. Perhaps today could be the start of the rise of the Malaysians? Question mark?
Yeah, that's a big question mark. Or perhaps certain teams, they barely got their engines running for the very first map, where certain teams were a lot more focused on erangel or even miramar. So at least it's a decent start for majority of them. D-Saver, we saw that last anchor from Nate T. That still brings in about 5 points out of eliminations alone. New Era, well, I guess I'm mistaken. They were actually crashing out pretty early on, being clipped, but it's still going to be a long day out for all the teams that are on board for Group A versus Group C, as we will kick off our very first map in erangel after this. So looking into this situation, 7-9, this is an iteration without Yuhai, the man with the most firepower, and they're already starting off so strong. Imagine if he comes on board.
Before we talk more about what we can expect, so let's talk a little bit more about the collaborations coming on PUBG Mobile. And firstly, for me, I'm super excited for this one. This is one of my favorite animes of all time. This is Attack on Titan x PUBG Mobile. It's Sasagayo, or Dedicate Your Heart to Victory. The skins are now out over in the game as well. You can play as Eren if you want to. It's going to be super cool. Honestly, one of my favorite things to do is pretend I'm Eren.
I am Aaron, but I'm not Aaron. But overall, like you said, Attack on Titan, this is one of the most fun collaborations we've seen in a while, where you could just zip around trees and really hunt out your enemies. So other than that, you can experience unrivaled power with the PUBG Mobile Shelby American collab. If you're really into cars, you definitely do not want to miss this one. And you can command the legendary Shelby GT 500 and 427 Cobra with exclusive attachments, stunning colorways, and a whole lot more. This is going to be available until July the 6th, so make sure you don't miss out on the Shelby collab.
Super excited as well, because we also have World of Wonders currently in the game as well. There's a lot to look at when it comes to this game as well. We have the WoW Elimination Skill Fest. It's super new as well. That's happening right now. So prepare to go into battle for this. There's a lot of things going on, including your maps. You can check it out. The map, I was saying, number is 1288687. Sorry. And you can just check it out for yourself, what it is in store for you over in the World of Wonders.
That's right. Plenty for you guys to explore alongside with your friends. So make sure, you ring them up and have a great time, whether you're hang out in the Mama or so. And of course, that was game on. Super explosive, coming from all the teams around, and that kind of sets the tone here for erangel. Are we going to see a pretty much similar tempo where, first phase, play it steady. Phase 3 onwards, that's where everything went well.
Yeah, could be happening. I think for me personally, early game is going to be a bit more quiet. Perhaps going to be some early aggression and fights as well, especially since teams are still getting to know each other in terms of checkpoints, rotations, as well as drop spots. Going to be a bit more quiet is what my prediction is going to be into the middle side of the map if we're finally going exploding again over on stage number 6. But again, anything can happen. A lot of teams are changing up the way they play. But let's talk a little bit about predictions here for these teams. I mean, just now opening the day was 7-9 going super big. But for me personally, VOIN Donkey looked really good as well despite their late rotation. I think they have an idea they might be able to run away with this.
Yeah, me too. We both are pretty much on the same side of a Todd, where I'm thinking that the Claw definitely had a run in very early on. When you give them enough space, you can definitely see that they have plenty of good ideas on how to really take on fights. Last game, it was Zuxi left standing when they were fighting on to eArena, and I think that perhaps they would have a decent run. And D-Saver, always starting inside of Pachinki, they always get firm control to have that steady run into the top 4. Whether it's going to be a chicken dinner, we'll have to see, because we saw they were pretty much kind of locked in when it comes down to what went on inside of sanhok. So give them that space. They're going to take every inch of it.
Could be fun. I think it's very in line to how they would play previously in the previous rosters as well. So I think Claw definitely has potential. Was just unlucky they had to go through those early fights as well coming into this one. Regardless, I think for me personally, it's such a, I mean, it's day number one. It's really hard to pinpoint and say what to expect from these teams as well. We can only, you know, base off of anything. You can only base off their stats and, you know, ideas from what we've seen from last season. And most teams had gone through some reshuffles, either reshuffles, added players. Player rotations are also something that's on the table as well. So it's really hard to predict. And speaking about player rotations, you know, we did mention that, or at least you did briefly mention about Sem9, about what to expect if when Yohai comes into the game. If he plays either a duo with Trex or duo with Fear and Even, on how exactly, what kind of aggression you want to see him bring to the table as well. So for me personally, this question mark moment makes it hard for teams to really kind of predict what to expect. Okay, they're like, okay, we see Sem9 over here. We have an idea that this is how they play, but who exactly, you know, what kind of style of play exactly are we going to be expecting for this particular team? Granted, we don't know who's exactly in that lineup.
Yeah, that's pretty much the element of surprise as well, because most of the time we do see Yuhai to be the main starter, but now without him, they are also looking so stable. So I would say that this is going to be pretty much down to tactical play. When exactly is he going to be moving in? Whether if it's going to be those late miramar runs where he will have plenty of energy to work with and to those long drawn out fights, then perhaps that's where it comes in super handy for them. So that being said, Sem9, of course, not much flaws displayed because they have definitely kept majority of their teammates alive throughout the span of that standout run. So I guess like maybe throughout those past iterations of the prior seasons, the only problem with Sem9 is that maybe when it comes down to a rough start in stage 1, where you get 1 or 2 players clipped out, that's where they kind of lose a little bit of the idea of how to play that late game. But other than that, if they are 4-man strong, nothing is going to be able to stop them unless it's going to be another 4-stack in their way. So that being said, just about enough for Sem9. Looking into some of all these actions from the last game, what do you think was, you know, a pleasant surprise that you've been able to spot back in game 1?
Honestly, I'm really liking that rotation coming in from Xavier very, very early. I think when it comes to decision making, the calls, it's something that I would love to see more, especially in mic checks. It's more of like what the decision is. I know that Xavier was a little bit more late to the circle. Northern side of bootcamp is what they had. They had a bit more, I would say, advantage in terms of firepower, but in terms of space, they didn't have that. And it's really excited to see that, say, instead of fighting their way and trying to, you know, take their space away and losing players early, they decided, okay, let's go for a rotation to a different side of the map, have an idea, or just kind of like gamble and see which teams are going to be around. It's very decisive. It's also very explosive as well, the way they take these fights. Granted, I mean, yeah, they did lose, they didn't get the chicken dinner in the end, but the amount of eliminations they got, not amount of space they got as well, was also very enticing to see. It's more of like the idea of them being able to flip the switch, flip the table, or whenever push comes to shove. And that is what makes this team so interesting. I think that having veteran players that have been playing together for a long time has really changed the mindset on how exactly they approach this game. It's almost like breathing the way this team moves together as a unit.
Yeah, it's almost second nature to them since they've been together for so many seasons right now. And I think, like, for me, what was really surprising is on how TODAK has been making so much of a decisive call, and that really landed them onto that top 2 spot, right? If they keep making these kind of bold calls when push comes to shove, I won't be too surprised if we might even see them within the top 5 by the end of the day, because they're looking very clinical on that execution, and the fights led by Brian, they were super clean. So I absolutely do love seeing this super aggressive side of TODAK, and that gives a whole new life to this squad that's seen, you know, a lot of highs, some lows as well. So I'm definitely looking forward for more.
You know, I mean, I don't want to be the bad guy or the critique here when it comes to these teams as well. I think TODAK last season, you know, they had moments, which is great. I mean, yeah, great. They're very strong. I think Brian, as the tip of the spear, looking really good for this team. Decisiveness, yes, great as well. But my question is, can they contain or they maintain this consistency? I feel like last season it's just been more like, okay, 1-2 highs, more lows than ever. They weren't able to really pick themselves up from the dumps. They weren't able to really come back as a team together. A lot of overheating happening. It felt like for for them is that mindset. And this is a very dangerous mindset because a lot of teams go through this, especially when they're going through so many losses as well. It's more of like trying to recollect your thoughts as a team, bring your team back into the game, and just slowly go back and open up the different pages of your playbook. Because when one style of play is not working, you have to readapt. You have to really figure out how to kind of like find your way back into the map, back into the game as well. We have 6 maps. And the good mindset, at least from one of the interviews I did last season, was that one of these players said, you need to have a good go next mindset. You cannot let it affect your last game to affect your next game. And I think some of these teams, I think TODAK is definitely one of those teams that I see having this problem.
Yeah, and after all, this is like a 2-week run, right? Where you have action day after day after day. So I guess like what really was problematic is on how they kind of need to maintain a certain form of stamina. And like you said, those overheating can actually occur. But at least starting off on a good note, they're definitely feeling, all the good vibes coming in. So perhaps they will try to implement similar approaches until it does fail. So for now, if it's not broken, they don't exactly have to fix all too much of it. While the rest of these squads, well, we're looking at a lot of explosiveness, especially coming out of all these teams hailing from Vietnam, where of all the names out there, ROY Esports returning back to the scene, already looking for those heavy hitting coming into that early game. That to me was pretty pleasant to witness because pretty much the fans have been awaiting their return, and now they are definitely showing up with really high regards, especially with only like one player that's been staying in within that ROY roster, where of course, since missing out on the one season, a lot of their stars have left, but even with all these fresh new talents, they're looking really good.
ROY, I think, we talked a little bit in the pre-show about what to expect, right? In terms of these players and how they want to rebuild. I think, ROY joining in for a rebuild is also very high risk, high reward. You don't know what to expect from these teams, but they decided to take a gamble. And these players are really proving themselves very well here on the big stage. I think one of the biggest worries I had, especially for bringing in some fresh new places, is the experience. When you are on the bigger stage, the pressure is different. Playing in LANs compared to playing from home back in tier 2 is also another thing as well. How are you going to be readjusting mentally to this, I would say, to the league? And I think, having that one player who's a little bit more, I would say, more of a senior to them has really changed their mindset, keeping them in check. I think, if anything, a lot of these teams, when you're having a good IGL or older player, people think, oh my God, this is the guy that's going to be making the decisions for the team. But sometimes it's not. He's going to be the hype guy. He's going to be the guy that says, hey, chill, it's okay. We still have this plan, this plan, this plan. Keep your head here in the present. And that's something that's very, very important. And I love when teams implement this instead of just fully going for a full reshuffle and not thinking about having one senior player to just really keep the team grounded.
Yeah, I think that's definitely super vital, especially when you have a lot of fresh new talents out there, when they're going to be riding on high momentums and they're going to be on low lows, where you need somebody that's been pretty much seasoned and well-rounded enough to know that this is not going to affect them at all. So it keeps a team grounded overall, which is what I really do like about certain rosters which have, one guy that's been there, done that, and he's been able to lead the path for the rest of his teammates. Boom Esports is pretty much on that same notion, where of course the most veteran player sure within the squad is going to be Yummy, which we've seen so many of all these glorious seasons in the past, where he's been amplified by all these stars on the roster. But now with a newly fielded roster, I feel like they're definitely making certain adjustments that does not always put Yummy on the limelight, because you still have Pombit to also supplement on that firepower at the same time.
I mean, you have teams that start off really early as well with points. I think SEM9 and TODAK look really good. I'm sorry, I'm just going to stray away from that topic about the players. Okay. But also, it's really exciting when you think that, okay, you're starting off the map really strong on sanhok. And it's a big shift, right? From sanhok to erangel. It's a bigger map. Aggression's different. Timing is different as well. So it's always not really about the momentum be brought forward into the next map. For me personally, for these questions, it's more of like, can this momentum be channeled in a different way into the next map as well? Firepower has always been impressive when it comes to sanhok, but at the same time, the way you navigate through the maps are also very, very different. And I think for teams like Boom Esports, BTR as well, I feel like these teams are a lot more of a slow cooker team. day one a bit more quiet. It's more, I think it's more of like trying to suss out the opponent, trying to understand what to expect, or what to, how to react from these teams. Go back to the drawing board at night on day one, and then day two, suddenly it's a whole different ballpark. I think for a lot of teams, I think for teams like TODAK, like Xavier, like the BTR, like RRQ, this has always been, I would say, the pattern coming through as well. And I think teams that do well on day number one would be wise to be prepared to have another page in the playbook already set up for day number two, because everything is going to change. We have a bit of a tech issue here. Bear with us, guys. We do not have the start button for the game.
Yep, that's true. And of course, ringing back onto what you did mention, navigating, a broader terrain, you definitely need to time your rotations really, really well. So, like you said, they got to shift their mindset a little bit on how they do handle situations where on a compact map like Sanhok, definitely the battles are a lot more frequent. Where when you do have ample of time and space between some of all these stages, then they gotta make good use of scouting all around, retrieving whatever information necessary for them to really find the best position possible in the map. Of course, looking into some of all the stats that we do have, it's great to see familiar faces still scoring pretty well, as we have Zuxi still healing a whole lot, and of course keeping the rest of Claw intact for a very long time, but that's barely enough for Claw to be able to squeeze too much of more point away. So of course, with that tech issue, we'll be able to sort it maybe in a couple more minutes. But looking at what we have so far, Group A versus Group C, it is still a power struggle coming in for majority of these teams, but at least we do have teams with a constant like D-Saver that's still making a high point run moving into game one.
But before that, I think we're going to go for a short break. We'll be right back, guys, for game number 2. Erangel's waiting, so do not go anywhere.
There shall be as a lone companion. It will never betray, never turn back. It is unlike anything else in this world. Some people rely on their brothers, some rely on their luck. But relentless few only believe in the steel beast. One day, the fuel tank might run empty. The flame would go out. But there were some ties that even time cannot erase.
Welcome back once again to the 2025 PMSL SEA Summer. And of course, along with me is Tash Bunny and your boy here, Contract, to be bringing you the entirety of the action for the entire day one. So that being said, we've only concluded game one as we were making our run into game two. Of course, apologies for a little bit of that wait, but we promise you it is going to be worth it because we've got all these teams preparing to entertain all of you guys back at home.
Regardless, I really hope that that tech issue is not going to be a momentum killer for a lot of teams, especially SEMBILAN and TODAK, who are starting off the day very, very hot. Now, coming into the rest of the maps as well, I'm really anticipating that the bigger teams are starting to get a little bit more hungry. Some teams, they thrive, especially erangels. Granted that this is, I would say, the bread and butter map is the map that's, I would say, most played here in the leagues as well. So I think this is where things start to get a little bit more shaky for all these teams. This is where I think the true test of what to expect when it comes to, I think, a team's power ranking can be, I would say, seen today as well as we go into the second map of the day. Now, I think we did see a bit of the starts just now about all these teams. Everyone seems to be in good, I would say, spirits quite yet. I think that when it comes to spirits, right, I think some of the teams that tend to shake, it really shows on camera, especially when the teams are in high pressure situations. Granted, it is still day number one. I think a lot of teams just trying to get a suss, get a feel, and understand what it means to go through the entirety of this week as well. I think we talked a little bit about newbies, right, Contra, about the newer teams that just came together, the newer blood. Now, in your opinion, when it comes to these newer players, what do you think will be the biggest challenges these players are going to be facing, especially today if it's their first time on the big stage?
Well, I think like the biggest notion is the tempo of play between all the PMSL teams compared to, you know, their own respective PMNCs that they played out. So, of course, first and foremost, a lot of all these regions have their distinct play style on how they rotate or what kind of decisions they make at any given point of the game. But to adapt to the finest teams from each respective region, now that's definitely a different ball game. Sometimes you feel confident about going for a full push, but you may not actually know that they are just as prepared. So that is something that they will have to learn by making some mistakes in between their ways, or just, you know, try to study the kind of patterns that these teams do have when they go up ahead once again. But the beauty of this is also that now within these groups, they are locked in with 6 back-to-back matches, not needing to focus, oh, next game I'm going to be focused on these teams from Group B. So you could just, of course, plan your route how exactly you want it to go from game to game.
I think one of the biggest things as well, takeaways, is like a lot of teams, they will always say, you know, during interviews is, oh, we're not really too concerned about team XXX, we're just going to focus on ourselves. I think there is some truth to that as well, but there is going to be an idea when it comes to meeting these teams, right? We're not going to be saying like, I'm going to be focusing on them, but rather which teams are we going to be meeting, the potential of running into these teams, and what protocols are we going to be having if we were to be meeting with them as well. What kind of playstyle are we going to be having? Are they have a 2-2? What are we going to be doing to, I would say, counterplay this kind of style of play? In terms of playing as a 4, what does it mean? What kind of mistakes we've done? And I think a lot of teams have to really watch out for these situations as well, especially from last season. I think some of the teams, we're seeing a lot of patterns, you know, I would say repeat itself went over. Boom Esports was definitely one of those teams, as well as I would say SEM9 was, and also MEC previously as well. They had some, I would say, patterns that they like to play in. They didn't really have a contingency plan on how exactly to approach when it comes to these fights. So we're seeing repeated problems happening over and over again. Sometimes it's not really the teams that you're facing, but rather these internal mistakes that that's working on as well. How are the timings are between your teammates? How are your positionings going to be? What are your comms going to be sounding like? And I think that out of all the teams that had interviews before, one of the biggest problems I think they would say is, okay, there was a breakdown in communication. And some of them, they would say, and then we will ask them, okay, when it comes to communication, how exactly are we going to be fixing that? Is it the calls? Is it the chemistry? And a lot of these teams kind of go into like, you know, calls and communications in the game can be okay, but most importantly is our bond itself. So a lot of these teams, I think we talked a bit about it with Alliance as well, on how exactly they want to change that. It's always been about team bonding, and I think it's interesting to see how these teams, I would say, friendships or even bonds can go from beyond the game itself.
Yeah, I think you made a really strong point, right? Especially when you have, you know, players imported into a roster, and you gotta once again make a new friend and understand what exactly are his or her challenges when move into a specific matchup. And overall, communication is absolutely key when it comes down to how they really want to plot all these battles up ahead. So that being said, I definitely think that it is pretty much something that they will have to, you know, always improvise along the way at the very same time, whether if it's going to be a challenging situation within the game, hopefully it does not actually carry forward into, you know, what happens out of matches as well, because of course sometimes just little small misunderstandings can actually lead up to something bigger in that sense, which is where all these teams, they of course either employ analysts or coaches and even mental coaches to help them with, you know, some of these struggles in between for those organizations that can afford it. So of course, this being such a heavy team game, it really relies on how they could really just have the entirety of the squad working as a full unit, and which easier said than done. But of course, for those teams that have found the right formula and have made the right protocols, I think that they will stick to what has worked for them in the past and into the present.
Yeah, absolutely. We're still currently waiting for the game to start right now. I think we're still waiting for the players to just get really into that lobby. Okay, coming into today, I think, we want to talk about that map. I think day number 1 has always been one of the hardest day to really do analysis, if I'm being honest. It's really hard to really gauge what to expect from these teams unless, of course, you've been following them from the beginning. Now, let's talk a little about PMNC teams. Contra, what do you know about these teams that have made it here into the big stages now?
Well, looking at some of the names out there, well, I have to pull up a tab for me to elaborate even further, as I've been taking a look at what we do have, at least from between Group A as well as C. Exosphere, they do run a roster with, semi-veterans and, of course, fresh kids on the block, where I think that they definitely seem to be a very promising prospect coming in from Thailand, which definitely has decent firepower, but I think that when it comes down to tactics, little has been proven for the moment, but for them to be able to really go up against some of all these tier 1 teams, even from their own respective region, has been pretty promising, I would say. And then you have New Era, which have exerted their dominance in the Malaysian circuit of the PMMC, and it's been pretty much them trailblazing their run throughout their circuit. And on top of that, I think the most interesting out of all the PMMC definitely has to be from Indonesia, because you look at class layers, it felt like they've been around PMSL. As a matter of fact, majority of these players have those wealth of experiences when it comes down to how they've been qualified from different teams. And of course, with Zuxi coming back into form, returning from his slumber, well, it's not too long of a slumber. I think definitely there is going to be a whole lot of conversation from the fans on how good can claw slayers be in the season.
We know what individually these players can do, right? Granted, the thing is, how long have they been together? How long have they been playing together is also another question, because we don't know how long the discussions of wanting to come back for these players and this team has come about. And for them to be able to come through their own qualifiers to make it here on the big stage again from scratch without their usual orgs backing them, it's already, I would say, a statement in itself. So I think we have an idea on what kind of ballpark we can expect from this team, at least when it comes to Indonesia's side. But more of in terms of playing on the bigger stage, yes, everyone seems to have an idea. Everyone has experience. But my question is, when you have so many superstars with a lot of experience, who takes the wheel, and how are they going to be playing with each other to be able to see whether or not their chemistry is going to be working out? And I think this question is about to be answered, especially as we go into the bigger map. Your erangel would be, I would say, the bigger and better place for us to answer these questions, because if anything, it is the staple of one of the maps played here at PMSL SEA.
Here we go, back into the original map, as we are all introduced when we first logged into PUBG Mobile. And here we are in Game 2 of PMSL SEA Summer 2025. We will kick things off from the northern passage, which will allow teams to be entering areas like shooting range and even to the corners of the Snap Polyana. But this will actually cut off any form of access directly into the Sonosco military base. So there is definitely a couple of teams that may have to pull in with a plan B.
Okay, when you think about this kind of circle, I think last week on the PMCL I think Circloud and I saw a lot of circles hovering around SMB as well as Milta Power and Lipovka. I would love to see a replication of that kind of circle. It makes it a little bit harder for these teams to rotate, but surprisingly, most teams that had trouble rotating were the centralized normal circles, because everyone seems to have an idea or a game plan in mind, rather than these circles that are a little bit more outliers when it comes to maybe the northern side of SMB, or maybe Milta Power, or all the way to the right side of Lipovka. When circles are a little bit more, I would say, unnatural or unusual, players are left questioning what is there to be expected. And again, what's not expected right now is New Era running straight into the arms of SEM9 this early. Again, Malaysia versus Malaysia seems to be a recurring theme here for many, many years. Early as well. Must be rough.
Very, very rough, but it's great going for SEM9, carrying on to that momentum that they've built back in Game 1. So all this contest for vehicle is bound to happen, but of course, getting the first item loot is going to be essential. It didn't seem like New Era was anywhere close to the point where they could actually pick anything up for themselves. So heavy casualty. Now they will be left with only Novol as well as Zuli to kickstart this second match, and tough going for them. Even back in game 1, New Era did not have a super deep run, though they did manage to score about 3 points moving into what they had in that round itself. But that's barely enough. When you play such a big map and you're already on the deficit, you got to approach this very differently.
A lot of noise made here already. Okay, that's what happened there during Sem 9. I have to say, a lot of teams are starting to take a little bit more of a proactive approach when it comes to these fights early. They drop down quickly as they can. Also, the fact that the flight path wasn't usually in the usual spot means that everyone has to drop, you know, in alternate drop spots, potentially meeting against another team. And the team that's fastest to drop down will be the ones that come up on top. Not only coming up on top here, I'm talking about teams that are quick to loot as well. I think we've seen situations where some teams, because they drop at the same time, they decide to forego the loot and just straight up go for a fist fight.
Yeah, there were a couple of all those instances in the past season, and looks like Claw Slayers are already making an early change moving into this particular map. So it's going to be Pep-Tank subbed in, and Cheapink is going to be taking a backseat for the moment. Perhaps there's going to be even more changes to come, where sometimes teams, they do plot based on map rotations to be specific. So we'll see whether or not will Cheapink get back into action. So that being said, Claw, the moment that they drop into the map, they immediately reach for the furthest destination and just move directly into the islands just to loot off of Novo. So they will have a clear idea of, okay, the entire passage is clear. No teams are going to be around us. We can take as much time as we need until we need to rotate.
A lot of teams are going to have to rotate top side here. Claw all the way from SMB. I'm looking at 2 teams coming in from Milta side. So that southern side is where a lot of, I would say, my attention is going to be at. I think a VOIN could be the, I would say, a team that's going to make it hard for teams coming in from the southern side. They have full control of farm. But at the same time, because there's that, I would say, body of water that rivers straight through that blue zone, that zone in particular. Now is the question of, I would say, choice. You want to go up to a shooting range of Severny, or are you just going to bet all your eggs into school side? Because most teams here, like BTR, TODAK, Boom Esports, they've just really planted their butts there.
Yeah, it's going to be a tough decision for some of all these names that are pretty much far off. But BTR, I guess like they just got to carefully make that decision. And what was pretty interesting was that during the start, the North Point was pretty much accessible for a majority of these teams, but none of these teams have claimed Severny. So even shooting range is going to be a really good spot for them to at least hold ground for these early stages. But all the other teams that they have will definitely prioritize on looting into their nearest location before they make any form of a deep cup into the zone for now. So Sem 9, once they're done with Gatka, they do have a couple of options available, whether if they want to cut across from the Georgia Pole region, or if they want to move deeper into Rozok, which might see a little bit more commotion with other teams. They can absolutely make certain firm decisions later on. But Blue Squad, they're not wasting any time. They won in for that position and are met with Roy Esports already firmly planted on the top of the hill.
Waiting for the right time here. Roy has some terrain to work with. This is huge. Finding Frankie super early as well. One of the big impact makers for the team. But the rest of the team, I don't think they want to really fully commit to this fight either. They're out here in the open, no cover, no clue who's going to be around. Those prying eyes are going to be very interesting to watch right now. But granted, since they're all the way up on the northern side here, this could be huge, because they have access to shooting range, they have access to Severny as well. And because they're very, very early, they only have to worry about one angle, when it comes to these fights as well. So for the time being, looking at this map feed, both teams are just going to say, okay, Team Secret, letting go of that one player knockdown. For Roy, they're just going to be planting their butts there and saying, okay, we have taken away this spot from Team Secret, you skedaddle, we're just going to hold on for the time being. And I think that a lot of teams as well are starting to really see, okay, I think this is time for us to make a decision. And you mentioned, right, just now from those who are hanging around school, hanging around, I would say, the area of ruins. Who cares? Going up, could across the river here.
Yeah, there's still going to be a respectable distance between some of all these squads out there, so there's not going to be too much of a situation that they are locked into a spot where they can't rotate off of. So at this moment, pretty much all for the taking, as FaZe Clan is also on their wheels at this moment. A decent journey for them so far, but once they do bypass maybe certain areas like Yasnaya or so, that's where it might just be a little bit more of a hassle between the rest of the pack that has been around those quarters. But VOIN, they're in a decent spot, and they would expect a lot of passerbys, especially taking just by the side of the road. They're hoping to eventually clip onto whichever vehicles that passes them. So for now, coast is clear. As VOIN, they're still having a couple of scouts to be sent across the field, while New Era kicking off with only 2 members left. They are going to be making a move rather late, just to ensure that they have some certain plans to fall back to than to be caught out in the open.
I think late rotations isn't necessarily a bad thing, but it's more of like getting locked out of circle with barely enough time as the blue hits you is my main concern for Claw and New Era right now. It's a long way all the way up north as well, and it's a circle will dwindle here, especially towards shooting range. Now, a lot of teams already put their butts there, like Glue already in the direct smack dab in the middle. Boom Esports, one of them as well. Sem9 surprisingly locked down, and understandably so. They are a team that wanted that, I would say, that advantage, just hanging around that Garka mountain, hoping to catch anyone in the mid of a rotation. And while it does look really scary to rotate into an area with so many people, there's still a lot of space to work with right now. Now, Team Secret, they had lost 2 members early as well. So they are in a situation where they need to be a little bit more vigilant. Rather, how to play with each other, how to keep each other alive. We've seen moments where we have 2 players, even 1 player, still managing to get a chicken dinner in the end. But survivability is key here, and being out there in the open like that, it's a little bit cause of concern for me.
Yeah, especially for them, right, as compared to the rest of the squads that's been pinned down with only 2 members of like New Era. They are taking a much safer approach, where Team Secret, wherever they go right now, they are bound to meet up with some of the teams that are planted directly over on the center of the zone. And last we saw, Juke has already received a couple of all these tagged onto his vehicle, so he had to fall back and reroute once again. As for the rest of FaZe Clan, this was a roster that was picked up from OSJA TH. Majority of them, excluding Macaris, which we have seen plenty of successes coming from OSJA TH, and prior to that, some of these boys have been playing in the PMCL as well. I want to see what can they still bring on their sleeves overall. But back in game 1, I think it wasn't exactly the kind of same FaZe Clan that you do expect back in the past. You know, so many different iterations, whether if it's going to be the old days of Tony K or so. But, you know, those days have passed, because Vampire Esports is a team that they will have to worry about when they ever go facing up against Group B. Well, TODAK, they started off things pretty well, have yet to formulate anything in response. They are at least in a decent spot to hold out, while Boom going dangerously close up against FaZe Clan, though.
Toe-to-toe. I don't think they really want to commit to this fight. Boom Esports, if they want to, they will. Now it's just to mention, I mean, when you think about positioning, Boom could do the funniest thing right now. They have so much space held. They have terrains to work with as well. Granted, also, FaZe already crippled. It's not going to be the easiest though, because for them, yeah, Red Bull has already been knocked down, but it's still a matter of if they have to go down that terrain, they have to break into the compound. They have no idea who's playing in the corners as well. The crossfires are going to be massive, but if Boom Esports has protocols in play in terms of jumping into the vehicle, to the building together, using utility to flush players out, which I think are usual protocols that teams like Boom Esports would have, this could be the cause to be worried about for FaZe, because all of them are in only one small house. There's not a lot of space to work with.
Yeah, that's the biggest cause of concern for FaZe Clan as compared to Boom Esports with better real estate. They can't even afford to push even if they want to. So at this current moment, there's also D-Saber that's kind of wrapping around the wings of Glue while they are making their firm entry into the center area. The rest of Homeboys have spotted out some movement coming from TODAK, while RQ takes a slower approach through that Yasnaya bridge, which they will have at least certain space to play around with. So this is just a great hold just in case if there's going to be any form of late rotations, but apparently none so far for the rest of RQ, other than bagging one pickoff in the span of that early game. So VOIN Donkey, after scouting out around, they finally get that entry through the passage of Mount Gatka, but little do they know, there is going to be a unit right across, and that's going to be a couple attacks onto Potato. Chipped his health bar for a little bit, but that hovercraft is absolutely tanky. It's going to take a whole lot more bullets in order to blow it up, so it's a clean passage for the rest of VOIN Donkey, making their way further up to the north.
It's a detour, yeah, but sometimes you just really gotta say, hey, it's a little bit too early for these fights. It's only stage 3. I don't want to force anything quite yet. And even if VOIN Donkey did stay, the late rotation coming in from Claw is also a cause for concern as well. So they might potentially have been sandwiched in this situation. And lots of fights are still happening here. TODAK all on the lower side of that terrain as New Era forced to find a way into the area as well. So that means TODAK could be sandwiched between them and Roy at the same time. But TODAK, I don't think they're concerned. They're inside the circle. They have some terrain to work with, some form of cover as well. So they can just wait this out and perhaps force a fight when the circle shifts eventually. But for them, leaving Frenzy in the backline is also really good, knowing that there is still going to be some late rotations coming through, and this could potentially protect their backs from the slower rotation coming in from New Era.
True enough, and of course, we'll have to see how will they actually hold for the moment, because there's going to be more teams to be expected moving into the era where TODAK's going to be holding out with. So, Dragonclaw moving rather late. This is going to be the longest journey taken by any team, as they went all the way down to Novo and have to wrap all the way back up north, where Bobo immediately finds one from such a distance. Very courageous attempt, but then again, it is just going to cause a little bit of a disruption for whoever's holding out, and that's going to be VOIN Donkey, who have just joined into this area early on that crash site. So VOIN Donkey, perhaps they see this as an opportunity, and yes, they will, with 2 knockouts in a row with Vexy on that AUG.
Oh, I thought he was going to be able to hold on a bit more, but there is at least going to be an answer for the time being for VOIN Donkey here. And you can tell that over on the southern side, you can tell that Sem9 is getting a bit more interested as well to try and see if they can go up a little bit more close, play off that terrain, steal away some kills as well. And I think for the rest of Claw, I don't think Zuxi on the back end, they could try and just rush forward to in a more desperate, dire situation right now, knowing that Vexy is already back online as well, gets that reset. From the high grounds, they could find a lot of value. Zuxi rushing forward, still alive thankfully, but finally being knocked down by the blue. So for him, for Potato, this is massive, this is huge, this is an extra point straight into their pocket, being very aware that other teams are still waiting somewhere around the area as well. But the rest of Claw, they're just gonna be beelining away from the area with their tails between their legs. But Sem9 is close. They wanna also take this fight, and Claw from the lion's den into the arms of the tiger, meeting up with Roy. They can't catch a break as well for the long rotation into one team and all the way straight to the next. A lot of pressure coming through, and they're getting knocked down one by one.
Yeah, just like that. That's going to be the end run for them for game 2. And that's the problem about going in for a blind rotation. You got no info to work with. And once they get into that contact against VOIN Donkey, they were trying to formulate something in turn to just exchange some firepower between them as well as VOIN Donkey, but VOIN Donkey, they got that high ground and plenty of space to work with, and that's how Zuxi also got caught out. So Boboho really had no other option but to move deeper, and just like that, it's pretty much game over for them. But more battles erupting over onto the north corner with TODAK nailing down members from the side of Homeboys, with VOIN Donkey wants to get involved as well.
So many teams forced to go for these long rotations, and that's how I would say the downside of these late rotations into the circle. You're forced to take these fights. Some of the teams as well, I think for TODAK, had an idea that they wanted to be the gatekeepers. I don't think they were banking on so many teams coming in from the northern side here. They're getting sandwiched here between both Homeboys with New Era, VOIN Donkey, Roy, who is honestly to me the big winner in this situation, has a bit of the lower ground to play with, and anyone rushing through can just potentially be clipped by them as well. But over on the eastern side also, we have Sem9 taking it toe to toe with Xavier. A lot of fights happening here just to get into the circle, and it's not going to be the easiest for any of these teams to even rush through. Now for VOIN Donkey, they have to try and slowly take it step by step, baby steps forward. They've slowly made their way into the confinements of the circle. Great, but also have to worry where exactly have the other two members of TODAK really placed themselves right now. We have, I would say, Real as well as his teammate around. In terms of firepower, these two players can bring it, but they don't have strength in numbers.
True enough, and now we move into a close quarter combat. Big Maze drop right in front of Dev as Nate will be able to hold them down a notch. Furin tries to trade back as well. Drop one over onto the top corner against Levi, bringing down to 60%. And here comes the rush. Furin finds one right in front of him, but not quick to pull the trigger in time. Trexie with a wraparound will be able to trade right back. And now, toe-to-toe, Trexie bring the numbers back. 1 versus 2 is still going to be a tough one for Sem9.
Man, what can you do in that situation? It felt like Sem9 had a moment of over-aggression, if you ask me. They were from the southern side. They were picked by the sounds and, you know, the fights happening over on the eastern side. They moved up north, tried to join in those fights, but we're not expecting to meet with a team as aggressive as Xavier there. It felt like they had so many golden goose situations to get a little bit more active. It felt like the wrong timing was just there, forced to take this fight. And on top of that, while the blue zone is pushing, it felt very, very like almost like a desperate plea, a desperate ploy situation for them to be able to survive. Over on the outer end of where Xavier is holding, we also are looking at Glue right now in a 2-2. So I think for Glue, this is very fun to watch as well, because for them, you can tell that they have some terrains to work with. But my concern for Glue right now is that if two players were to get knocked down, I don't think the other two can survive. And I think that's the whole idea of this, to be able to just play as a 2, to be able to get advantage as a 2, and which area has the circle advantage will be where they want to reconvene later.
True enough, and yeah, bringing back to that fight, I felt like that nade from Nate T kind of put the rest of Sem9 into such a difficult stance where they weren't exactly fully prepared for that fight once again. So it just looked a little bit uncoordinated. Sem9 would definitely fancy work around on that moving into future games. Blue, like you said, now they have been preemptively looking for these targets with BTR running direct into that direction with Noel watching for the flank as well, but he gets hit instead with a quick repeat coming from the rest of BTR as they play by the spot of the hill. It's XKF with his DBS to shred them all apart.
A lot of noise happening, and I'm loving the fact that it was a 2-2 formation from GLU. You could see the call of the rallying call from his teammates saying, hey, there's someone here, rotate down. And immediately the other two rotated down, met in that compound, took that fight full force as a 4. That call was very early, very decisive as well. So that's always very, very, I would say, enticing to see how exactly they move together as a 2-2 formation. There's a lot of teams happening here in this area right now. I think to look at where FaZe is, where Boom is as well, no one's really moving. No one wants to give away that space. But looking at this fight just now, you can see that so many of them were happening inside of this compound. Everyone's fighting for those tiny little spaces.
Yeah, as you can see, they were absolutely frustrated of what went on. Sem9. No, that is just a battle of inches there. But of course, going back into what's currently at stake, eArena knows that Glue Squad is on that compound. So it's going to be a little awkward for Joker to step deeper within the zone, especially with a lot of all these empty fields, which he could easily be spotted by anyone passing by. RQ, however, they got the whole entire northern region to themselves after all those kind of messy situations up against TODAK, of course. So now that that's pretty much cleared up, it's all about Boom Esports right now, where we do have those compounds. They still have some kind of elevation to work with. Joker now being spotted out is Glue Esports are finding themselves in the top 8 within the placement points for a deeper run.
You know what's really funny? Looking at VOIN Donkey North side here, it felt so deliberate that they wanted to take these fights. They've been really just holding on the side of the circles. They had so much space to go into the circle itself if they wanted to. But it's always been like, for them, the objective is to be able to take these fights, gatekeep and hold that space, catching anyone in the midst of rotations, put these dire situations, these desperation plays, and turn it into their successes. That's why it's looking really scary now. They have 7 eliminations already just in this particular game. Right now, North northern side where they're holding the terrain fully in their control. They can slowly make their way to that circle. The only thing that to worry right now is Roy. And if anything, Roy has held onto the compound for a very, very long time. VOIN Donkey could do the funniest thing. VOIN Donkey could just collapse, come in from so many different areas, and just completely obliterate his team if they choose that they want to.
Yeah, like they're in such a poised position for both offense as well as defense that it's ridiculous. Now they're really putting up the pressure up against RQ that has to fend off from the low ground despite them being inside of the zone. Well, barely inside the zone, excuse me. So it is going to be rather tough because RQ, they're not exactly working with those vehicles as well. So they have to go from barefoot onto either the direction of Roy Esports or those members up on the hill, VOIN Donkey. So it's going to be some trades back and forth in between with Vexy now spotting out the member of the Savior at the very same time, just by the edge of it. So VOIN Donkey find themselves pretty much pit against all these three teams. Now they got to make firm decisions which team to take on first and foremost.
It almost felt like they're just biting more than they can chew here. Time is not on their side. It's slowly chunking forward. In front of them is all the way open areas. In fact, they have to go down the terrain to be able to go in. Their vehicles should be able to give them a bit more space. I think they want to try and go for a rotation, maybe force their way into the circle itself for this fight. And that's exactly what they're doing right now, but they're paying the price. Potato is low, taking a lot of damage, eating that nade, and Vexy in a corner, stuck. The other members of Roy, I don't think they're aware quite yet. Reza, all alone here, gonna go and meet up with his teammate. Gonna try and go for a double swing forward, and they trade off each other perfectly as well. Getting that one more point as well. I don't think he's going to be able to pick up his teammate though. There's no time right now. Has to go for the reset as well. And as all of this is happening, other teams are trying to just quickly collapse into this compound. Roy tried to hold on. Cannot do just that. RRQ is here. The Xavier right outside as well. It's a four-way fight for this just one tiny little building. It's chaos out in here. VOIN Donkey is eliminated for their aggression. And the same could be said about the other members. But how are you doing this? Taking out two members at once, being able to stay alive, putting a lot of damage, breaking down the doors. Every single team rushing into his gun barrel and slowly paying the price. And he's gonna run away with murder right now. But his 1v1 in the end is not gonna be able to be taken away by him because it's RRQ. It's gonna be taking it in the end. This chaos all falling into his lap.
That was absolute pandemonium. 9 points for Roy Esports and his own car in most of that fight. And here comes another one. Boom Esports face to face against FaZe Clan. Through the smokes, they do deplete it with a big eruption of the grenade. And Macaris tries to slip through it. Can he actually find the angles? No, he gets dropped down instead. And here goes QE, the last hope. He sees Pombit running out in the open, but it's not quite enough. And once again, stolen away from Glue Squad from right down under.
Positioning from Glue is just so good. That 1-2-1 formation is great right now in terms of positioning. They have so many different angles and crossfires to work with. The pizza formation, if you may, as well. They've really put themselves so far away from the other teams, making sure to protect their space and just become that third party, just waiting to just collapse into this last few moments of these fights. Both fights just now, the two big fights happening on the northern and as well as the southern side of the circles, both happen inside of compounds. Because granted, you want to be able to take these areas of play. There is no cover here. The only thing they have to work with is some form of terrain and tree line. That's why these have become a hotspot. RQ, despite that way fight, dwindled down to only one member left alive. He has to get into the circle itself. It's gonna be a long way ahead, especially if Blue is just watching him from the far end. And now it's XKF27 just putting that damage into him. I don't think he can hold on, and he's gonna go down, but RQ has done the damage, 9 points.
Exactly so. Now, Blue Squad in their best chance possible, needing to hunt out the final remaining member of Team Secret. Just like you said, there's barely any safe spot for them to even hide themselves with. So it's just gonna be random sprays coming from the well, hoping to have the last touch and the last laugh as they will end it with a big bang as Indonesia celebrates their first chicken dinner in the form of the PMSL team, Glue Blood.
Go Power Rangers, I guess. The Glue Squad looking so good. And I have to say, this game has not really been about firepower. Yeah, they have it. But for them, it's all about getting that positioning. Making sure that Southern side is fully in their control. Taking fights only when they need to. the rallying calls, the 2-2 formation, and being able to still meet as a 4 when push comes to shove, it's also the recipe to success here. That was a very rough circle if you ask me. A lot of teams fighting on the northern side as well as the western side. Blue were just waiting for that final time, that final blow to be able to just come in and completely overwhelm these teams. There's a lot of patience here, a lot of discipline needed as well, and they were so aware on where exactly they need to rotate and play off as well with that terrain. It's perfect. I love it when it comes to rotations, when it comes to holding down the line, the area. Glue, this is looking real good, especially for a map like erangel.
Absolutely. I mean, just taking it on how they've been able to have that composure holding on to that southern area where the major concern was to really hold off the rest of Boom Esports, which they fought tooth and nail in order to keep themselves pretty much steady into the match. And they've got all these sound cues coming in from those two compounds that were fighting up against each other. And from that point onwards, despite you playing on that low ground, you have that open space to really spot everyone out where there's only one solo target coming from RQ. If he tries to shift away, instantly they get into the crossfire. And then down to Team Secret, who's been able to survive the onslaught of all the stuff that's happening over North Point. So great work coming from Blue Squad in order to back massive points. So let's take a look at the highlights and we'll be elaborating even further.
Eliminations is no small feat for Glue, especially in terms of how they've been playing as well. I think I was looking a little bit at their stats just now. I think Noel with the highest amount of eliminations, and I think quite a number of throwables used at the same time. I think when the conclusion comes for me is that for Glue, at least looking from how they're playing, a lot of their fights have been happening from long range. It's a lot of just tagging people in the midst of rotation, going for those long range fights, keeping themselves away from the big 4-way, 5-way fights is the reason why they've been able to really come on top of this situation as well. For Roy, VOIN, Donkey, and RRQ, these three teams were also involved with the northern side fight as well. So surprisingly, all of these teams that really came up on top today are from that northern side fight in that 4-way, 5-way fight.
Yeah, it was an absolute dogpile in that situation where they were all in close quarter combat, and of all names out there, you did point out that Noel did in fact have the most elimination points and plenty of damage to be dealt. Where the first instance where we start noticing Noel was that defense up against BTR Vitality, where they were trying to push into their compound. It was Noel taking charge because he got that first contact and also gaining a lot of all that vision control up against these members of BTR. And from that point onwards, they got the south side secured. Great. Then they just really have to defend with their very own lives, and through it all, I mean, Glue absolutely executed the plan absurdly well.
He really did. I have to say RQ as well did I think quite decently in terms of rotations as well. If anything, I think my interest more peaked from VOIN Donkey here because their positions was more toward the northern side of the circle. They've been playing toward the side, the edges of the circle for quite a long time. For me, they had so many opportunities to get into the circle. I could think they can play toward the middle side or maybe a bit more safer, but they decided to play a little bit more high risk because they wanted to take these fights. They want to just force, I think, teams to just play in that zone, get knocked out of that circle. What they did not bank on is the amount of teams that will be having that same idea rotating on the northern side as well. And I think that was the reason why they were eliminated a little bit too early. But regardless of the one placement point they had, that 9 eliminations they got before going down is a testament into what they wanted to execute from that playbook.
And it's massive, right? And same could also be said about Roy Esports. Though despite Roy not needing to actually be playing on the outskirts, they were holding on to that compound. But those heroics coming from Ka was super massive. I mean, looking at the rest of the field as well, decent points garnered by some of the Malaysian teams, namely TODAK, Senpai, and only 1 point for HOMEBOIS. Whereas it's been rough run-ins for even New Era, and we last saw Claw on that late rotation getting caught out by the rest of VOIN Donkey. They definitely need to make more and more of those adjustments because that wide rotation wasn't exactly working to their favor at all. And within that one round, Glue now finds themselves on the top of the podium with 26 points, 6 ahead of Roy Esports that have been answering aggression with aggression of their own, just 1 point behind in elimination points.
Interesting enough, when it comes to Roy, I think last 2 maps have been, I would say, just a rankings not the best, but it's just they still managed to still bring some points forward from all these maps as well. There is going to be some form of answer. They're not too really worried, not too worried too much about getting those placement points, but rather finding the best position to be able to net them those eliminations. Surprisingly enough for D Xavier, I praised them a lot about the decision making coming in on sanhok, but for me, this particular game, we barely saw a peep coming in from this particular team. They were very quiet rotation-wise as well. I didn't think they were very early to that circle, and understandably so. It wasn't the easiest of circles to rotate into, but at the same time, you know, for them to not be able to hold their ground is, I think, the question for me as well, because they haven't really been able to set themselves up for success as much as I want to see them to do so. But again, today is day number 1. D Xavier is also one of the teams very similar to BTR and Boom Esports that take a little bit of time to really warm up, and I think the longer these games go, the scarier we are going to be seeing them later as well. But strategy-wise, I think for throwables, smokes, I'm not surprised when it comes to DX. I think they have some really insane protocols on how they play, and this is why I think when it comes to D Xavier and, you know, strategy-wise and calls, they are very, I would say, meticulous. They have an idea on how they want to do their executes, and it really shows when it comes to the amount of utilities used in every single round as well. The same could be said about RQ.
Yeah, I think exactly what you said. Meticulous is the exact word that I would use as well on how D Xavier has been executing their plans, because for most part, they had to also play very defensively from the early span of the run where they are holding on to, you know, those high ground terrains. They were just trying to flush some positioning out away from side of VOIN Donkey, and that kind of worked to their favor only till a certain extent, until VOIN Donkey was pit into, you know, that compound with all the other 3 teams. But because of how that circle is also shifted away from the rest of D Xavier, not much can be done for them to actually relocate into that open ground. So moving into game 3, perhaps a more neutral circle will be able to favor certain teams out there, but that match 2, absolutely explosive. I can't wait for the next one to get started.
Honestly, I think it's a great start for our first erangel of the day. What we are seeing from Glue, I think their rotations were good. Their game plan was solid as well, and I think a lot of teams are definitely going to be taking notes on how exactly to approach this team. Granted, I think again it wasn't a very centralized circle, but I think there was a lot more question mark on where exactly the circle was going to pull. Was it going to be northern side or southern side? And a lot of fights southern side had already ended. Most teams opting to go for the longer rotations northern side, and I think a lot of teams had that same idea, which caused these fights to happen as well. I think coming into the next one here as well, I think a lot of teams are definitely going to be changing it up. I think we did see a team change up their lineup for that particular game. My question is that same player going to be playing in that roster as well, or are we going to be seeing a lot more roster shuffles as well throughout the entirety of the teams playing today? I think we haven't seen Yuhai come in for Sem9 quite yet. Now that they had a rough start for erangel, could this be the trigger to cause that substitution to happen?
Yeah, that's definitely big questions to ask, right? When it comes down to how teams might need to consider what exactly would be the best strategy moving forward. I think for most part, some of these substitutions will come in maybe past game tree, where you could just get the engines rolling for at least the state player to be subbed in to get a taste of Wrangle, for them to know what exactly to play, how to play moving into the rest of the days, and then play onto those deep runs of Miramar. So I guess like all these coaches are working overtime at this moment to really figure out within this short time frame before the next game starts what exactly would be the best plan moving forward. Because last game, I believe there was a substitution where Chipeng kind of take a backseat for Pepeng to come in, and sure, that adds a little bit more firepower, but it wasn't exactly what was necessary at that moment, because of, you know, the kind of plans that they had was distracted by, you know, a very odd kind of flight path, which kind of puts everyone into a tough position where you gotta deal with all these vehicle snatches in the early game, and yeah, just a couple of curveballs. So if it's gonna be something that's neutral, then we will definitely see perhaps the perfect game plan for everyone to start off with, you know, the first couple of phases, and then we'll see how will they actually adapt to these situations.
I mean, speaking of adapting, I think this is the perfect time to adapt, actually. You already saw what to expect on the first erangel of the day. I think there's a bit of a break for the players before we hop into the next map, right? I think this is where, I mean, if you're ever at the venue, you'll see all the coaches just fronting onto the stage, trying to really fix all those minuscule problems in terms of rotations, in terms of gameplay as well. So this is where things are going to be very, very interesting, because after this is going to be an adjustment period once again. I think whatever that we saw, when I said, okay, this is an idea of what we expect in terms of power rankings, in terms of how our team's going to be playing, everything that we know that's happened on map number 1 might not apply to map number 2. Granted, there are some teams able to pull off, I would say, you know, back-to-back chicken dinners or back-to-back top 4s as well. We're seeing that happening already, in fact. But, you know, at the same time, when you are coming into this particular game, you don't know what to expect still in this readjustment. Game 3 should be more solid, but game 2 is like, okay, what's the next page? What to expect here? Now, Glue is interesting. I love seeing them play. I think for them, this is a different ballpark for them on how exactly they want to approach the bigger stage, and this is looking good in terms of statement-wise. But what about you? What do you think has been, I would say, not surprising, but has really been something that you did not expect to see today?
I think Roy's dominance is something out of the ordinary, because we never knew what to expect, because they were missing one entire season, right? Coming back, showing such a strong footing, especially when you're pit against what RRQ, VOIN Donkey, you name it, they still hold their ground just fine. Then right now, Roy is currently sitting at top 2. FaZe Clan have yet to actually make all these big advancements just yet, but I'm hoping that they will be able to match up to speed with the rest of the pack.
I completely agree with you with Roy, actually. You know, usually when I think about teams that are just coming in, I expect them to maybe really show their fangs on maybe toward the end of the week or even week number 2. But Roy is looking good on day number 1. Very aggressive. Very good when it comes to finding locations and holds for position as well, which give them a lot of value in terms of eliminations. So that is very exciting. If anything, when you think about Roy right now, I think they've been fairly quiet the last game. I think the only reason why they had so many eliminations was because they were forced. Their hands were forced. They were forced to take these CQC fights. They were forced to really make the impossible happen. And that's exactly what Ka did here. But would this circumstance change in a situation where you're not playing CQC, when you're playing this mid-range to long-range fights, because you have no clue what's going to be happening later, right? Granted, because at Circle, the only 2 areas that had buildings to play in was that northern side, as well as the southeastern, side of that map. And, you know, interesting enough, when you look at stats right now as well, Claw was one of the teams that I think that we had a lot of expectations, right? But they didn't really shine. They've been late to rotations in the Circle, forced into these early fights. But still, the damage and performance is still up there in terms of the charts.
Yeah, speaking of damage as well, like, it is absolutely crucial for these teams to be able to really do as much as they could. And I will fall back into what we mentioned about Roy. As much as they weren't looking for the fights came to them. 2 of the members ended up dealing the most damage in that past match itself. And it just goes to show that, hey, we might be a team returning back into the PMSL, but we're not one team that you could easily bully off. I think some of these members of Claw is also pretty much in that same category as well, but they were caught up in those wide rotations, which kind of was very costly in that run moving into the past game. We got 1 minute to go before we start off with our upcoming game. So, of course, these were all these highlight moments that we've seen coming in from what we've got out of Roy, out of some of all these notable big names out there. But I'm still kind of feeling like we're missing a little bit more oomph. So perhaps this is where they'll bring it.
Coming into this one, I think with a lot of people, a lot of teams starting to really understand how exactly to navigate this map. Second erangel for the day. For me personally, I would like to see Boom Esports and D Xavier really come online right now. And that would be a really good time to really show what you've got, you know, on the table. But the same could be said about all the other of these teams as well. Malaysia started off strong today, followed by Indonesia. Can Thailand wake up is the question, because after this erangel, one more time, keep your eyes on the screen because it is the second erangel for today.
Second erangel match of the day, like you said, and this is going to be our current map of play here at day one of the PMSL SEA Summer 2025. This time around, we're changing the series of what seemed to be the first drop of potentially for certain teams into Mills of Power as our opening point to end up in Prima. So last match, it was more towards the northern terrain. We might even see a potential island ending with a flight path such as these.
Wouldn't be surprised to see an SMB, would say, situation. We could see what we saw last week on PMCL, not necessarily a bridge fight, but a fight that was right close at the end of the bridge as well, which made it so difficult for teams to really figure out how exactly to navigate the terrain as well. So, interesting enough, I wouldn't be surprised if early fights were to happen. I think previously, we saw New Era going to toe-to-toe with Seb9 very, very early. That happened. I think there was another team, but I cannot seem to put my finger on that particular team early as well. So if anything, FaZe Clan dropping early onto, I would say, Milta Power. I think, if anything, I want to see a big change for Claw. This late rotations haven't really been working in their favor. And I'm looking at this team right now. I think individual-wise, the team is good when it comes to style of play, when it comes to taking these fights in a situation where there are like only 2 players left, 1 player left, right? But as a team, in terms of decision making, I haven't really seen the best out of them yet.
Yeah, exactly the point where so early in the league where these teams are still trying to find a certain formula or their own rhythm or form moving into these matches, where what's also interesting to note is that now that certain teams finally do get their designated location to kick things off with, what are they going to make do with, you know, some of all these starts, especially when this circle is going to be around that Gatco region. So despite us talking about, you know, Claw now finally getting themselves into Novo directly, it is still going to be a slight battle that they will actually face up against either Team Secret that might need to fight for the bridge in order to make back into the mainland, or perhaps take another long rotation like we've seen from that last game. So implementation of what their plans are is going to be key for them to stay alive in the match.
Again, I would say the circle is a hard rotation once again. Many teams choosing to rotate early, and this one of these teams is eArena, who made a beeline from the southern side all the way from Quarry, now moving their way up onto Georgia Paul. Glue, this time around, still doing what they did in the last game as well, just making sure to make it to right smack that middle part of the circle. I potentially think that Glue could just go into Gatka Mountains, hold on to the high ground, catch anyone in the mid-rotation as well, anyone from Ruins to anyone kind of crossing in, either for northern side Georgia Paul or even going to Hospital, has to keep their eyes peeled for this high ground area, because Glue has been, while they were good at CQCs in game number 1, on game number 2, I think they really shined in these long range fights, these long range pickoffs. A lot of the damage put in by the players of Glue were trying to catch people in the midst of that rotation.
Yeah, I think that definitely will be part of the playbook when they were to make an advancement. The thing about playing on top of that Mount Gatka is that you gotta ensure that you're well stocked up for that long drawn out potential fight if any other team were to challenge you across the field of Gatka or on top of the mountain by itself. Quickly taking a look at the total eliminations. Noel currently leads the Arsenal with a total of 7.
That was all
Just
in the
a
last
hit
map.
of Vexy.
Yeah, it was all in the last map. I'm quite surprised that he's able to put in those numbers just in one map.
It's crazy, right?
Yeah, it
the
is.
amount of work rate that he puts in.
It's honestly so surprising that he's able to do that. Granted that his teammates were around as well. I think for him, he was quite active. I think when it comes to game sense, he is #1 right now. I think he was looking at, 2 different angles in those fights, kept a close eye on the northern side and just really picked off the fights one by one through that window. And I think it's super important to think about this because, when we talk about these fights, these 4-way, 5-way fights, I think a lot of teams, there's a lot of question marks. You have no clue. Yeah, you're getting chunked in by 4 or 5 teams. But is there going to be another team that's just sitting on the outside stealing away points? Because that's exactly what happened. Now, coming in as well, I think rotations coming in. Claw this time still very far out. I think they haven't really changed their drop spot. Now, Verop Noye, very accessible by them. This time around, we're seeing them getting active early. They're crossing the bridge already. They could, I think, cross paths over with VOIN Donkey, even RRQ, while they're rotating over. And this is where things get really, really fishy. Right? These 3 players had played or did come from Indonesia. They're very adept with understanding the Indonesian style play. So it could be anyone's fight.
Yeah, true enough. And I guess that's the beauty of, having a fresh pair of eyes from another different region than, fully running a local roster. I mean, it's definitely dependent on what works best for the team, what they really need to understand as well. So for a team like TODAK, ever since they, bring in a couple of all these players from Indonesia, you have seen that the work rate have shot skyrocket all the way up. Now holding into the top 5 position. Of course, having a couple of rough run in back in game 2, but then again, still remaining rather consistent as we are seeing them really thriving alongside with 7-9, which, we've already had fear in joining 7-9 for a couple seasons now. But BTR, this is one name that a lot of fans are hoping to see top the charts. Of course, with a lot of all these hot prospects coming from the past season, especially bringing in Federales. And now there's also another player in substitution, what we've yet talked about for today, and that is Ryan that they brought in from Malaysia.
I'm really liking that a lot of teams are starting to bring over players around. I think we went from, full Indonesian, full Malaysian roster to mixed rosters as well. I think a fresh pair of eyes is exactly what I would say, a fresh pair of eyes, an idea on how to mix the 2 different styles of play. At one point, Indonesia was known as the most aggressive region, with Malaysia having, I would say, a more calculated stance, a little bit more of a turtle shell style of play. But now we're seeing a mix, a different style of play. Control aggression to come through as well. First contact style play with your teammates all the way in the back. And it's a big shift. But as this, I would say the seasons are a little bit more compared to before during PMPL region, where you start off from the local leagues and then you go into the bigger ones, and then you struggle because you're not always constantly playing the bigger leagues all the time. This shift in rosters, I think, is the right way to go coming up forward, because you're going to be playing onto the Southeast Asian stage a lot longer than you are going to be playing over on PMNC.
Yep, that's going to be the goal. I mean, that's the beauty of globalization as well. Like, the more you understand, the better your team actually gets overall. So that being said, though, it has also came to the point where I think, like, of all the regions that have the least, say, imported players, what I'm really impressed about the Vietnamese region is that they have crazy pool of talents locally that they could just, have one player jump from one team to the other, and they still have a very strong understanding because their tactics and how they actually plot fights with their utilities is second to none, which is why we see D Savior has been constantly defending the throne, or if not defending the throne, usually ends up within the top 5 ratio of each respective PMSL seasons.
Interesting enough, when you brought up that point, I think for Vietnam, also another reason why they don't bring in imports, I think it must be that language barrier. I think Thai teams also have this same problem, right? You can't really bring in Malaysian players or Indonesian players when you can't really communicate with them. So I think that's the reason why they kept it like that. But at the same time, there's also that understanding. When we talk about D Xavier, they've played on the big stage for a long time. They're very, very seasoned and well adept with so many style regions of play. I think we start to see as more Vietnamese players grow and rise, that understanding should go and extend to them as well. So I think that's the biggest problem why Thai teams and Vietnamese teams have not been able to bring in these, I would say, these other players. I think there was some time where I think an attempt was made, and I think they weren't able to talk to each other. And I think that, yeah, all these players could learn some basic English, right? But isn't it easier and faster to communicate in your local language, what you're more familiar with, than to learn a whole new language and then, not be on that same page?
Yeah, you don't want any form of a brain fog when you're in the midst of a battle where you try to process or comprehend what your teammate is saying from time to time. So I think it's down to efficiency in that notion. And yeah, like you said, I guess the Thai region, we've definitely seen a couple of iterations, whether if it's a player from around the region that they've been playing. That's why we've seen, OSJA went from Cambodia or the PMCL region and then into Thailand, because in some way or shape or form, they do speak a language that is somewhat common, but of course with different iterations. You could say the same about Indonesians and Malaysians in that sense. But here we are in the middle of fight between the bridges as New Era takes on Claw Slayers, knocking down Boboho. That's going to be a big catch. But what will Sunshine offer as he got subbed into this matchup?
Honestly, really exciting. These two teams are in the late of the rotation. I think they're one of the longest rotations ever, especially since Claw did come up from Novorep Noye. Now they're stuck. I think, surprisingly enough, I thought that New Era would be beating them to the punch, especially meeting over here. But right now with Boboho needing to get picked up, but I think there will be a lot of time for this team to be able to go for that reset, because they have really placed themselves all the way up on the second and top floor. I think there's a lot of question marks for New Era about what it means to really push up there. Will there be a DBS waiting for them on the other end? Will there be a shotgun there somewhere? Or how many players are going to be there in terms of, the crossfires as well? So for them, being able to control this, I would say, the first floor of this compound is good. Because if Claw were to jump down, they can just catch them in the middle of that and just really chunk them down in terms of HP as well. Because the rest of Claw are all still here in the same building. They don't have any other areas held. They don't have crossfires. They don't seem to have a contingency plan on what it means to layer up their defenses and their hold.
Yeah, and what New Era could also do in a different regard is just to really buy as much space as well as time on that bottom floor, like you said, which is going to be crucial to landlock the rest of Claw, who's currently playing on a defensive hole. Awkward position for a couple of all these crate drops into the water, but if they were looking hard enough, there's one that can be offered to the rest of New Era that can amp up their firepower. More and more teams will now have to move either into North or South George. Take that poison right now, where these Saber have already emerged across the container fields. So if they hear all these noise, eventually these Saber might also chime in.
SEMBILAN as well, as I think they're a bit more late to that rotation. And also, I'm looking at the feed right now. Team Secret also finally making it to the end. I think SEM9 and Team Secret could potentially meet later. And the winner of that might just slowly make their way up to the southern side of Jajapal for a fight. But my biggest question right now is I'm quite surprised at the lack of teams actually thinking about holding on to that Gatka Mountain. I think instead they're poised to just really play on positions where I think it's safer. Now, New Era, I think they're just a little bit too impatient. They want to take up space. They slowly did take baby steps up the stairs, but Claw has other things in mind. They just completely smoke it off, which means that New Era, question marks around. Who's going to be waiting for us at the outside of smokes? We have no clue what's going on. All we hear are the sound of footsteps. So that question mark has been keeping New Era at bay, and at the same time, I think it's a good thing because it gives New Era a lot of control of that bottom side of the area as well. And if, say, another team rushes in, they could just leave if they want to. If the blue zone shifts, they can quickly go. They don't have to worry about taking this full committing to this fight to Claw.
Yeah, speaking of which, I do notice from the feed itself, there was a knock from Zuxi as he catches out Wicks. So that is going to be a little bit of reprieve that allows Claw to play slightly more aggressive. Now, Zuxi is going to be pushing downwards instead with a little bit more of that proactive move. Sunshine as well as No Fall holding over on the back end, but I believe the rest of Claw will need to give a little bit more assistance to Zuxi if they want to get anything in return. Quick peeks coming from Sunshine. A brand new addition with ample firepower that we've seen him in action before back in the PMC, being one of the stars of the show. Lapur, however, on the other side, takes down more members of eArena. Joker goes down.
So many things going on right now. With Sakura on the top side there. This could be huge, honestly. We can have NC2 and Tourney K just maybe, you know, go a bit more aggressive, put in some long-range damage. Not happening. RQ, we have Asab. Nothing gets away from his side, actually. Good pick out onto NC2. And eArena stuck in isolated fight. They can just go in for one player, take them out one by one instead of worrying that they're able to just crossfire off each other as well. But I think with RRQ right now, with the amount of compounds here, with the lack of information of how many teams are here, has been leaving them in a more position where they want to hesitate just a little bit. But I think they're going to commit here. It's Pico, going to rush forward. Knows exactly what Tourney K is. NC2 already been reset as well. Could be able to put RQ in a very nasty surprise, and they do just that. Tourney K, you have to say hi or something. You can just jump out and shoot people in the face. He did just that. Gonna go for some free fires abound as well. Finds nothing, but he's not done. Waiting out the initial hit, and that nade nearly takes out the HP of one of the members of RQ here. And finally does. They're not done. They have a lot of utility to work with, and just like that, eArena, they started off on the back foot, but that hesitation from RQ allowed them to really just pull themselves together and completely overwhelmed, but they're not out of the woods quite yet because XPK, excuse me, is here. XSP. Oh my god, I cannot say it.
All good, my friend. Exosphere is another way that we could actually call this team. But that PMNC roster that got newly promoted now fancies that opportunity to cut eArena from the equation. And back to his RQ, did they overheat? Probably so, because you saw how many utils were burned and they don't really have firm vision. And that's the problem when you're fighting in an urban terrain, because fights can go on as long as they want to, just like this fight between New Era and Claw. They finally get the drop. Sunshine now pushing right through, but that is going to be a great S12K shot connecting onto Sunshine. A 1-for-1. Now down to Pepeng. Zuxi needs to recover his health bars. Here comes the nade. Drop right through. And Pepeng soaks it all up.
It's perfect. They were ready for the right possible moment, and Claude this time around completely overwhelmed New Era. What the heck is this team on? Very much ready and playing as a team. They were very, very patient, especially as the game started. Put Claw in such a difficult and I would say dire, desperate situation, which forced themselves to take these fights and resulted in their death. Now XSP this time around thinking about just rushing into that circle. They do just that. Gonna potentially just disregard that one vehicle in the process. But if anything here, they're gonna get chunked down one by Glue, who's been waiting for them to come through.
Yeah, it's such a difficult circle once again. We saw that update, and it is going to be centered around the container. So whoever's up north now will have that bridge pretty much cut off if they were to be late to the scene. This is why you see Roy Esports rush through to meet with their brothers from the Saber. Trades happening back and forth. A couple attacks over onto Juke. Not quite enough to take him down just yet. Nate T in an awkward position away from the rest of the Saber, but the nades will actually hold Hui Kwang back for a little bit more.
Both teams have to waiting for one of the utilities to actually hit someone right now, but Roy walks into a molly, so his HP rendered very low, forced to reset. Both teams just gonna give away that space for the time being. But Glue this time around, you thought that Glue was gonna start off good? No! XSP, they can shoot back! Glue, who thought that they were gonna be the victors here, getting that first pick off onto the members of XSP, not happening. Exosphere, they are a team that will fight back, will shoot back as well. The water has just been so hard for many of these teams to cross, and anyone who is late to cross that will immediately be punished. eArena is that, and the same could be said about just now about the other team that they had completely overwhelmed as well. NC2 in the water, trying to stay alive under there for the time being, but I think as time goes by here, they will eventually fall. Those smokes did buy some time for KNSS. He's in trouble right now. His teammate will be there for the tag team, and they survive for a while longer.
That was such a rare scene to see. Fights erupting on that Georgia Pole River. And looks like Glue Squad, they're only down to 1 after having difficulties cutting across. Sem9, they got themselves firmly planted through the warehouses, playing over on the south side, which seemed to be the most ideal location. And then you have Team Secret. As much as there was the lackluster run from the past 2 games, this is where they get to make a lot of good calls from the southwest eastern quarter of the map. So that being said, FaZe Clan up on top of that Gakka mountain gets a glimpse of those passerbys, but not quite enough to take them down just yet. Now, descending from this hill is going to be problematic for the rest of FaZe Clan.
But they have a lot of space to work with since most of the teams are just really concentrated to the northern side of that circle over on the southern side of Georgia Pole. Everyone is just trying to find their way into one of the compounds. I think New Era as well as EA, VOIN Donkey, and Exosphere are the only few teams still outside of the area right now. And I think they're okay to take their time because there's still a lot of space for that blue zone before it chunks into the area itself. And if anything, there's a lot of fights happening in the middle as well, but not really full commits because if anything, in these CQC situations, it's so hard to really cross the area. You have no clue who's inside of which compound as well, and it's so hard to play with each other here. And Roy, this is perfect for them. Getting 1 member of Exosphere already means it dwindles down the firepower and their numbers, but for some reason, Ka has still managed to stay alive. It's gonna force, actually no, it's Exosphere, excuse me, being able to get a knock onto someone. And I think he's going to try deny that point. Maybe just bleed to death and run away from it. And it forces Ka's hand to go out in the open. He gets it finally. And I think for Roy, they're not done quite yet. Their first elimination already. The momentum definitely there. And the rest of the teams outside of the circle forced to question mark because there's a lot of smokes and protocols set up to just really set this team up for success.
Yeah, teams will really have to run towards Roy's direction so they can just wait it out. Let them battle themselves, and 30K right in the middle open, trying to wiggle his room up against Lobby, and now within grenade range. It's all about cooking it just perfectly, and it does drop over onto 30K, and he's going for the drop shot instead, and that has costed Lobby X everything.
Not done. Still a lot of teams to worry about right now. Have to go through Roy, you have to go through Homeboys, you have to go to Xavier. But because there's so much noise happening, because there's so many fights happening as well, it gives 30K a lot of space to work with to slowly get their way into the circle. But unfortunately for him, that reload sound will be noted, so Mango will immediately mark his situation. I'm gonna try and flush him out with the nade, but I think it's already been noted as well as Roy. They have nice crossfire set up. Ka as well will go forward, and Mango will just try and just risk it for the biscuit for the time being, going to just reload and replenish himself with the box that he dropped.
Yeah, commendable effort coming in from 30K from his difficult push towards Lobby X onto another member, and I guess there's only so much space that he could actually utilize. And that being said, we still have 10 more teams here competing with Shamils getting a magnificent catch onto Ka. I'm not exactly having the full idea of Homeboys being inside of this location already, but that is going to be quickly penalized by the rest of Boom coming in from the back end of the crate.
Circle is going to shift downwards here, and I think it's good, if anything, for FaZe. Since they're already so late into the circle, they have some terrain from the Gakka Mountains to play with as well. So for them, it's technically easy access. If anyone were to come in from Glue or New Era crossing by, they have that high ground advantage to just catch them in the mid of rotation. For me personally, Team Secret would be the real winners here. They haven't moved at all. They're staying fairly quiet.
They definitely have plenty of all those kind of areas to play around that warehouse that's absolutely isolated from the rest of the field, where a majority of them are across those container over onto the north. So making a run outside, especially not having vehicle, will be a death sentence because there's so many of all these other squads who are currently situated inside the circle that has plenty of advantages to take those clear peaks. And for the moment, the rest of VOIN Donkey is going to have some troubles making their way past that shack at the very same time. Perhaps if the timing allows, then there are still some opportunities for the sole member of VOIN Donkey to squeeze right past. Speaking of which, Sunshine now tries to make his way across, gets pretty much absolutely pummeled by all these flurry of bullets coming in from Macaris.
Honestly, FaZe, good call. Right timing. Perfect situation for them as well. It's basically just set them up for success. Now, not only is the southern side completely empty, even the western side as well. And all these teams on the northern side here are forced to take these fights in a situation where if you want to get into the circle, you have to cross the boundaries, the compounds as well, sniff out every single member or even player holding on into the compound, and just fight for your life right now. I think SEMBILAN is a great position. They are the team that's currently in that circle itself. But if they were to get overwhelmed from 2-3 different teams, it could spell trouble. I think the only team that's really interested in them right now is ROY. And the same could be said about Boom Esports here. They're playing all around these corners for the CQC situations around the container area as well. But Xavier also has other protocols in play. They want to be able to just really play catch up. They weren't able to get as many points they wanted on the first erangel of the day here. Nate T, lots of pre-fires around, finds nothing quite yet. They can only just kind of guess where the positions of all the other Boom members are. And that nade sent out by Levi is perfect. Knocked down 2 members, dwindling down the numbers of Boom Esports as well. But these long-range fights coming in from Roy is not making it easy. They've been waiting for this right opportune moment to get aggressive, to be able to steal away kills, and they do just yet. And Octa, through all this commotion, somehow managing to take up space and also catch the players off guard. But because of everything now, they have to worry about another team. It's gonna be Roy coming close, but Boom Esports and Xavier, a 2-for-2, still very much alive. The battle's not done.
Not done just yet. It is an absolute maze by the containers. Poppet needs to recover his health bar before committing. Levox now puts in the pressure so they can do a 2-prong attack. But Lambo, is he going to cut right through Perjin? He's already got 4. And the rest of these members of the Savior, they can slowly whittle them down. They find that opening shot onto Octa and now closes up the fight. The Savior still stands in this skirmish.
That was a perfect pincer coming in from both ends there. It was perfect communications and gameplay as well. Chemistry is strong for Xavier and now for Sem9. We saw just now that Sem9 is completely able to just overcome Roy. Roy was desperate. There was not a lot of space to work with. The blue zone was chunky toward them. And Sem9, they love to take advantage of these situations and they were able to come up on top here. They have vehicles as well. They have a bit of compound to work with. They've been able to replenish themselves from those kills. But now, what are you going to do? You go into the circle out in the open. There's nothing outside here. Then you have Team Secret staring right at you.
Yeah, that is going to be the biggest fish to fry, where they know that the rest of the Saber might have been weakened from that early scuffle that they had up against Boom Esports. So they're having Kenny to lock out that location, but there's a couple of smokes being tossed that kind of blocks his own vision. And look at D-Saber. Those vehicles are out on the blue zone. They don't have access to it, so how are they supposed to make it past across?
It's going to be something that they want to bank on here is for Sem9 to get aggressive, take this fight against Team Secret, and then take advantage of that space made to be able to get those vehicles. But at the same time, I think FaZe Clan also understands this, so they have put their way, I would say their ideas and locations onto another part of the map. Mercari's in trouble so low right now, but you have to give it to TS. Zeros has been holding on for the time being for the other members, for the 2 members of FaZe. But Glue, this is perfect. They have done the perfect opening despite not having a numbers advantage and dwindling down, crippling the members of FaZe Clan. Throw smokes, pre-fires and pressure set in already, and now FaZe Clan, not a lot of space to work with. Smokes all around, yeah, but the smokes are eventually going to dissipate. They have to try and clip the wings and firepower of Team Secret, but again, it's not going to be the easiest. Barely any terrain to work with, only tree line as well, and only a certain amount of smokes to work with. Glue in trouble, tries to shoot and open it up, but for the rest of the team, Sem9, they are technically the holy grace coming in to save FaZe Clan right now, but you know what? Turn their attention to another team. Take them away.
Yeah, it's just battles all across, and that backstab was perfect for them to wither down the rest of Glue Squad, taking them out of the equation. And somehow, Makara stays afloat, still within the rocks that he's been holding on to. Team Secret, they haven't moved a muscle. They are just defending this compound with their very lives. Well, they do understand for the fact that there's not going to be possibilities of other teams pushing towards that location, but now the circle is going to move deeper in the field where the rest of Team Secret will have to move out of the comfort zone. So perhaps FaZe Clan could take this opportunity because they are having some terrains to work with from the high ground.
Xavier's vehicle now already in smithereens, so they don't have access to that. Mobility definitely going to be a problem for them. So they're going to stay put for the time being. They have some time before the blue zone chunks them out. Team Secret here stuck inside of the compound itself. You can hear a lot of pressure coming in from Sem9 toward them. I think, if anything, for Team Secret right now, I think they've been using a lot of throw balls to really flush out the locations of the members of FaZe Clan as well. So I think what they're trying to do is just take this step by step. Step 1, put in the damage into FaZe Clan. They've done quite just that. I think they've already dwindled down the numbers of FaZe Clan, leaving them only one left. And now, because of that, they're able to play through these smokes, rotate over to the tree line, and hide behind those trees. But what they were not banking on is the fact that FaZe Clan have a pizza formation set up for success. Mercurius, I think that this is one of the players that's high impact, bringing a lot of value to the team in terms of, I would say, his experience. And he's been putting in the numbers.
He definitely has been, but now he is left all alone, and he does actually put in more of these numbers alongside with the rest of SEM9 to also tackle out the rest of the Savior. And now back towards Macaris as he holds down the entirety of the Malaysian squad, depletes them. Now it's 1 up against 3 members of Team Secret. Macaris, he's just gonna say goodbye as he knows that's not gonna quite cut it if you were to move out in the open. And now it's gonna be a win for Vietnam.
Winner, winner, chicken dinner coming in from Team Secret. I have to say, today's theme has been very, very glaring that this team to be able to find the most perfect position early and be able to hold on to the area will be the one to win these chicken dinners. We've seen situations where we have teams that completely obliterate, I would say overcome teams that have chicken dinners with the amount of eliminations they had. But at the same time, you know, for Team Secret, there are a lot more teams that like to play a little bit more passive for the end. It's definitely Team Secret. They are a team that stays very quiet till the end, wait for other teams to fight, and then only at the last possible moment go for those final few eliminations. For me, I think this might be, while it is a good strat, it gives you that chicken dinner, but for me, it doesn't give you that edge. It doesn't give you that situation where, you know, when push comes to shove, when you don't have positioning, do you have a secondary, I think, page in your hand when it comes to display? But for now, this particular map, it looks good for them. They were a team that is, I would say, very aware on what exactly, their position means. Like players like teams like, FaZe Clan, who are trying to just slowly make their way to the compound. Players like Zeros has given so much problem to FaZe just now to even rotate into the circle out there in the open. And their position, because it's so masked, as much as FaZe tries to throw in their utilities, they won't move.
Yeah, they don't even budge at all. And overall, I do think that it was smart plays after all for the rest of Team Secret, where they weren't the flashiest of teams that were part of all the massive fights around the container areas. But they definitely do have positional advantage, and they identified what was the biggest trend. It was FaZe Clan all along. You mentioned about that pizza formation that was so difficult for the rest of these squads to actually pick on. The moment that Team Secret steps away from that compound, a lot more angles were opened up for them to slowly pick them all apart. And Macaris on that last stand, he got that perfect vision upon teams, the rest of SEM9 exiting, and that's kind of how the cookie crumbles. Let's take a look at the highlights, and we will be ready for the next match.
Great ending just now for Team Secret, and also Macari is giving a round of applause to the team, not knowing that the jig is up. Now, talking about the jig, being the jig is up or not, for top 4 is FaZe, Team Secret, DX, and Sem9. Sem9 looking good right now, already 2 times already on the top 4 situation. I think it's great that this team is starting off strong. Now, for FaZe, this is also an incredible start for them. I think last season they were struggling. You could really tell they were struggling. They couldn't seem to find an answer in how they're playing, what they were doing wrong. But this time around, positioning is key, and I think they've really found the secret sauce to their success. Is looking good. Team Secret, more quiet approach to an ending, but I have to say, whatever playbook you have, it gives you the chicken dinner, and what your objective is checked out, and they've done their job.
Yeah, overall, it definitely was a big recovery round for both FaZe Clan as well as Team Secret, because the last 2 games that they played out, things didn't quite work too much to their favor, but Frankie so far have definitely taken a lot of all these leads, especially towards that late game where all these other teams were having their scramble moving into the zone, and he definitely sees all these opportunities, especially up against FaZe Clan that was pit against all the other squads, such as Glue, that was pretty much nailing them from the back. So we're coming from Team Secret. They definitely have ensured themselves a safe way to secure themselves the chicken dinner, despite, you know, it wasn't the biggest numbers out on the block, but at the very least, Frankie so far has been looking rather sharp.
Looking right now at the rankings as well, with FaZe taking that lead here with only 6 rank points and eliminations giving them 9. I have to say, that call to play in Gatka, near Gatka Mountain, was the best. It's the later rotation, which means that everyone had crossed through already, is number 1. And number 2, because of the terrain they had, a lot of teams were more focused toward the northern side and the western side for fights. All they have to do is just put in those pressure, steal away those kills, didn't really have to fully commit to these fights as well, which netted them 9 eliminations in total. Now, I think for the rest of the pack, right, these Xavier also coming in close with 13, Sem9 as well with 12. These are all just really efforts from being able to run away with eliminations as well. Both of these teams were also teams that I would say were aggressive when they needed to be aggressive. Their timing has to be perfect for these aggressions, and I'm starting to see these 2 teams really sync up in terms of what their goals are for every single map.
Yeah, definitely we see a whole lot of all these pretty synced formations, as well as how they've been able to execute their plans. And wow, we take a look at that. Sem9, because of their consistent effort, they are now tied in with Glue Squad with 31 points each. The only thing that is the difference maker here is the ranking points that does set Sem9 apart from Glue. Meanwhile, Roy Esports did manage to have a couple of all these placements as well as elimination points in that last game in order to make up for some of all these runs. While we're looking at a 3-way tie for 4th place between Team Secret, FaZe Clan, and another squad as well.
I'm surprised at Claw, honestly. They haven't had the best of days. They've been struggling, honestly. I honestly thought, you know, that particular last map would be the map that can survive at least toward the mid side of the ladder. They weren't able to do so. They were met with New Era and weren't able to come up on top in that fight as well. I think if anything for them, we have like a little bit of a break after this. They can go back to the drawing board, really figure out what exactly has been their problem when it comes to these rotations, really re-evaluate their timing when it comes to rotations as well. They were a little bit faster this map compared to the first 2. Yeah, but I feel like it's still a bit too late. And in these little late rotations, you're forced to do this very desperate style plays when you're forced to fight. And I feel like, you know, minimizing these situations where you're forced into desperate situations might help the team. And the same could be said about New Era, honestly.
Yeah, and look at all these PMMC teams, right? Like, I think like the biggest difference between them as well as some of all the veterans of PMSL is that they're very eager to take those early fights, which is a high risk, high reward kind of situation, right? And I guess thankfully for the rest of New Era, they came up on top where they really boxed in all the other members coming from Claw Slayers, which, you know, we're expecting pretty much a toe-to-toe kind of fight, but eventually it's just a tough run out of space for the rest of Claw because the zone was also approaching at the same time. So I think that out of all these conversations about PMMC teams, Roy once again impressing us because they went in early rotation, moved into the containers. They had massive battles and still scored plenty of points to really upkeep themselves. So far, they're looking like the best PMNC team possible.
Regardless, I think that will be the end of the first half of the day. We're going to be going to the second half after this, so do not go anywhere. PMSL SEA Summer 2025. We'll be right back.
That shall be as a long companion. It will never betray, never turn back. It is unlike anything else in this world. Some people rely on their brothers, some rely on their luck. But relentless few only believe in the steel beast. One day, the fuel tank might run empty. The flame would go out. But there are some ties that even time cannot erase. assault begin. You did great. There shall be as a long companion. It will never betray, never turn back. It is unlike anything else in this world. Some people rely on their brothers, some rely on their luck. But relentless few only believe in the steel beast. One day, the fuel tank might run empty. The flame would go out. But there were some ties that even time cannot erase.
back again with me, Windy, after a short break. And it's time for our very first interview of this season. And standing beside me now is one of our surprising newcomer. Please welcome Noel from Blue Book. Hi, Noel.
Hello.
Hello, can you say hi to the camera?
Hello.
Okay, as a new team, Noel, your team secured a winner chicken dinner on game 3 with an astonishing 13 eliminations. What do you think is the biggest difference between playing in PMSL compared to PMNC Indonesia?
Oke, pasukan Glue berhasil mendapatkan WBCD di match 2 dengan 13 elims. Menurut kamu sendirilah, apa perbedaannya bermain di PMSL sama PMNC Indonesia?
Ya mungkin kalau dari gameplay atau apa nggak ada perbedaan sih. Kita ngerasa biasa-biasa aja. Cuman kalau mungkin bedanya dari PMNC itu online, kalau PMSL itu offline.
Yeah, I don't think there is much different compared PMSL compared to PMNC Indonesia. I think the only differences is basically PMSL we playing offline and then PMNC Indonesia we just playing online.
Oh, all right. And you know, I'm really happy that you finally made it here after trying so many times from Blue Book. And next, your team jersey has attracted a lot of attention from fans and players. Can you tell us the story behind it and who came up with the idea?
Oke, jadi kita bisa lihat lah jersey kamu itu menarik perhatian ramai orang, Mbak, dari player, dari fans juga. Bisa ceritain nggak dari ide siapa dan apa cerita kenapa tiba-tiba bisa bikin jersey seperti ini?
Kalau buat ide itu udah pasti jelas ya, Ayah Fatiba ya. Itu CEO owner kami, coach kami semuanya itu dari Fatiba. Emang konsep kita tuh selalu dibuat untuk entertainnya tuh menyeleneh lah, berbeda dari yang lain. Kita nggak mau sama yang kayak yang lain lah kalau buat.
Okay, so basically the idea came from our dad, our coach, our CEO, our owner of the team. Obviously, I mean like how the idea was came up. Basically, he's the type of person that he just want to be different compared to other teams. We just wanna look like entertain, and then at the same time we just gonna compete. So yeah, that's where the idea come from.
I knew it. Fatih is such a really creative person. And now, Noel, can you show off the cape for us? Let's go. With some pose. Oh, there you have it. Thank you, Noel. And next, you are wearing the red suit right now. Coincidentally, the color of that worn by a main character in action movie. Do you consider yourself the star player of your team, especially after being crowned the game 2 MVP with 7 elimination? How do you feel, Noel?
Oke, rata-rata kalau dalam movie atau dalam ya cerita pun warna merah itu bisa dilihat sebagai main karakternya. Dan apakah kamu ngerasa kamu ini adalah star daripada pasukan Blue ataupun karena kamu juga mendapatkan MVP di match kedua tadi? Menurut kamu tanggapannya apa?
Nggak ada sih, nggak ngerasa sebagai star. Soalnya kita di Glue semua sama rata, semua player sama, nggak ada yang berbeda-berbeda gitu.
I mean, I don't think that I'm the star player. I don't think that I'm the main character in this team because for me and my team, we just are equal and we just believe with each other.
But I do think you can be a hero for your team and your country, Indonesia. But seriously, Noel, you are wearing red suit is not because you are an ex from BTR?
Ya, apakah karena apa karena jangan-jangan kamu pakai jersey merah itu karena kamu dari ex BTR? Ada nggak yang mau disampaikan ke BTR?
Ya itu salah satu alasannya sebenarnya. Kita berbeda-beda warna. Kalau untuk BTR ya hati-hati aja lah kalau ketemu. Kayak tadi nanti rata.
Okay, yeah, I mean that's one of the reason I'm wearing red, obviously because I'm an ex-BTR. So things that I want to say to BTR, maybe just be careful lah, because if not, you're just gonna be like a previous match. That's all.
Alright, can't wait to see more action from Blue Book and a BTR. So thank you so much, Noel, for this amazing interview, and thank you so much, Youngs, for the translation. And now it's time to take it over to our casters. So casters, on to you. Bye.
Wow, that jersey even came with the cape, and honestly, I'm not surprised.
And
Glue was
entertaining
phenomenal.
they are. Glue Squad are currently sitting at the top, and that was a lovely interview. And that being said, he definitely looks like the hero of the entirety of the run for the past 3 games because he's been putting a lot of all these other players to sleep.
Honestly, yeah. I mean, in this situation as well, I think for Glue, one thing is really exciting for them is the fact that in terms of how they play, it's all been about positioning. But the same can be said about other teams as well. Now, we've seen a lot of emotions run high, and this is just day number one. We saw a lot of aggression, a lot of people just getting really upset at this situations where they just really cannot control here. I'm not surprised, because today's circles have been very, very hard to deal with. The side of a terrain, perhaps a circle that's just been opposites the whole time as well. I think for a lot of teams, I think this readaptation and try to figure out how to play off each other, especially in the first day of the league, is going to be the hardest. And I think that's why where emotions are running high. I think we had a brief conversation about what to expect on game number 3. Game 1 is all about that, just trying to get a feel of each other. Game number 2 is all about just trying to figure out how exactly each other play on erangel. And then number 3 was all about that readjustment. Last chance for them to be showing what they've got here on erangel. The top 10 slingers right now on this particular day has been Xavier, Roy, Sem9, and Glue. Now, coming into all of these teams, Xavier has been surprising us all. They haven't really been the team to really surprise us with those chicken dinners, but quietly, silently, they've been collecting up so many eliminations, so many damage points as well in the rest of today as well, which is honestly making me super excited to see what exactly is going to be happening once this team has really fallen into the groove of things.
Likewise, when we take a look at the teams hailing from Vietnam, they are definitely in to put themselves in the position where they can actually farm some of all these elimination points. And Sem9, out of the many Malaysian teams, have been able to find great rhythm throughout all 3 runs to be super consistent. Glue has been seeing massive successes as they are currently the ones leading the home ground party in Indonesia right at this moment through the chart. So in match 4, we're probably going to be seeing maybe a couple of substitutions to come into effect just to prepare for the Miramar run later on, or we'll probably even have certain teams that might actually stick to the same 4 players throughout the entire circuit of A versus C. So definitely very interesting on what this final map of erangel can bring to the table.
Now, I think I think it's really hard to really pinpoint the team that's been really consistent today, because I think, a lot of teams are starting to make it a top. We haven't been consistently seeing one team really just dominate. I think the 2 teams that really just crossed my minds when it comes to consistency today has been Roy and Sem9. If you ask me, both these teams have already managed to make it all the way up to at least top 4, top 5 even. They're doing quite well in terms of eliminations and survivability, but at the same time, you can't really disregard teams like Xavier as well, because in terms for how they play, they've just been quietly putting in the numbers, quietly been able to get these eliminations, quietly been able to put in that amount of damage, which is honestly really scary when you think about it, because there is that idea that if you are in the top 4 charts, we look at the charts, the numbers, the points, the scores, it's hard. You'll say, okay, it's one team, but when it's a silent type of team that doesn't really make it to top 4 but is still quietly collecting points, that's where danger comes abound. But before we talk more about that, let's talk a little bit more about another thing that's happening, which is going to be EWC. Now, this is a tournament that's going to be happening for PUBG Mobile as well, alongside the PMWC. 3 tickets to be going there over in Riyadh. A lot of money on the line, and one of the most prestigious tournaments to grace PUBG Mobile these last 2 years.
That's right. And of course, this is going to be very pivotal for these teams to land that golden ticket to head to Riyadh. That will be happening in a month or even slightly longer than that. So, of course, we'll still see who will be our C representatives. And of course, for those that have been with us all throughout the entire ride, Techno is our proud sponsor, as they've been supporting all these players that's currently competing in the PMSL. So, of course, when the going gets tough, you guys definitely want a super durable phone and one that packs a punch. And guess what? This intense battle is powered by the Techno POVA 7 series. With its innovative design and ultimate performance, the POVA 7 Ultra 5G can empower you to win the battle with ease.
Really, I think, to be able to, to know whether or not a phone is doing well is definitely a phone that is supporting, or it's rather sponsoring this tournament itself. All the players are actually currently running this phone during PMSL SEA, so do check it out for yourself if this is something that you want to enhance your PUBG Mobile gameplay. Now, coming into the rest of the day, we still have one more erangel to go for, and I think for a lot of teams, this is the map that you really want to show your prowess. I think on day number 1, I mean, we've seen situations, right, in the last few years, Contra, where some teams say we don't really want to go all out on day number one. We want to try and get a feel of things first, and then finally pull out all of the stops in the last few days, or rather on the super weekend itself. But now, as the format has changed, do you think this, I would say, statement is still something that's viable for most of these teams?
I feel like they will actually risk their chances of the super weekend if they don't put enough of that effort. Sure, you want to actually keep a couple of tricks behind your sleeve for the super weekend, but you gotta at least work at a 80 to 90% work rate in order for you to still qualify. So it is definitely going to be a little bit tough on, you know, how do they actually manage their output. And speaking of output, well, I don't really think that my predictions have been running accurately all too much, but judging from the fact that Team Secret has finally found a certain form of rhythm, perhaps this time they could be able to once again have a deeper run alongside with eArena as well as Claw. If they can fix some of these early shenanigans, then perhaps they'll be able to find some successes.
Honestly, I think Claw might be a team that needs a few days to really figure things out. I mean, again, they just came out from qualifiers coming into the big stage. I think it's going to
at least you're not really losing too much off. It's really to find what actually causes less bleeding. So I think, like, all in all, despite BTR not really being in their not in shining armor form, I think that they're doing just about enough to stay afloat. So maybe, like you said, after all, like, perhaps they're just holding some punches back.
Perhaps. I think at the same time, you have to remember the top 16 spot is on the line. I think there is, something exciting to think about it. I mean, if you are in the middle of the brackets, if you are currently maybe at the very, very, not the very bottom, but close to the bottom itself, it's enough to just really, secure your spot into that top 16. I think a lot of teams are going to be less worried about you, a lot more less vigilant, I would say. I think this could become something that can really catch people off guard. I think we've seen in the last few years as well, some teams that, we don't really talk about, especially in the post-stats, just completely coming out of nowhere, just pulling punches. I think, was it BTR or Boom Esports that was known as Raja Ngeprank at one point from Indonesia as well, just really bringing in these insane comebacks that just really wowed the crowd. And, I think that's why a lot of people aren't too worried when it comes to these teams not being able to do well on day number one. But at the same time, there is also that frustration, right? I think to be able to pull this off means that you're going to have insanely good mental to be able to have that go next attitude, because when you have suffered a lot of losses in a row, it can really kind of like shake you as well in terms of what it is or what it means to play as a team. So it's a 50-50. It's a situation where you can either manage it or you don't, but some of these teams do thrive on that, and that's why it's making me super excited for the next 2 days, if you think about it, because after this it's going to be that super weekend. We don't know who is going to be making it to that top 16.
Yeah, and on top of that, we have not seen how Group B will perform. They will be stepping in for tomorrow, I do believe. So it definitely will be interesting to see how well will they actually fare against either Group A or even C in particular. So it's still a lot of work, especially towards the backend staff who's currently working for all these respective teams. It's like, okay, now you got to re-strategize, you got to make certain adjustments. And would you actually say that after Group B having a day's break, taking a look at what A and C has to offer, do you think that they could potentially have even better plans on how they could actually play that game for tomorrow?
Hard to say. It's really hard to say. The only thing they can work with right now is last season's VOD. But Group B, I would say, is really going to be hitting the gold mine. For me personally, in terms of knowledge, at least, or strats, because you get to see A and C play very early. You know their checkpoints, their rotations, their idea and styles of play. But the downside is you don't have that day one momentum. Everyone's warmed up, everyone's into the groove of things, everyone's understanding how to play this game, and you're playing on day number one. So, whether or not that's a good or bad thing is very team dependent as well. So again, that's why hard to answer your question until we've seen them play, at least this week. Then only I might have an answer for you.
Yeah, that's fair enough. I mean, I was just thinking maybe a wider perspective on how this could actually affect players, right? Like, sure, you get the labor that if they do happen to qualify to the Super Weekend, it's back-to-back days of action, which, can be very strenuous on, their stamina, which they have the entirety of the offseason to prepare. But, you know, for teams hailing from the PNMC, they probably have never experienced Smash rules altogether. So that's a brand new ball game that they need to get themselves adjusted to. So it definitely is a very scary train of thought for some of the teams that have not been able to experience that. But of course, definitely exciting, especially for those guys like Glue Squad, where they're working so well together as a team from getting those successes from PNMC, and now leading in the PMSL is something that nobody have actually expected, because we have the usual suspects like D Savior or BTR, but hey, it seems like we might even see ourselves a new king by the end of the weekend.
Could be. I think, you know, especially since Roy has been coming back, starting off really, really strong. You know, it comes back to my point, right? How good are you on week one doesn't really necessarily reflect how you're going to be for the rest of the weeks as well. We've had situations where on, you know, day one, we have like a whole underdog team just completely blow us away. And you're just like, okay, is this team finally doing better? Is this team finally rising up to the top? And then suddenly the next few days, you just completely go under. This is a trend that I've been seeing for the many, many years we've both been here on the stage as well. So you just, you know, at this point, you just really have to say like, okay, on day number one, you want to point out that this particular X team is doing very well. That trend might not be carrying into week number 2 or even the next following days as well. But as we are still here on day number 1, you know, I think for a lot of teams that are, I would say, you know, day 1 heroes, right? This is the time for you guys to really, really farm, put yourself a little bit ahead of the pack, and just really allow yourself that margin for error to make these mistakes. I think Boom Esports is just one of those teams as well who are very known to make that big lead compared to the rest, allowing themselves 1 to 2 games, you know, error or mistakes to be made, but still making up to the top. But we've seen it happen before, so I wouldn't be surprised if that is something that, you know, Boom Esports can do. But at the same time, for these teams that are new, this could be something or a model that they can kind of play off or just kind of try to emulate.
True enough, and we did talk about late bloomers. Like, you know, back then the Savior is infamous for making those last 10 or somewhere between the mid-season shift high tempo plays towards the tail end of it. So we might even see some of all these surges coming in from teams that may not actually see successes from the past 3 matches. So that being said, though, I mean, it's been some flying action all across for use a little bit more amp moving to the match.
Just have a look just now. I think some of these teams, you know, like Team Secret, Sem9, more toward getting that placements, more getting positions and getting that chicken dinner. Definitely a very, very viable option. But I have to say, teams that are going for eliminations have been surprising me the most today. D Xavier, VOIN Donkey. These are teams that purposely go out of their way to play high-risk plays. Yeah, they go out a little bit early in terms of placements, but go down with like 8-9 points in the bag alongside whatever placement points they get, just really boosting themselves either in first place, even second place, or even third, putting the margins of points so close to teams that are able to survive till the end. So, you know, because of the shift in point system and style of play has really made the teams play a little bit more aggressive. And I have to say, when you're able to find that sweet spot of survivability and aggression, you get something that's that you can emulate from what we saw from, like, say, VOIN Donkey or D Xavier as well. And in a way, this could benefit them long term, because if you have so many points, the only thing you have to worry about in terms of, I would say, tiebreakers is the amount of chicken dinners you have. But if you have so many points compared to the rest in terms of eliminations, you don't have to worry about tiebreakers.
Yeah, true enough. Speaking of tiebreakers, I mean, the last we checked over onto the standings, Sem9, Blue, they're currently tied at number 1, and then somewhere in the mid-pack, we have 3 teams who are sitting at 22 points. So I guess it's not too much of a cause of concern. They just have to really worry about themselves, because I want to project how much points is going to be needed in order to move forward. Of course, you got to consider that there is going to be their battles with Group B. So I'm projecting the safe margin will be above 65 points. So right at this moment, I guess they can still slowly climb towards that kind of target if they really want to maintain a certain rhythm to safely get themselves into the weekend. And when you mentioned about, you know, all these control aggression, as well as teams who are willing to put themselves at a certain position to get those high elimination points, FaZe Clan kind of showed us a great example of that on that past round. It was a little bit risky to be on those open end of that Mount Gatka where anybody could actually shoot you down. Even when they descended, you saw Macarius wasn't in between those rocks and somehow still clawed that way to a top 2 finish with great margins of eliminations. And that is how they've been able to recover, while we got good vibes all around from the players who's currently in Jakarta for the PMSL.
I think it's definitely a different vibe, right? Playing in Jakarta. I think most of these tournaments have been taking place in either Thailand, Jakarta, Malaysia as well. And you know, for a lot of these teams, being able to raise the cup in your home soil is what they want to go for as well. I think today has been a great start for Malaysians, Vietnamese, Indonesia as well in terms of their starts. Let's see if Thailand can make a comeback here on the 3rd erangel of the day.
It's going to be the final dive into erangel for tonight as we are approaching match 4 here in the first day of PMSL SEA Summer. This time, a little bit more neutral, so there's plenty of opportunities for all these teams to be safely landing onto their hometown in particular. We have not really seen much of a hot drop for any specific location other than, teams needing to shift because of having to fall back into their secondary location. And right at this moment, I think that it's going to be a very still start to begin with, and then the action will definitely start forward from stage 3 onwards, just like how it did for the past 2 matches.
Interesting enough, as this flight path is toward the middle side area, I think everyone should be able to go where they want to. Claw still, I have a suspicion it's still gonna be Novorep Noye where they want to go. 7-9 over onto Ferry Pier, I think. So I think you already heard the sound of gunfire, huh?
Oh, it might just actually be the case, but where exactly is that going to be from? Because looking at the current situation, perhaps it's somewhere around the north, but well, that is where the circle does actually start things off with. So are we going to get pretty much a reminiscent run of what we had in the first match of erangel? That could probably be the case as well.
You can see how quickly some teams are already making a beeline. Get your vehicles, quickly just rotate northwards. And I'm starting to see a shift, right, for most of the teams who had dropped down already, quickly driving up north side. Team Secret doing what they did best as well. They were one of the first to get onto the northern side of the area. And I wouldn't be surprised if they were the first to hit that shooting range area as well. Roy as well coming online close by. It really does feel like deja vu, like what you said earlier. Everyone just doing the same thing again. It's just a matter of how exactly people, since it is a circle that has been played, and there is that VOD review they had in the break as well. Perhaps a lot of changes, or rather these, I think, micro changes might be happening in terms of how they play and how exactly they're approaching these fights. And you can see how fast Boom Esports has just made a high tail straight towards Severny, and they dropped to nearby school area.
Yeah, usually they start off in Rozak, and with you being the closest into the center, you have to really make that first call to just relocate, move into Severny, and just loot up a whole lot more. So you get that double stock, which is absolutely great for Boom Esports. So we'll just have to see towards the late game, what do they make good use of all these utilities now. Looking into the side of New Era instead, last we saw out of these gentlemen was a fight in the corners of Jericho. This time it's going to be a little bit different, as they're going to have just about enough space then to really get themselves locked around the corner of Sanovska. So steady start, but look at the south side of the map. Claw, the only team that journeyed into the island. Even Team Secret decides, you know what, let's not go there because we got a win inside of Jericho. We drop inside of Jericho instead, and they just got themselves so much closer than to worry too much about rotations.
Curious to see whether or not VOIN Donkey is going to be doing that same strat earlier, that late rotation, playing at the sides of the circle, because this time around BTR is over at the side of near school area, and with so many teams already making their way toward the northern side of the map, my question is whether or not, the way they're playing aggressively could work out in their favor. Because remember, the circle could potentially just still pull up toward northern side. And if you are still on the southern side, talking about school, Rozok area, even hospital, if the circle shifts away, that body of water is going to be a pain in the butt to cross, especially if there's some teams really parking themselves over, like what New Era did earlier, and just fish people in the midst of this rotation or crossing or swimming through that river.
Yeah, speaking of which, it's going to be TODAK's chance to just cut across before more of these teams set up some blockades right across those bridges. So great call coming in from the Malaysian squad, as so far we've seen them really having a chunk of those points to be gained coming in from their run inside sanhok. But seeing the circumstances to be rather tough for the past two games, so they definitely want to steer clear away from danger, but they're making a quick pit stop just by the edge of ruins for the moment before they journey deeper into the zone, but should be pretty much a smooth sailing ride for the rest of TODAK, and as you would say, pretty much the same for SEM9 as well.
Okay, in terms of rotations as well. Okay, I mean, granted, I have to say, TODAK just now, we did see them briefly on the screen. They had a long rotation coming in from southern side, and they just straight up made their way into the circle. They didn't stop anywhere. They didn't stop to loot anywhere else as either. They just passed by teams. They didn't really answer back the gunfire. So I think that for a lot of these teams, the same mindset we'll be seeing here today is that positioning. BTR is doing the same, crossing the river already. And Team Secret. So now for the rest of the teams that are late here, SEM9, the NWE, VOIN Donkey, RQ, HOMEBOIS, FaZe, Claw. We talked a lot about the late rotations. I think FaZe is also one of those teams that come in a little bit late. But for them, being late doesn't necessarily mean the worst thing in the world. It's about taking advantage of that space for being left behind by other people, which means that you cannot be super late to the circle. You have to be right there on time. So their timing has been pretty good. But Claw, I feel, and New Era, these two teams, they've been meeting each other a lot. They've been meeting in the blue zones as well in those late rotations. And it's been costing them a lot as well in terms of these games. Losing players very early, not being able to properly sustain themselves in these fights either.
Yeah, that definitely is something that they really have to fix moving into the upcoming days in that sense. As for both Claw as well as New Era, the good news is that these two will not collide based on their position of their starts, since they're pretty much on the opposite ends at the very least. But look at the rest of VOIN Donkey. This is one team that I have always held in high regards as one of the best teams to understand where exactly to go at the right time. So as much as we see them going late, they always...
BTR has just really costed RQ their ambush, and it's more of like, I'm stuck here with you. No, it's the other way around. You're stuck here with me type moment. So BTR being able to get into the circle, get a point onto that, and also cripple down the numbers of RQ just a little bit is definitely something to celebrate, because RQ is still one of the teams that are looking very strong on day number 1.
Yeah, and there's still a whole lot more work to be done by BTR Vitality if we take a look at the amount of points acquired throughout 3 games. Usually on the average, if things go well for the side of BTR, you could see a high ratio of 6 points and above. But I would say that they have been able to at least make it into the mid-pack for the moment. So now that they are pretty much planted in a firm location, they definitely could look out for plenty more of all these great openings, just like how they did earlier, catching out that RQ player. Whereas, take a look at the teams that are highlighted in the blue glow. It's just going to be such a long rotation, including for the likes of FaZe Clan as well. So these two teams might actually lock horns by those bridges. And speaking of which, Claw now closing in towards the side of VOIN Donkey. Is it a trap being set by VOIN Donkey? Doesn't seem likely because they're on wheels as well.
Amount of teams coming in from the eastern side of the map is honestly concerning, but it's good for New Era if you ask me. They're coming in a little bit late from the southern side, going through Georgia Paul here, and this circle is not the easiest if you ask me, because this is a circle that has 50% water. There's not a lot of space for most of these teams to rotate into, and on top of that as well, throughout the entirety of these rotations, only one player has gotten knocked down. Every single team is still very much alive here. as teams are just forced to take these fights very, very early. And eArena, they had set the perfect trap for these teams in the midst of the rotation. 1 knock already, 1 point in the bag, they're not done. And the rest of the teams that are crossing them, they're not looking to fight. They're just looking to go as northern side as possible and play under the terrains. But eArena here, for any team that's trying to cross their compound, even come close to them, immediately punished, and that is BTR.
Yeah, and the early birds definitely got a whole lot of worms right now. eArena absolutely demolishing everything throughout the passage, and Federal is already being knocked down. There's not much that VTR could actually get out of these circumstances, as they were pretty much out there on wheels, and just like that, got caught out with only 1 point so early on.
eArena is doing well with kind of like putting themselves in very separate situations and locations as well to be able to play tag team with each other. They have players inside the compound, one player outside hanging around behind the tree line, another player just playing around the terrain as well. Now, as they finished one fight, Roy tried to join in, and they had protocols. They were very much ready and waiting for the members of Roy to come through. 2 members of Roy knocked down already. The last 2 here stuck on the outer side. Only terrains can hide them for the time being. The smokes will buy them at least a bit of time. They managed to get a bit of a refill there from the bodies of their teammates. But for now, there's a lot of question marks. You can't see anything because the terrain is obstructing your vision. You can only hear the sounds of the noises around. And you have no clue if there's another team up here with you, since this is such a highly contested spot.
Yeah, because this is dead center of the map because of that 50% of water that you've mentioned earlier on. And I think Roy definitely wants to call for a truce, because right behind them is going to be Boom Esports. So if they're going to overheat, it's going to cost them the game, because they've already lost 2 members so early. And now RQ in danger. A couple of threats coming in from behind, as we see Potato getting taken off the wheel, with VOIN Donkey being closed in with that late rotation coming in from Clawslayer. So Vexy, he gets some elevation, but it doesn't seem like he's got those angles right in order to cover even more grounds, because right at this moment, Zeta's got to do it all alone.
Look at how aggressive Claw is right now, just taking out space, just running over vehicles, getting rid of so many, I would say, advantages that VOIN Donkey had. A lot of firepower threw in, but the thing is, you can get the knock, but you cannot get the kill. And that's the problem right now for VOIN Donkey. They're just running out of players. And Claw, this time around, their first fight today that they've been able to overcome. And the thing is, they got 1 kill, but the rest of VOIN Donkey is still alive. TODAK is also hanging around here. They're out there in the open. The only cover they have right now is that hover. So it's at the hovercraft. So they're not out of the woods quite yet. And VOIN Donkey, understanding the predicament they're in terms of the less than firepower and bodies they have, means that they have to leave the area, play with other terrains and compounds that they can play with. But for Zoxy, excuse me, he's not letting them get away scot-free. He's going to put in a bit more for damage onto them. But lucky for VOIN Donkey, they get away, they get a bit of cover. And for Claw, they're forced to just concede, because right now you can see TODAK close by, FaZe as well. They don't want to be out there in a position where they can be sandwiched.
Yeah, very risky maneuver, despite, having a couple of players being tagged up, because they're not exactly out of the crosshairs of the members of Claw to begin with. But whatever cover that was necessary, they definitely do have to reposition, because there were plenty more teams that were circulating around that area. So smart maneuvers, after all, for VOIN Donkey to keep themselves still afloat for the moment, while Exosphere having Chacho putting the pressure upon the members of RQ, as RQ, which we saw initially, having Asa trying to wiggle for that room, as the rest of RQ, they want that control up on the spot of the hill, because this is where they would be able to at least look very far ahead to plot the next maneuver. And the rest of New Era on the opposite west end, there's a lot more space as compared to the rest of the squad, but there is going to be gatekeepers in the form of Glue that's going to be lying in wait, but just by the edge of Zarky. So this is not going to be the easiest execution for New Era if they're going to go directly into that area.
No, they're just going to disregard Glue. You know what? Sayonara. We don't want to take this fight. We just go a little bit not more southern side, go into the circle. They pass by Sem9. You can tell that this team is putting a lot of pressure onto New Era in the midst of rotations. So New Era, understanding their predicament, their vehicles, I think, is smoking already. They're gonna try and go out in the open and take this fight. Fear in there nearly gets clipped. That was a very dangerous game that he was playing because he was so far away from his teammates, forced to move back, decides to reposition. New Era, if anything, I think that they have a bit more of an advantage. They have a mushroom house that they're holding on to. They have smokes that they've set up for success. And Sem9 realizing this, they go for a reposition. They have a terrain to work with. They have one of their members on the southern side, the lower side of the terrain as well, to provide a bit more layers in terms of how they're playing. But if anything, both teams now safe for the time being inside of that circle. The circle is going to pull away as FaZe Clan, they're going to go head to head with Exosphere.
Yeah, and looks like it's going to be a ping-ponging circle moving back into the shooting range, so whoever that held their ground over on to certain sections, especially for VOIN Donkey, they're going to be rewarded with that claw on that late rotation. Now they will be able to secure the entire south to their own, while the rest of FaZe Clan getting bombarded just by the edge of the bunker, while Exosphere pretty much got themselves locked in right underneath. So how exactly did they make their way out? Because this is a tunnel with only one entry and one exit, and that's the same passage. So Lobby's going to be stuck here for a long time. But the good news is the zone will still be covering him for at least another minute or two.
I think Glue also understanding their predicament just now. I think there was just too much noise as well. So they're forced to move into the circle, and they do so very early. But with Lamborghini already having one of the best positions inside of the circle means that if you come in a bit more late, there are other teams that have been marking your position for quite some time. Parajin is one of those players that I would say just thrives at mid to long range fights. If he sees someone in the mid of rotations, it's almost always going to be an explosion of your vehicle as well. So you're going to get clipped quite early. So right now, because of that, New Era forced to move back outside the circle into the open, and they're going to meet one more time with Sem9. And hell, even eArena is deciding to move downwards and join this three-way fight.
Yeah, this is going to be a tough stance. I mean, they can still turtle in if New Era wants to decide to do so. While eArena, will they bite onto a little bit of a scatter for the moment, while the rest of HOMEBOIS are still trying to reposition, going further away from the zone because of the pressure mounting from the side of RRQ. HOMEBOIS now trying to pin down the rest of the members, swarming right in. Boom Esports, they full send towards the direction, and they're getting rewards for it.
Oh, felt like the members of HOMEBOIS just really tunnel vision that they were so greedy for that kill. Did not realize they were out there in the open, no crossfires, no protocols, no teammates to cover them as well. So one of them, so they all managed to get knocked down one by one like bowling pins, leaving only one player left alive. FaZe Clan here, they're going to be holding on the bunker, not allowing the last member to come out. And now Boom Esports wants a piece of this pie, rushing up forward, taking up this space here. But Chopper, he has things in mind. He was holding on this corner to perfection, so he gets one knock already. Yummy coming in from one end, he wants to equalize. Gewi falls, and Chopper as well. Boy Donkey somewhere just managed to steal away that kill. FaZe Clan cannot hold as Boom Esports looks to pincer from both areas of that angle, but Podbit will hit a whole need to his name, leaving Macari's alone. Podbit and Octa need to be picked up. Yummy gonna try and make the impossible happen as Lobby slowly makes his way to the entrance side of this bunker. Could be the game changer. He does just that. Ooh. Eliminated already as well, Boom Esports. And the same could be said about FaZe Clan, and Lobby will be the one laughing till the end.
I was just about to mention Lobby. He's waited patiently for this moment to happen, and the rest of FaZe Clan, they were literally tunnel visioned onto that tunnel itself for the longest time, and then the rest of Boom Esports, they swarm right in, and it seems like that was a back and forth which FaZe Clan didn't manage to win, but they forgot Lobby. He's still right underneath, and he took his chance when it mattered most, and it will be a deeper run for the rest of XSP with 7 points currently. Adding one more to the tally is still going to be a tough hustle because still 12 teams are on the board, while eArena has been farming those big numbers. 7 eliminations, the best numbers added to the block by far.
Honestly, eArena has been active. They were moving around the terrain on the north side of the circle. They were joining in third-party fights right now. They've been keeping a close eye out on New Arena, and they are currently looking to pincer. It's overwhelming, isolating the spies from New Arena. They cannot hold on. get eliminated as well. 12th place with no points is a terrible way to go, especially on map number 3. The same could be said about Roy. But Sem9, they've been marking this team for quite some time. You know Kenny, he's putting in a lot of pressure and a lot of damage. Attorney has already been knocked down as well. Firen, he sees the knock and he goes aggressive, running over 2 members in those smokes. Tries to go on these 1v1s right now, barely surviving with his life. The nade comes through, it knocks him down, and Sem9 will be eliminated despite everything. eArena survives.
That's crazy. They're not supposed to be alive. I mean, you saw Firo was charging right through, almost clipping him with the vehicles, and yet he knew there's one member behind that he has to settle with, but that drop shot not quite connecting out there, and that kind of caused Team Sem9 to exit rather early, but there's not much of a reset that has been done for the rest of eArena. Now they have to fend off against TODAK that does have a little bit more elevation. That is not going to be within that grenade range, so there's still some room left for Joker to play this one out.
They've been marking these 2 fights for quite some time, just striking at the last possible moment. And eArena, despite all of their success, they managed to get 10 eliminations. Joker trying to see if they can wait another kill. He does! Finally getting knocked down, but he's done the damage. TODAK did not get out of that fight, that 1v4, that 1v3 scot-free.
That's 11 points. I think that's as good as it gets for eArena, coming up with such a massive haul, damage being done towards the rest of TODAK as they lick their wounds with only 2 members left. This game absolutely explosive. We're just barely 20 minutes into run, still stage 5. We're only left with 7 teams and there's plenty of space, but these spaces, they're all open barrel land. Team Secret now firing some pot shots. He did notice that there is going to be another squad over onto the high grounds instead, so they can't really tunnel up against this member of RRQ despite having all those 4 members. And here comes GenFoss trading right back, and this is the reason why. Frankie on the floor, and there is some responses coming from Jiki. Not quite enough to take out GenFoss just yet.
Can't do much. You don't have any teammates to work with as well. You're all alone here in this shack. Team Secret could come in for a pincer. 1 nade is all he needs to just really take them out right now. But at the same time, you have to be super aware that D Xavier is close, that VOIN Donkey is probably keeping an eye on you as well, especially when you're at the lower ground of this terrain. But Team Secret, they're patient. Like it or not, they want to be able to take this fight at this point, bring it to the next game, and on top of that as well, be able to cross without anyone just stabbing them in the back. They're going to try and set themselves up for success, some smokes maybe to allow them to cross, make a wormhole if you want to. Keep GenFoss guessing. Every time GenFoss pops his head out, immediately there's going to be a roar of utility, and Zerus was waiting for the right possible moment to throw that. It was cooked to perfection.
Yeah, it was just biding the time, hoping to at least get something in return up against Team Secret, but of course, failing the effort coming out of the member of RRQ. The rest of Team Secret now clears out that passage to enter into the center of the zone, while the rest of Claw still hunkering down towards the south side, now faced up against some of the members of D Xavier towards the left, and a stray member of TODAK in between this mix, so they will first and foremost eliminate TODAK from the equation, and now has a clear entry on wherever they need to go. So they can actually focus fire onto the rest of D Xavier if they get any form of vision at all, because right at this moment, there's not much space for the rest of D Xavier to really go for the direct challenge. So instead, D Xavier will rotate further to the north to challenge some of their brethren coming in from Team Secret.
Low ground terrain is not going to be doing them any favors as well. Xavier making a lot of noise on the north side, moving all around the map. They're just trying to take away as much space as they can. Should be running into the last 2 members of VOIN Donkey there somewhere as well. So because of that, they're decided to keep their space and perhaps even just bank on Team Secret and VOIN Donkey to take this fight and just completely overwhelm later. Because if anything, D Xavier has managed to get 4 points already. Sorry, 6, excuse me. They don't have to be super aggressive. They can still try and survive as a 4 till the end. And that's exactly what they want, at least in the script of their playbook. And now with Team Secret slowly making their way into this circle, VOIN Donkey looking to keep them out, looking to protect their space. But with the only amount 2 members around, is not going to be the easiest thing to do. Meanwhile, for Claw, I think for some reason here, they're looking to start to get quite active. They're looking quite aggressive right now. Claw has 2 eliminations, and somehow this is the longest they have survived today.
Yep, the best run so far into the top 5. Also, bagging 2 elimination points to add to the tally so they can naturally rake in even more if they were to catch out all these teams in the midst of a different battle, and Frankie spots out the stray member of Exosphere. So this is not going to be all too easy for Haspy to actually get out of that location. Now that he's pretty much marked towards that location already, the rest of VOIN Donkey, all they really have to do is sit still inside that shack until the right moment appears for them to capitalize in this current situation where it's kind of like a stalemate for the moment. Not much advancement coming from the rest of the Savior, although they do have some numbers that they could actually use in order to overwhelm the guys up the north.
Could be huge here to set up his teammates for success, buy a bit of space as well to see if anyone were to decide to flank them. But if anything right now, DX and Claw ending would be very fun to watch. The positioning coming in from Red FaZe could be massive. It gives him a lot of value in terms of getting information. VOIN Donkey is marked, even DX has been marked as well, and the rest of his teammates can just keep Team Secret at bay if they want to. But Team Secret, they're not too worried about Claw right now because the only team that's really stopping them from getting into the circle right now is the Xavier. Even VOIN Donkey is just trying to keep themselves quiet for the time being and only coming in at the right possible moments. They can't go as aggressively as they want to because of the lack of firepower and teammates.
Yeah, Team Secret, they're being stalled behind because of the position that's being held by the rest of these Saber, which is why they are trying to muscle their way through between this battle against Lamborghini at the moment. Zeros, he did not check the other corner, and immediately Lambo punishes him for it. Frankie now taking note of that position. The ex-member of the Saber will have to go up against his old teammate. Zuxi now tries to drive through with the hovercraft, gaining a lot of all that intel, but was it really worth it though? Yes, it seems like it's the case as Nate T gets knocked down. Lambo now tries to reclaim some position away from the rest of Claw, who's currently on the higher side of the hill, but they can't really do too much because there's just lack of manpower at the moment for the Savior.
Claw has so much space held here. They have a 3-1 formation with Boboho just running down on the southern side of that map. And now this is where things get interesting. Team Secret and VOIN Donkey only two and 1 player each, and D Xavier and Claw as of 4. Now D Xavier, my question is, can they actually pick up their teammate that's fallen here? And I don't think it's gonna be the easiest. Granted that both VOIN Donkey and Team Secret are vying for that last player, I think it's just gonna bleed to death here. So if anything, Claw is looking really good, especially with the mouse players, especially with the mouse space they have as well. With Boboho just kind of running around southern side, they know they have that space in their hands with 2 packages on the southern side as well.
Yeah, all they really have to focus on is to put all the attention towards the north point because they know everywhere else is cleared up from the south side. That nade connects! The Saber seeks out the rest of VOIN Donkey. And now, 4 versus 4, like you called it. And it's between Indonesia versus Vietnam.
And this is hard because right now, Claw has to go up and play on this terrain as well. His teammates are there at the very least, but D Xavier, this is going to be a climb for them. They put in a bit of damage onto Red FaZe, onto the other members, but both teams just waiting for that circle to push. Whoever that pops their head up first will be destroyed. The first player to be crippled means that the rest of the team are going to quickly just, I would say, waterfall and just collapse onto the rest of these teams. Both teams having a 50-50 share for this circle as well. But if anything, Claw will have a bit more value just because they have a better side of the terrain.
Yeah, and I really do love what Lambo did because of his repositioning with the vehicle that he found in the midst of that skirmish, he kind of reclaimed a little bit more of that zone control to have a little wiggle room over on the eastern side other than just being stuck over north. But with that reposition, now they also do notify that certain areas are kind of unplayable that will risk themselves towards the crosshair of Claw. With a 2-2 split going on forward to the center location, Claw, they're just waiting for the right moment to actually seek Lambo in this deep dive. I mean, he's just literally baiting for shots because the rest of DX want to know where exactly are they positioned at the moment.
Claw inviting the bait, just waiting. They know that they have advantage here. We've seen so many instances where advantages are thrown, where space is just given up right now. And D Xavier, oh man, having 2 players in 1 vehicle is just honestly, to me, asking for it. If your vehicle explodes, This is the situation where you're gonna lose 2 members quickly, and I think just losing half your firepower super early. That nade does come through here. Clips onto a member of Claw, and Parajin just playing the prone game right now, slowly making his way up the terrain. But he's been spotted out here. Boboho notes him and just knocks him down.
Plenty of damage being chipped over onto the members of Claw. This is looking to be pretty dire as Boboho is soaking all the pressure, but where exactly is the response coming from the rest of these teammates? Lambo and Parajin taking the center stage, and that will be a connection towards Boboho to get the first knock. 3 members up against 4 as they look to seek out Parajin at the very same time. They will have to cut their losses as the rest of Claw kind of give too much room for DX to play around with.
In trouble right now. Both teams running out of space. Both teams taking up heavy losses, with D Xavier losing 1 member, and the same could be said about Claw. It's still a very 50-50 with both players. I think if anything, it's Claw having a little bit more of an advantage. They're trying to go for a 3-1 formation. They're trying to clip, or rather pincer, the players of D Xavier right now, especially since the AT has been knocked and already lobbied. So in terms of numbers, it's still a lot of value in the favor of Claw right now. Trying to show us what it means to come back here from retirement and take that stage. But Claw going aggressive. Red face in trouble, so very low. And there
So
you
close.
have it. It could have been anyone's game, honestly, in this situation. D Xavier barely got the chicken dinner by the skin of their teeth.
What a battle that was. Straight up 4 versus 4, and that just shows you how dominant D Xavier is, because they were choking out all these teams over the north side, eating their position, and despite their position being compromised by the rest of Claw, you saw how Lambo was so smart, not only reclaiming some of all the zones, but baiting out some of all these shots. And at the very same time, that final glimpse of that battle, he still had the audacity to drive deeper into the territory, causing more chaos. And that was just a rough game for the rest of Claw players, because it could have been their opportunity to shine.
Honestly, that 3-1 formation from Claw might have been the downfall here. They weren't necessarily in a position to play together. Because when you are dwindled down in firepower, your timing is just so off right now. It's hard to really capitalize, especially when you have already, been given the advantage to just really take over that game. I have to say, because in these situations where you don't have full team, is when that individual brilliance will just completely shine. D Xavier, you work as a 4, phenomenal. But in a situation where you're forced to be independent and play for yourself, they can also bring these 1v2s and 1v1s all the way till the end. A fumble from Claw, but definitely a better game from them starting in the second half today. But D Xavier, they will take this, and this might be the start for this veteran team to just bring it all the way till the end.
The defending champions really showing what they're made of. And back towards what you said, positioning was absolutely key in this very final battle. And you saw what DX did. They sent 2 members directly to the middle with a 2-prong attack coming from the sidelines as well. So that kind of covers all the grounds that they were needed to look for those pickoffs. And it all started with the knock onto Boho. So with one side falling through, then a lot of all the information that they've got was that, okay, there's not going to be a chance that there's a member that's further than over the left. So they could just focus on the center zone and the back. And that's how they secured this winner chicken dinner. was a massive top 2 run for Claw to make it into such a deep run towards the end to be met with the Savior, the defending champions that did not to secure the winner chicken dinner. And look at the utilities that's been thrown out by these top dogs out there. It's definitely a cut above the rest. And on top of that, eArena on their early game hustle has backed the same amount of elimination points as Dingo Savior, and not forgetting VOIN Donkey having a very strategic location to hold out in the top 4.
Coming back to what you said about eArena just now, interesting enough, it just felt like they had a different self, play in mind here, which is to go back to what they do best. Getting eliminations, taking these fights. It wasn't really a third-party situation for them. It was them coming from northern side of the map, taking fights, rotating down to the southern side, joining in a third-party fight, barely even recovering from that, taking another fight, getting eliminations, and finally going down in the end. But they've done the damage. That was 3 to 4 teams that they've managed to meet in just that small span of time in those midst of rotations. But coming back to Xavier here, I think when we look at Lamborghini, we know that he's always gonna be one of those players that'll be running away with the MVP title here. When it comes to tanking up damage, being that first contact, being able to put in that damage in reply, as well as providing space for his team to be able to overwhelm, you can rely on him. His usage of vehicles as well as movements around the map give his team so much value in terms of information and space, which really enables his team to do what they do best, which is put in that damage to other teams and even overwhelm. When push comes to shove, when you don't have your teammates around, when you're down to your last 2 players, he will stand up and say, you know what, I have the amount of firepower as 2-3 different players as well in this team, so you better still watch out, because just because you are at a man advantage, it's still very, very winnable for us, which nets them 21 points total.
It's a huge run, and like what you say about Lambo, he's Mr. Reliable for D-Savior, and it was absurd that he was still standing till the tail end of the round without getting punished while he was on that vehicle, while VOIN Donkey has been able to squeeze into the top 2 with just about enough points to still be up against Claw Slayers. Now, looking at the rest of the field, I think those who came late or played at a lesser tempo did not benefit as much as those that played on a high tempo, especially when we take a look at what really went on with eArena. Is that at first they were taken by the shoreline up the north, and a lot of teams started to circulate around their area, and they just absolutely stopped everybody on the tracks. So that's kind of how they've been able to formulate with all those massive elimination points. So with that said, it is now the Saber that moves past a couple of positions in order to claim that #1 spot away from Sem9.
You have to remember what it means to be in this competition. It's not just about that chicken dinner, it's about consistency. Xavier, while he didn't have the highest amount of chicken dinners today, they didn't manage to secure it. Every single round here, they have been managing to collect these points. They didn't go out early, whether it's via elimination points or even placement points, they bring points forward. And like in Malay, they say sikit-sikit, lama-lama jadi bukit, bit by bit becomes a mountain. This is exactly the sentiment that DX brings to the table. And because of that one massive round, it really elevates them so far ahead the rest of the pack here. We're seeing some consistency come through, but for Xavier, consistency is very, very bombastic.
Yeah, I mean, throughout the entire run, we've seen plenty of damage numbers, and I was just thinking, it's just about a matter of time somewhere in between these games where if they could get things going without them getting pincered in between, then they would have such a dominating run. Now, look at the mid pack. There is definitely going to be a lot of shifts moving into the Miramar rounds, because the ones who are from top 5 all the way to 10th are sitting around those 20 over points. So we would definitely see whoever comes up ahead to be able to leapfrog in maybe a couple of positions. While Claw, this has been their best run so far. From that top 2 finish, they will be moving from the bottom all the way to the 12th.
Honestly, it's really terrifying to see where NWE and Homeboys are right now. These last 2 Malaysian teams stuck at the very bottom. They've been having such a hard time rotating. They've been having such a hard time getting into that last few circles. So for them right now, it's all about survivability. I feel like for these teams to be able to get into the circle maybe a little bit early, find a good area to hold on to, it would be massive. Them can do a lot of numbers for them as well. And I would really love to see a change in pace, because we're seeing Homeboys as well as, New Era going into these fights. it's a lot of fights they're rotating into as well, but never really these fights that they're able to just completely secure.
True enough. And of course, with that said, there's plenty going on not only in the esports realm, but also within the game of PUBG Mobile. So if you guys log in, you can enjoy the brand new collaboration between PUBG Mobile and Attack on Titan. Of course, one of your favorite animes, and for very, very good reasons, where you could play as erangel, you can also zipline all across, battle your enemies, and dominate the field.
Yeah, honestly, it's really fun, especially if you're a fan of this anime series. It's ended already, but I feel like this anime has such a big impact, so it's always very fun to have this in your arsenal of skins. Now, we also have another collaboration on hand, which is the PUBG Mobile X Shelby American collab. Now, these cars are very, very vintage. They're very, very fun. And if you guys love cars, or you guys are just collecting skins, I think this is a collab that you guys should not miss out on. It's very, very fun. We have the Shelby GT500 and the 427 Cobra, which is available from July 6th all the way till, I believe it's gonna be not too far from that. So, it's available until July 6th. So don't miss out on that.
Love myself some classic muscle cars out there. And of course, this one comes with a whole lot of style. So make sure you guys get your hands onto the Shelby. Well, of course, this is just going to be a small little breathing space for us before we dive into more action. And while you're at that, you can check out the all-new WoW Ultimation Skill Fest gameplay that is currently live, where you can get ready for an upgraded battleground experience with non-stop action, where you can also dive into this brand new map and discover exciting new adventures. So make sure you check it out while it's currently available in the client.
Yeah, I can check out the map on 127886867 would be the code. You can go in the game to explore for yourself around that map as well. Honestly, World of Wonders has been honestly so fun to bring a different style of gameplay, compared to the usual ranked games. So it's great to have a breather over on that particular map. Regardless, we are still going into our last two maps for the day. It's going to be Miramar, a big shift for all of these teams compared to sanhok, compared to erangel. It's a bigger map with a lot more terrains, longer rotations as well. So the style of play is going to drastically change. This is where teams like, say, Xavier, I feel would really thrive, since they love that mid to long range fights. I would expect a lot of teams to be able to do so, just snipe people away. And, I would love to see, I think we've seen situations where teams who are able to get, high grounds just completely run away with a chicken dinner and just, get away with just not doing anything at all. But how about a circle that pulls off the high ground and just, makes people rotate off the high ground? That'll be a very fun way to start the day.
Yeah, I can already imagine the kind of scrambles that they'll be on, descending and getting themselves into some pretty tough positions. So playing Miramar definitely is going to be a different kind of tempo that we'll be expecting. Maybe not as explosive as that previous run which we just had. Well, I do believe that Game 4 was the fastest erangel that was played, because by, I think, stage 5, there's only 7 teams left. So we'll expect Miramar to be having, maybe slightly slower play pace when it comes down to, the first couple of stages similarly. And then stage 5 is where things really cook up a storm. So that being said, I do have a couple of names that I do think that has a lot of strengths when it comes down to Miramar, especially RQ. Throughout all these seasons, this is definitely their favorite map because their best results have been pretty much in these desert dunes.
Now, for me personally, I think these Xavier and eArena speak for themselves. Homeboy, I think it's something that's very new. I'm putting in here. I think I would love to see the story of underdogs. It's very, very fun to watch as well. We haven't really seen what they have to offer today. I think if anything, now's the time to. It's now or never. It's day number 1. You want to be able to at least start off the day, or rather day 1, with something, and hopefully Miramar might be the time where you're able to put in your mark.
Yeah, I definitely do think that they do have a couple of chances left, and now with a lot more wiggle room, if you want to play that passive approach, it could still get you pretty deep if you were to be able to squeeze past some of all these threats moving into the zone. So that being said, I mean, the rest of my selection, like Boom Esports as well as another squad, which I will get into, has so far shown a lot of all these great effort, not only because of their strength in mid to long range kind of scuffles, but on basically their understanding of the terrains of each respective region. So it's really based on the kind of tactics which kind of puts them into very optimal position for the form of fight. And maybe one of the names that we didn't list is BTR at the moment. They definitely shown some good strides in the past, but today the form hasn't been quite there yet. I kind of want to see them climb up at least.
I think they're one of those teams that are a little bit more slow cooker. Take some time to really figure things out. I wouldn't be surprised if tomorrow is the day they wake up. But as teams are starting to climb, especially D Xavier, Sem9, putting a big lead compared to the rest, I think you don't really have a lot of time to play catch up. Especially if you want to make it into the top 16. I mean, at least if you want to get a top 3 at the very least. I think top 16 will be something that I think can be really, really secure for them. They don't have to really worry too much about it. It's more of like whether or not they can really figure things out as they go through this week. And then Super Weekend is coming. What do you learn from this regular week before going to the Super Weekend that's going to be able to give yourself that impact is my question, honestly.
Yeah, definitely a whole lot of answers that they really have to formulate throughout this entirety of the journey. But look at this current moment. I mean, you want to at least end your very first day with, I don't know, maybe touching 20 points to be safe enough so that when you do have that break day and when you do play on your second day, you still have opportunities where you could still have a certain fight in order to make it to that Super Weekend. Because right at this moment, look at BTR, 12 points. I guess like they kind of stalled in between because they got themselves into some tough rotations. But overall, I think like if there's anything that they could actually get out of it, BTR could definitely make use of all the space that they gain coming from Miramar, because they usually start from power grid, the center of the field.
They can. I mean, if anything, I think I'll just really talk about rotations and stuff. It's hard to really say unless we see those circles themselves. But it's more of like how you adapt to these rotations. I think BTR, if anything, today has the biggest problem they had has been, in the midst of rotation, getting caught out, getting flipped out by one member, losing one member early, and not having, that firepower to go to the end. But surprisingly enough, at least for them, they're still able to pull in a bit of numbers coming into the rest of the day. They're not currently at the very bottom of the barrel. They still bring enough points to maintain the top 16, but it's more of like these mistakes, right? I think it's more of like, okay, you make mistakes, cool, you're learning from it, cool, but can these mistakes stay away on that Super Weekend itself? Because if anything, that Super Weekend is the golden ticket to make it to those grand finals. And for a lot of these teams, getting to the grand finals is going to be that problem. In the last, I think we played 4 maps. BTR has had the same problems over and over. Granted, it's day number 1. Perhaps tonight might be VOD night for them.
It definitely will be for sure. And look at the rest of the field as well. The mid pack, like you did mention, some of them sitting around low 20s and some are mid 20s as well. So any form of elimination points in this matchup is gonna dramatically shift their position. Then that is why these matches in Miramar will be very important for them to close out day 1 in spectacular fashion, as we will now take a deep dive to our favorite desert dunes in the PMSL Summer 2025.
El Pozo to El Azahar is the flight path we're looking at right here. So I think if anyone were to drop by really southern side, well, sayonara to that. But again, this map has a lot of space. I'm sure a lot of teams have a lot of alternate drop spots as well to, they can go to as well. I think historically, when you look at this map, it's all about this maybe 1 or 2 early fights, and then suddenly it's the lull. I think last season, the most interesting moment was to be able to see 2 teams just really fight on that same draw spot over and over and over again before one team finally conceded. Low-key, I kind of want that again.
Yeah, I guess we could have a couple of suspects to be doing just that, right? Especially with CD as fast as El Pozo or Los Leones, where there are plenty of all these kind of opportunities where they won't go for those kind of early scuffles. While we're also taking a look at Sem9 with that early drop loading towards Montenegro, and I believe alongside with them was TODAK, but they were taking the other side of the highway instead. So from what we are looking at from the minimap, not much of an altercation will be forming in the early game, unless if it's something around El Azahar or Graveyard.
I'm trying to see how exactly, the circle, there we go, that circle coming in, right? Chumasera will be like, I think the circle point right here with Fem9 already in the circle, Exosphere and BTR inside already, and I think eArena should be just pivoting where they're dropping all the way into the circle area itself. Now, I think if we saw how Game 1 and Game 3 went, at least for Fem9, how they were in the early parts of their circle, or rather where they rotate to early, really dictates how the game ends for them. And since they're already pretty much in the circle very, very early, I think somewhat in the middle as well, I have high hopes for Sem9, or at least for this particular map.
Yeah, me too. Sem9 definitely is in a poised location to kick things off with. As for FaZe Clan, usually they will float towards Picado, and this is the very first time I'm looking at an empty Picado, and this is why FaZe Clan are currently stranded, because they find themselves pretty much stuck with not only Homeboys on the far stretch. A member of Claw Slayers is also around. Shopper is finding just about enough wiggle room to be away from the crosshairs of Mirrors.
Boom Esports as well already, kind of like, I think they were just on the outer end of that fight. They were just rotating in toward the southern side. Now Homeboys here, interesting enough, this is going to be a very interesting fight because they're all the way up here to the northern side. They have Claw coming through, they have FaZe Clan, they have Homeboys, and in front of them we have RRQ as well as Roy, I believe, as well. So if Roy and as well as FaZe Clan, maybe even RRQ decide to go into the circle early, great for them. They're going to be able to have less teams to worry about. But the fact of the matter is you still have to cross through eArena over on, I think, the northern side of Power Grid to be able to get to the circle. And eArena, they have a nice terrain to work with, which means that anyone rotating into the circle, those long-range pickoffs are going to be something annoying to deal with for anyone rotating from there.
Yeah, meanwhile, plenty of changes coming from Glue Esports. I mean, Glue Squad, they have subbed out Noel for what seemed to be Hasby, and this time around, Hexus is also joining the fray as well. Both of these players definitely come in with a wealth of experience. Hexus have definitely played in Parstar teams such as Alter Ego, I do believe. My facts could be wrong, but even from the side of Boom Esports, we're also looking at Octa taking an early rest. Now they do bring Zero to be part of the equation, or could it be Pondbit? Well, I gotta, of course, once again, well, it is definitely Zero currently on our screen. So perhaps this will give them a little bit more of an edge to be able to navigate their way through, especially Boom Esports having a strong start with the biggest city all within their reach over on the south side. There's plenty of space for them to play for.
Boom Esports parking themselves over in Los Leones, TODAK over at Valdemar, and Minas del Val in the control of actually Chubasera onto Exosphere. Now, I'm keeping a close eye on Xavier. Mostly, I'm just curious about the rotations. They have done some pretty good calls when it comes to rotating early into the game. When it comes to, if they're late to the circle, what are they going to be doing? Just taking their time going into the western side of the circle. I think their game plan is to go all the way down south side. Could potentially run into Toda, if you ask me, if they want to, unless they have a different, I would say, checkpoint in mind.
Yeah, it could very well be the case. As for now, no run in so far. While Roy Esports, they're diving deeper into Picado. That could potentially see them meet up with the rest of BTR, who has left Power Grid at the very same time, while Xavier making a very deep cut for some good reason. Toda has decided to move deeper into Valdemar, or else it could have been either DX getting clipped out by members of Toda, or the other way around. While Sem9, they have not made too much of an advancement. They are finally deciding to leave Montenevo to play around those high ground terrains, perhaps. So Chumacera seems to be forming up a little bit of a party going into those vicinities. So we'll probably see maybe a couple of trades happening within a couple of minutes or so.
I think seeing a lot of this recurring patterns already straight smack dab in the middle of the circle. Everyone gets their own compound. No one really fully committing to fights quite yet up until the last few moments. Seeing the same story for Claw as well over in Campo Militar. Some of them are still in the blue zone. They love these late rotations. I think, granted, the last game, that late rotation did favor them in the end. They found the right timing into that circle itself. So I think, if anything, their game plan is to just let everyone just move into the circle, allow them that space to rotate into, and slowly fight their way into the into the circle itself. In a lot of situations, I would say great plan, great course of action, but there's also that foresight, right? You're thinking like, okay, how many teams are going to be keeping me out of the circle? How many teams do I have to fight to get there? And how much utility, how many players am I going to be losing in that fight to get a good spot into the circle itself? The pro and con list is there, and I'm pretty sure I really would like to know, for me personally, it sounds like a lot of cons, but for Claw, what is going through their mind?
Yeah, at least like they did manage to finally get a chunk of points from that last round. So they are trying to be a little bit more risk adverse to play it rather safely, especially when you mentioned that, hey, they're kind of stuck pretty far away around Campo Militar as well as El Azahar. So taking that late journey in, perhaps moving into Los Leones could be a very good call where you could also stop by for some quick restocks, provided if DX did not take everything in their backs already from some of these locations. So plenty of opportunities, but by doing so, I think what was genius about this idea from Claw is that, remember that graveyard St. Martin section where it was absolutely populated? Now that space is pretty much left out in the open for them to get that smooth passage through.
Roy doing that they do best, trying to catch people in the midst of rotations. Keeping my eye out as well for eArena just now, who had held on to the high grounds of San Martin. They had actually decided to leave San Martin behind, forget about, trying to catch people in the midst of rotation, and just go straight to the middle side of the area of Chumacera here. So everyone is technically neighbors at this point. New era as well, already in the circle. Southern side of Picado is where they're going to be making their home, right side by side with eArena as well. So these two teams, I would say, might be going into a full fight. The same could be said about RQ as well. Now, granted, I mean, we still have two more players super out there in the blue zone. The circle is pulling toward that central side. So anyone like, say, D Xavier, who had rotated all the way down there to the northern side of Valdemar, are going to have to fight their way into that circle. Going to be meeting with teams like, BTR, like SEM9 right now. And SEM9 today have been a team that's been actually proactively trying to keep teams out. They aren't super outside of the circle. No, they're at the very, very side. They're playing it very, very safe as well. But they are very opportunistic in where they decide to go aggressive. And I think timing is key here for SEM9. It's been working very well, that strat, and they want to keep doing that.
Yeah, I think that their way of positioning throughout their checkpoints is absolutely immaculate, where they could play as gatekeepers for most part of these matches. Well, Red Bull now faces up against some of the members of VOIN Donkey passing by. He tries to be pretty elusive about it, as he will be turning the opposite way around. So rejoins with the rest of FaZe Clan, as this might just be a tough breach if they were to really follow through the passage. So at this moment, no casualties throughout of the span of close to 10 minutes by now, because all the players have seen this circle plenty of times before, moving directly dead center around those open fields. So around that highway between Los Leones as well as Monte Nivo is where all the actions will be taking place, and of course a little tinge of what could possibly happen around Chumacera. While Turkey has already opened some fire across the field, perhaps just to puffer fish a little bit, making his presence felt, is like telling the teams not to go towards that designated area. And you will tend to see a lot of these teams to do so when you're playing in Miramar.
Interesting enough, not a lot of teams have opted to come in through the eastern side of the circle. The area on the western side of Los Leones, empty. Picado, empty. Everyone opting to go for a long rotation coming in from the western side. I'm wondering if it's because of the terrain. I'm wondering whether it's because of the amount of compounds over on the west side. Or is it because everyone thinking that, oh my god, everyone's going to be rotating from the eastern side? Perhaps that we should go through the western side and just really, cut off each other. And I think maybe that might be the same idea that every single team is having right now. Because of that, there's like a 3-way, 4-way fight happening on the north side of the circle. And finally, after 2 stages, our first blood has been drawn.
Yeah, and that was a great catch coming in from XKF. Held there by Hasby to secure the number as well. So FaZe Clan on that long journey hasn't really found themselves any form of reprieve until they actually get there safely inside of the warehouse. And like you said, there's all these cause and effect where teams were hoping to gain that control over in center zone. now sees them all bunched up with pretty much the hive mind mindset of, you know, taking center is the best. And now Claw kind of get all that free real estate across that Picado entry. So that could be good going for them, but take a look at what's happening around the fields. DX now getting caught in between, and that vehicle is absolutely smoking up. Lambo, the first one to be drawn out by Hui Kwang. Roy Esports takes out their nemesis.
Been waiting here for quite some time. They've been putting pressure for anyone rotating into the circle itself. And Xavier losing one player very early is just not the best outcome as well. They weren't able to pick him up. They weren't able to recover from that. But more fights happening on northern side here. Looking at happening from Claw, from RRQ, from Roy as well. Xavier, they were the ones that tried to make a long way rotation onto the southern side of Circle, hold on to it, but Circle did not favor them, and they were forced out into the open, and now they're just so separated, losing two members early. Nate T as well as Parajin here separated into two different compounds alongside with Team Secret. We've seen them do magic before with just two players, right, individual wise, but in a situation where you have no clue who's around, long range pickups are going to be happening. You don't want to be caught in a 1v1 or a 1v2 when you're all alone and being able to be sniped from another side of that map. So for the rest of Xavier, it's all about waiting for the right time here. Maybe just call it quits. Wait for the right timing. Wait for people to push to you before being overwhelmed right now, because you're still inside of the circle. There's no rush for you to take away compounds from the members of Team Secret.
Exactly the case, especially when we take a look at the main map. They were pretty much surrounded by 3 to 4 other teams, no matter where they really want to rotate to, which is the reason why every form of instances where they try to rotate, they just lose members after members started with Lambo. And then eventually another one falls there, and that's pretty much Nate T as well as Parajin needing to work with in tandem, but they're currently separated into 2 different compounds. Whereas for Exosphere, despite not really securing all these big margins of elimination points so far, I think that they are coping pretty well into the circuit, currently sitting at 14th and just proactively seeking out for certain locations, because they might have actually sensed that FaZe Clan, they retreated towards this area prior to this. And now FaZe Clan opens up fire, hoping to get that catch onto XSP. Not quite fast enough to do so from Gui.
The amount of teams coming in here from the side of the southwestern side circle. FaZe Clan forced to fight their way to the circle. VOIN Donkey doing what they do best. I think it's really fun for this team to be able to stick to their guns and say, you know what, I don't care how it's going today. We still want to play going into the circle kind of late. We still want to take fights as we go into the circle itself. Sem9 waiting for them. They're now in trouble. Head out in the open as well. As Sem9 was the one to fall. They were the one waiting for VOIN Donkey to cross them, and they're the ones to get punished for it. One member knocked down already, make it 2. Another one bleeding to death. You know what? Forget it. No eliminations. 15 points as well. The consistency, at least momentum for Sem9 dropped here for the time being. And VOIN Donkey, they're laughing all the way to the side of the circle as well. They're like, okay, we're like the Grim Reapers. We've knocked on one door here. Sem9, who's next? Is it gonna be, Exosphere, or is it gonna be BTR? And BTR says, nah, not gonna be me, dog. And just quickly rotate into the circle, ignoring the rest of the team.
Yeah, exactly what they did right there. And that drive-by was magnificent. Speaking of drive-by, this is BTR arriving to the scene, clearing out the vicinity as they whirred onto those members of D-Saber. Parajin, last man standing. D-Saber has yet to find any 4 points here. As you can see, the momentum have been shifted, and BTR on the roll right now with a little bit of invasion coming in from Homeboys. That's not exactly a place to call home as the eArena. Now, Backtree in Miramar.
At the very least, for BTR, they've made their way into that circle already. And as the circle shifts one more time, eArena still gonna be playing at the side. As everything is happening, Roy completely just overcoming Team Secret. Team Secret had a 2-2 formation, yeah? That Nate comes through, Trang gets knocked down. His teammates try to give a little bit more pressure, keeping him away from the rest, trying to at least steal a kill away for the time being. Not gonna happen. They were so, I would say, decisive in going in for that fight, taking those points, not even bothering to keep the rest of the members of Team Secret as bait, because they know they're not gonna bite it. So I might as well go around, take this point away, and just, pull myself forward here. Roy is on a rampage right now, with Ka being that first person contact if they were to take a fight here with eArena as well. Ka crosses, Joker spots him, and they're gonna try and find a different angle to approach this fight. His teammate is around here, so Ka gonna try to revive his teammate, bring himself back into the game, keep themselves alive right now. But eArena, their speed is just unmatched right now. They're so aggressive, catching him off guard in the mid of rotation, trying to rendezvous back with his teammates. And one by one, the members of Roy are going to fall. They're out here in the open. There's barely any cover except for this car graveyard.
Yeah, they were pretty much spread a little too thin because they were taking on 2 fights at a go right now. All their vehicles are also being punctured. There's only one working Mirado left for them in order to hightail out of that situation if they were required to. The rest of Exosphere knows that the rest of FaZe Clan have now moved into the church grounds. Not exactly speaking for prayers, as they're hoping to deliver them to the demise as the rest of Exosphere slowly pounce upon them. We got some grenades cooked up alongside with Red Bull, waiting for the firm entry, but no signs of life so far.
Oh, what a nade.
That was beautiful! How did he get that angle?
Geometry, I guess. But FaZe Clan still turtle shelling themselves inside of the building. This playground could be massive. Spots went out, but Lobby is super aware that someone might be close here. Both players making noise, both players pre-firing, just hoping that at least one of the shots will come through. That Molly should just clear off those angles right now. And what Lobby is trying to do is just hope that one of the members of FaZe Clan come outside. Catch these hands outside, why don't you? But they don't want to. They're understanding the predicament they're in, the blue zone coming through as well. It feels dire for both these teams right now because they're running out of time and they're running out of space. One player dropped down already, and it's gonna be Red Bull huge there with that fight, and he's running for his life because the rest of Exosphere, they can't catch him. Chaco, Free Fire is abound here. They're trying to pincer Red Bull. They don't know where he is. And the other members of FaZe Clan, this is a high-risk play, and he's punished for it with his life. His teammates try to swing in and just swing out to just trade him out. They can't do like that. And FaZe Clan is eliminated at 12 with no eliminations. Despite everything they've done, they aren't able to secure those kills.
Still an immense effort coming in from the rest of the member of FaZe Clan, where we saw it was a 2 versus 4 after all, and they almost pinned them down. It's just that every time you go for a knock, there is going to be a member to go in for that recovery. So it was just going to be a long, drawn-out fight, which sees FaZe Clan eventually overheating in that particular moment. Now, going back towards the side of BIGETRON Vitality, spots the movements up across the hill. Right across, this is going to be another squad that they don't exactly have angles upon, and that is going to be VOIN. Seeing a couple of members of Exosphere moving right underneath, that might just be a little challenge towards the rest of VOIN, while Vexy closes in, brings in the Mini 14, just finding those angles, just going for those taps, not quite connecting. Just Vexy now withers them down, but there is going to be Razy hoping for a certain recovery for them to bring it back to tree.
You gotta give it to VOIN. They've been waiting here for quite some time for this fight. All eyes onto BTR right now. They have compounds to play with. They have a lot of space. It's all about that weight. The same could be said about RQ here. eArena still bringing death wherever they go. Knocking on doors, taking up kills, taking names here. Still throwing out those nades, giving them some space. A lot of throwables done as well. I don't think they want to stop this aggression. RQ, they're going to try and go for that reset. And I think for Tourniquet, he wants to make sure that he's able to deny that from happening. The nade does actually get the members of RQ here. Gen Force falls, and so does his teammate here. So RQ this time around, not going to be able to hold on, and they will go down.
Federales has got no space to work with. He tries to go in for a quick jump shot upon Zilla, and that was just his last stand up against VOIN, where they were slowly being picked apart. Great execution and controlled maneuver coming in from the rest of VOIN, despite moving from that open space to close into the compound. Now, I guess a lot of all these space has been opened up around the map, but stage 5, there's just a lot of all these open spacing, as you can see from DX's POV. Some of all these areas are not exactly fully playable as of yet, so you would expect some of all these damaged teams to be hiding alongside these terrains, creases at the very least. Speaking of which, like you said, the Grim Reapers, eArena, currently dominating with that 8 kill streak at the moment. having some room to play over the Nerve, but there will be a couple of members of Team Secret trying to keep them from stepping right in.
A lot of pressure coming in for this team as well. TODAK all the way on the southern side. The only thing they have in terms of, I think that they have an advantage for is that no one is close enough to them. You can see Frenzy trying to take up a little bit more space, go a little bit more aggressive as well. This team could potentially just lock VOIN Donkey out. But at the same time, there is that worry, right? Players like Boom Esports, like Parajin, that wants to just really steal away kills, just, putting the damage on the backside. As the arena, they're still trying to chase the last two members of Team Secret. It's been quite a long, drawn-out fight here. I think from stage 5, it's been going on.
Yeah, speaking of which, VOIN Donkey looking for a whole lot more. Parajin left a little bit. Oh my goodness, the damage that he puts out is insane. Now down to a 1v1. Potato, what more can he actually do? More pressure coming in from the rest of the squads as he's finally putting in the Molotov to burn him out alive. VOIN Donkey now trying to wiggle a little bit more room. Parajin somehow still stays afloat. And finally, the final pump coming from the S12K. We'll see both teams crash out.
Honestly, it felt like a very, very desperate play there. With VOIN Donkey desperate to find any semblance of cover and space in the circle. Can't do that and decides to make a beeline for that small shack held by Parajin. Forced to fight Parajin. You know how much firepower he can bring to that table. And as that fight is happening, they're out there in the open. TODAK decides to take advantage of that chaos, slowly make their way into the circle, get the compound on the southern side and be able to just, as a team move in together. And throughout all of that, Boom Esports has not even made a single noise toward them because they're so preoccupied with the members of Claw.
Yeah. What's really sad about that situation in retrospect is that D-Saber, despite that double knock coming from Parajin, because he didn't finish off the knock members, he did not receive those points because that, by the time that somebody else tags onto the final member of VOIN Donkey, those points are not going to be under anyone's name, despite, of course, DX having the first dip. So they walk away with only placement points while the journey carries on with TODAK bagging 4, still having 4 members strong, but currently in a very tough predicament with vehicles already pretty much burned out. So there is going to be a reliable buggy. Tom now steps in, finds a great angle, all the way downtown, shooting up against the high ground to try to flush some positions away. So that relieves a little bit more pressure for TODAK to open up a little bit more of that entryway into the center.
It's all open areas in front of them as well, so that is a cause for concern. But they are very aware that Claw is close by as well. Claw, I think last map was the map they really woke up. They really were able to take the fight forward. They were able to survive a little bit longer. And it seems to be a recurring theme now. Whatever execution they wanted to do in the first 3 maps that, was heavily criticized by me, they have finally managed to find that secret sauce on how to make it tick. And it's ticking again here from erangel all the way to Miramar. And I think for them, staying fairly quiet on this side of terrain means that, patience is a virtue, right? I think this is a time where they want to be able to not only take this fight properly, but also find that space. Understanding that they are on the back foot, they're on the outer side of that circle. They don't have a terrain, the high ground terrain to work with as well. So with Boom Esports getting the lion's share of this circle in terms of compound, in terms of space as well, they want to hope that other teams will be the ones to really match Boom Esports here. But I think, nope, I changed my mind here. Rather not I changed my mind, but the story has changed because Claw did show their hand a little bit early, putting in a bit of damage to Boom Esports. But because of the cover they have, they didn't have to worry too much about it.
Yeah, here we go. 1 versus 1. And Joker does get the drop. One more member left from the side of Team Secret as he's currently holding the high ground and the Terminator zone. Zero is forced to pull up a couple of all these maneuvers and now rushes in with the S12K, not finding the angles and finally clipping him with only 1 HP left to survive the ordeal.
Top 4 already. Boom Esports, TODAK, and Claw fairly healthy with 4 and 3 players each. Surprisingly, we're seeing Team Secret one more time make it to that top 4. Surviving only with, I think, 2 members left. I think the other player hasn't healed up yet because of the lack of utility there. A lot of nades coming through here, just knocking the members of Claw down. They're so low right now. Zuxi needs to be picked up. They have some smokes. You could potentially just go up on the top side of the smokes, go for that reset with Bobo Hu, refilling that space on the front side to provide a bit more cover fire as well. But he takes a lot of damage in that process, and Ponbit, he goes aggressive. just really spraying down from the top side of the terrain, taking out that damage, tag teaming with his teammates, and it's a pincer for both ends. And Claw, they cannot do anything to stop that onslaught.
That nade and the timely flank coming in, and that is how Boom just settles scores with the rest of Claw. And wow, Pondbit is just impeccable on how he's been able to stay alive through the smokes, and now finding themselves dominating the high ground terrains up against Team Secret as well as TODAK, who's kind of having some hesitance trying to push towards the direction, understandably so, especially for the side of Secret, where they're only left with 2 members. So what they're really hoping for is for the rest of TODAK to commit to a battle up against Boom Esports. But right at this moment, Boom Esports, if they play their cards right, this should be in the back for them.
But TODAK's fairly quiet. I don't think that Boom has a full idea where exactly the members of TODAK are. If anything, the only team that's really making noise right now is Team Secret. The shots are coming through here. I think one of the members of TODAK has been spotted, but all they're doing is just backing off and just playing with that terrain. GK taking a bit of damage already, and I think Steri has been doing a great job of marking these last 2 members as well. As soon as Team Secret pops their head, I wouldn't be surprised if Boom Esports just throws that one nade and it's completely collapsed into the last 2 members remaining. And that would be, for me personally, the ideal time for TODAK to strike.
True enough, but it's going to be Master that actually strikes first as they quickly water down the rest of Team Secret. Now they can just fully commit onto the opposite side where the rest of TODAK will definitely be at, because there's plenty of vision for the rest of Boom to seek out that there is barely enough room for TODAK to be squeezing upon. So with all the smokes now popped up, they have a rough idea on where exactly to focus towards.
Low grounds as well. No high ground, barely any cover. Those smokes are eventually going to dissipate as Boom Esports playing a little bit more close. The only player really far away is Steri, and this is good. They have a nice triangle formation to work with. They have crossfires abound as well, and Steri could be the game changer for this game as well. Maybe a nice flank to just really pincer from the backside as his teammates make a lot of noise. As Yummy, that nade could be the start of it, of everything as well. They cook it up, but not enough to really take down the members of TODAK. Naim barely still alive right now, gonna just go for the heals because there's no follow-ups quite yet. Real as well will eat a bit of the damage, but the members of TODAK, undeterred, unshaken, just heal up, just wait it out.
It seems like Naim's also conceding his position as well. This is not looking all too good. Somebody's got to provide a little bit more cover fire for Real, because he's slowly getting bombarded in exchange. The rest of TODAK, they got to at least fight back if they want any chance at all for this chicken dinner. And they just have to single out at least one target, whether it's the flank or someone over the top. But it is definitely a tough ordeal. Still having another smoke for them to buy some vision control. While that nade almost connecting fully towards the side 9. Mastery getting bombarded at the same time. The trade sees Yummy go down, but Mastery's got him covered.
Not a lot of space for TODAK to work with as well. They're bunched up together. These sprays are lethal. Steri to find one, and now Tom in trouble. He's slow and he's bleeding to death. Barely any time to go for those resets. The rest of Boom, they're just water falling forward, taking out space, coming in from so many different angles. Tom barely alive. He gets knocking down one, but he's still under 2 more members to work with. He's so low right now. One spray's all he needs. Fonbit falls! And somehow Tom has managed to equalize a 1v1. Doing everything all on his own, changing the course of action. 0 with the high ground. Both players trying to suck each other out right now, and Tom froze. The shots are not coming through, and Tom gets him in the end. No, he doesn't. It looks like it's a disappointment for that team. Close calls all around for Boom Esports. The positioning was just better.
My goodness me, that was the closest we've seen so far for today. Down to a 1 versus 1. That waterfall approach didn't exactly work according to plan, but the blue zone fully crept right through. Tom, just unaware because the adrenaline was running well. He knew he had the shot. He knew that could be the best opportunity. And for a moment, I was so convinced it could have actually been TODAK's game to take right there.
honestly, it could have been anyone's game at this situation, that 1v1, but I have to give it to Tom. That was incredible. He was low. He was all alone in a 1v3. He's isolated those fights to perfection, being able to move quickly, getting those knocks one by one. But when push comes to shove, like you mentioned before, the adrenaline, the stress coming through as well. That last spray, honestly, could have been anyone. That high ground that gave value to Boom Esports was everything. It was just that positioning that gave them this chicken dinner. So Boom Esports will run away with this. And Boom Esports, I did say that they are a slower team when it comes to, coming online. And this game was definitely an example of it.
Mastery, this man, the brand new IGL for Boom Esports is really showing off some massive numbers, and down to that 1 versus 1, just incredible finishes upon all ends, where you saw Boom was taking that control through those double compounds for the most part. Teams tried to infiltrate, and look what happened to the rest of Claw. That was the only real threat initially, other than this kind of advancement with the Seas. Of course, reasonable confidence with majority of them just flooding towards Tom, but it definitely went super hairy. Let's take a look at the highlights again.
Here's our top 4 teams right now, with Boom Esports coming in at first. And I have to say, Boom Esports just now, I think in terms of troubles, they were not the most when it comes to it, because they were already pretty much in there when it comes to their positioning very, very early. Compared to the rest of teams like TODAK, like eArena and TS, they were a little bit later to the circles as well. But eArena, I think the throwables used the highest were for a different reason. If anything, it's just to flush out people inside of compounds. And because of that, they were able to pick off so many eliminations in that fight. Boom Esports and eArena approaching the map in very such different ways, with Boom Esports waiting for the last possible moment to go for those fights, and eArena knocking on doors like the Grim Reaper. Both effective, both I would say different styles of play, but both I think it is just two different means for the same end.
Yeah, one a little bit more defensively, and it's just full offense coming from eArena, really sweeping whoever is coming anywhere close upon them. Mastery, the new IGL, so far really showing a lot of strengths on making all the right calls possible. And I think like the best example was actually the fight between them as well as Claw Slayers, where it was a lot more technical because there was damages done on both ends, but because of the right read on where they would be hiding out, that nade kind of opens up that space where Pombit eventually goes in for that white flank that really secures it. Just goes to show their level of understanding on how to take fights.
Boom Esports here did a massive statement style play here, with eliminations and rank points that I say were quite balanced, with 13 eliminations. Most of these, I would say, eliminations happened toward the last few circles as well. Everyone rotating, trying to take away their compound. They had managed to handle them very, very well. That, for them, being able to identify where they wanted to go and hold on to early has been key. I hate saying this every single round, but it has been key, because for them entirely, having that high ground and that compound, especially toward late game, has given them so much value in terms of cover, in terms of positioning, and in terms of just overwhelming every single other team. These Xavier this time around a little bit more surprising because they were only able to survive with 1 point. They weren't able to hold on. They were one of the teams early into the circle, but they got punished for it because the circle didn't favor them in the end. They weren't able to hold on either because of the sheer amount of teams rotating from the western side of the circle.
Yeah, they tried to bail out from that location, but they were surrounded with way too many of all these teams. And despite their fair exchange against VOIN Donkey, it didn't seem like that the amount of knocks that was done has been able to convert because Paragon got taken down before the rest of VOIN Donkey collapsed right after them. So currently another tie taking place at the top of the podium with Boom Esports currently holding that position as they pit up against D-Saber, both with exactly the same scoreline. So I guess it's down to all the small little details of damage output and all these small nuances. So that said, it is a very close race within the top 4.
Interesting enough, we're seeing TODAK rise right now. I think they were a team that started off the day strong, went a bit quiet, and now they went phenomenal that particular last map. I think they were going insane in terms of eliminations, in terms of rank points as well. Again, that game was just really good, especially for the last few fights as well, because it felt like everyone was forced to fight tooth and nail just to be able to earn the right to be at the last few circles as well. A lot of teams shifting to the bottom as well. It feels like a lot of these teams haven't been able to really fully adapt to what Miramar brings to the table. Regardless, we still have one more Miramar to go after this. This could be a change for most of these teams, but if anything, the bottom of the scoreboard is still going to be these last 2 Malaysian teams, which is HOMEBOIS and New Era. We haven't really seen a different show or theme or playstyle from them quite yet. One more Miramar to go here with Boom Esports taking the first one. My question is, I think for me personally, is that question, Xavier. They are stellar throughout the entirety of the day in terms of consistency, but this time around, barely getting any points. Is it time for them to play catch up on this last Miramar?
I do believe so. And that, in essence, I think that they were trying to handle a difficult situation to the best of their ability, but it's just a tough position that they were working around. So I guess what's going to be the improvement is the timing on that rotation again, because they definitely have a good idea when a lot of all these teams have similar mindset, right? Try to build the second stage's center of the zone, and then suddenly when it does shift away, that's where that scramble happened, and that puts them into such a spot where you either gotta play it patiently, or if you run the risk of rotating, that's kind of open firing range from all these other teams, which is what exactly went on for the side of DX. So it's just about timing.
I think a lot of teams as well have been, I think, feeling the timing as well. I think Claw, for the time being, has been getting it right. I think that first 3 maps, that break that happened, really helped them really understand what exactly makes their decision to rotate late click. And I think as well, when it comes to them, survivability is key. But again, it felt like that problem they had in the first 3 maps this time around, while it is their survivability is a lot later, still are being faced by them not being able to break into that circle. I think that's been something that's been recurring throughout the day. A little bit more better in terms of survivability, but still the same problems. But if anything, in terms of, I would say, individual style play, Claw is looking phenomenal.
Yeah, I definitely second on to that notion as well, because firepower, absolutely check. It's just that the cohesiveness on the execution might look slightly sloppy, but of course, I won't judge it for far too much because that terrain to fight wasn't exactly the most ideal to begin with. So I would, of course, cut some slack out of that for them. Well, what's also interesting is to also see Team Secret, making that steady climb. They have been slightly elusive. I think like a lot of these points being scored as of recent is not because they were being flashy, fragging out everybody. It's that consistent amount of placement points they really chip in round after round, and that kind of puts them into the top 5 right now without really needing to put themselves into too much of a risk, which is kind of interesting because when we look at the top 3, these are high fraggers on the list.
Honestly, when you look at, the fraggers, I think it's good as well. In a way, end of the day, chicken dinner is not the be all end all, right? I mean, it does help with the tiebreakers. It does give you the extra 10 points. But a lot of teams are starting to identify that getting eliminations is the name of the game when it comes to be able those extra points. I think eArena is definitely one of those teams that seems to understand that as well. They've been consistently bringing in a lot of elimination points. No chicken, no problem for them is the name of the game here. And I think a lot of teams are having so much trouble dealing with a team as aggressive as them. And VOIN Donkey as well share this sentiment. So if anything right now, I think it's just two different styles of play from so many different teams. But for me personally, a team like say Boom Esports that knows when to strike, knows how to survive as well as take these fights as well, will be the teams to really come up on top. Because think about it like this, your main whole shtick is to be able to get this amount of eliminations at around this certain time of the circle. And then suddenly you are surviving all the way to the top 4. Those placement points are considered bonuses for you that can really boost you up in terms of points. So I think for them, a lot of teams right now being able to be a little bit more than a one-dimensional style of play could give them a lot of value. Would love to see that come through from a lot of other different teams as well. But I think as we go into tomorrow, this might be something that would change.
Yeah, true enough. And all in all, I think like Boom Esports, they definitely identified what were the advantages and they absolutely press on those advantages, which we've seen before. Certain teams, they do have those hesitant moments where, okay, we do have a good position, but we don't know how to really get even more of an edge on whatever the percentage was. And that was maybe one instance like how Claw kind of settled for a second because of how they've kind of handled the fight against DX. But of course, we scratch all of that because we only have one more game remaining for tonight. So I guess this time we'll go in for the predictions. So who exactly is in your train of thought for our final match to bear fruit?
Honestly, I'm looking at VOIN Donkey, Roy, as well as Boom Esports. Roy has been a bit more quiet towards the end of the day, honestly. We didn't see the bombasticness coming from them. I think they've been eliminated a little bit too early for comfort. There were a little bit of moments where I think that the decision-making was a little bit more questionable, especially how they positioned themselves out the open. But these are just small things. I think if they can go back to how they started the day and just be a little bit more cautious, this could be something they would be able to end the day with a chicken dinner with.
Yeah, that's really strong facts. I mean, I'm going for my picks. I've been seeing a trend between both VOIN Donkey as well as eArena. Maybe eArena a lot more aggressive on their approach, but usually when VOIN Donkey chooses to commit, they will actually execute it flawlessly if they were to be sweeping around the edges, and then there is going to be a little bit of a stall. eArena, as much as they were taking so many fights, sometimes they were too occupied to the point that, hey, they find themselves onto a tough position in the circle. So if they can improve that, this could be a really great run for them to end the night.
Completely agree with you. But I think for eArena, their whole shtick has always been elimination. Sometimes I question, in terms of position wise, like, okay, you guys are position wise, you guys are great for battle right now, but the blue zone is coming in. It's hard for you to get into the circle. What's your next your next game plan? And it made me realize when they go through that fight, they didn't really have a game plan. It's all about surviving and just taking these fights as best as they can. And with Turney K being, I think, one of the highest fraggers and also throwable users in the team, it's a very interesting moment for this team as well. Because if anything, for eArena, I thought it was going to be more of the senior players or rather the usual suspects to go a little bit more aggressive and take up space. But it's Turney K that's been stealing the spotlight in this very, very aggressive team.
Yeah, sometimes, all these young bloods are definitely super excited to be on the offline stage and really want to prove a point to the rest of the world watching the PMSL SEA, and definitely making very strong remarks on his first day run. I think other than him, Joker definitely has been able to supplement with the high amount of damage output throughout his run, and he was also the last surviving member for most part of these couple of maps being played as well. So I think like there's definitely a lot of different strengths that they offer to each other.
In this situation, it's interesting, right? We're seeing so many different styles of play come in today, and I'm quite surprised at how glaringly obvious their game plan is. Like, say, Team Secret, it's all about just surviving, playing quietly, getting the right, the area to hold and us not moving from it until the very last second. Or like say VOIN Donkey and eArena, they're all about aggressiveness, always playing to the sides of the circle, never really changing up, their game plan quite yet. And interesting enough, as we go into the end of the day, when teams are starting to go through that, I would say the VOD reviews, right? There's gonna be some kind of form of counterplay coming through. And it does make me worry, like, okay, if say a team does counterplay the way you're playing at the side of the circle, gatekeeping you out or just coming in, rotating late, what can you do about it?
Yeah, definitely. It's a lot that they will have to rely on their coaches and analysts to be the third and fourth eyes, to be able to give them slight edges moving into upcoming days. But this last match, they got to make it worth their while, because who knows, it might just be another slump of a day when they approach some of all these upcoming matchups. So they got to ensure that they maximize their points before facing off against Group B. That will be happening tomorrow. So without further ado, we're moving into our final matchup of Miramar to end the night here in PMSL Day 1 Southeast Asia 2025.
Tierra Branca all the way to prison is the flight path. I would say it's quite balanced in this regard as well. Now, I think the last map was, I wouldn't say it's the hardest of rotations, granted it's quite a centralized circle. It's more of the terrain, since it's the first Miramar of the day, that really threw everyone off. Now that everyone has some form of idea where the drop spots are happening, where the rotations are coming from, and what mistakes they've done, while rather in the 5-minute break they had, what changes are going to be coming through, or are we going to be seeing the same story played again here? Because it felt like today it's the story of recurring themes for many of these teams.
Yeah, well, I'm starting to actually see certain game plans coming from certain teams. Like for claw slayers, I guess what they will expect throughout their entirety of the circuit is that they will take the furthest point and make the safest route in order to pick those late game team fights. And that's kind of how certain things work out, or didn't actually work out according to plans, depending on the circumstance. Now that this flight path allows more teams to directly travel towards the southern end, we're looking at DX finally getting themselves into Los Leones, but they will also be joined by another squad, it seems. Who exactly that will be, we'll have to find out in a short moment. I could very well be a new era that's currently around that vicinity.
A lot of teams there, actually. A lot of teams coming in here. The circle toward the northern side, like La Cabrera, water treatment, Crater Field, still very open. So teams could just kind of like decide to migrate over if they want to be able to get a bit more space and just loot out somewhere else. Now, over on Boom Esports, they were the team to come out gold, to hit gold here on this particular map. But now, since they dropped over on Los Leones they're going to be meeting up with HOMEBOIS as well as Xavier. HOMEBOIS, this could be a red flag for them, dropping in with two very strong teams. I think for me, I would like to see for them to just quickly loot up and just leave the vicinity very soon. Because for me, in terms of firepower, I don't think that this particular team could compare with the likes of Xavier and Boom Esports for the time being.
I would certainly agree, or perhaps it's just not proven yet, right? Where HOMEBOIS, they have tried and tested a couple of all these passive maneuvers. It didn't quite work out for them. Maybe if they really want to test against some of the best firepower out there, then they wouldn't want to see whether if Limboy can stand tall up against Pombit, which I don't really like the odds, because he's currently being circulated with two other members other than Pombit. And take a look at the mini map at the very same time. His teammate is just going to be across the stretch of the road, which is so far apart. So if he initiates, he better make it worth the count.
I don't think anyone wants to fully commit yet. I think Limboy hasn't even been marked at all. I think Boom Esports, they are aware that HOMEBOIS is around, but they don't really have a full idea where everyone is. Now, Miros will be rotating over, and I would be surprised if he's going to be meeting up with Limboy to provide a bit of cover for him to be able to pick him up and just rotate over. Anyways, replay time here. Oh, early fights already here for Boom Esports and TODAK already this early. And this could put a bit of a dampener on both of these teams, losing players very early here with 0 on the high. Oh, this was the previous match. Okay. Sorry, I got caught off guard there. I was a bit surprised why this is shown, but nothing happening quite yet. So I guess it's good to relive the memories.
Yeah, it was pretty much a nail-biting 1v1 finish. Of course, won by Boom Esports. Just to give a little bit of flashback, if HOMEBOIS wants to sign up for that, I do assume. At least we get a little bit of action, a glimpse of it at the very least. Because back in stage 1, even in the prior round, we didn't exactly see all too much going on for them. But I guess while we were away looking at the replay, Boom actually did score 1. So HOMEBOIS on that deficit, while being scattered apart, like I said, they should not fully commit towards claiming any form of that ground, despite that CD being pretty vast. I guess if they could find any from vehicles, they will try to reposition themselves into the zone already. But ideally, looking at the rest of the field, if you're going to be leaving Los Leones, there's not going to be a close point where you'll be able to get more of these additional loots other than along the highways where you have to pick a couple of stops. So right at this moment, there's still plenty of opportunities, so I won't be too worried for or too concerned for the rest of HOMEBOIS just yet. While the rest of RQ, I've kind of expected them to do well in Miramar rounds. I think last round was another instance where they were suffering similar fates to the Savior, where there's just too much crowd around them.
Gonna have a look here for the rotations here. Sem9 from the southern side of the map gonna be rotating onto the northern side. I think TODAK just hot on their heels as well there. So I wouldn't be surprised. I mean, I did mention earlier that the western side of the circle is completely empty. So Sem9 could just maybe park themselves over on Monte Nuevo. If they want to, they can go all the way up to Crater Fields as well. Crater Fields is great if you ask me. They have high grounds as well. You have compounds on the top side. But the pain is if the circle pulls away from you, because getting off Crater Fields is going to be a big problem that everyone will be meeting with. And I'm just seeing a bit of a skirmish happening from between TODAK and Sem9 right now. I'm really hoping that these two Malaysian teams aren't going to meet this early, because that's always been the fate of these Malaysian teams every time they cross paths.
Yeah, it seems like it's almost unavoidable in most of all these circumstances. And for TODAK, I think that this has been one of the best starts to a first day circuit, being in the top 5. Sem9 as well, just trailing very closely behind on 34 points as they're currently tied with eArena. Now, focusing back onto the center grounds of this current location, which is somewhere up north, it does favor RRQ. It does favor the names like eArena. But it's not too shabby of a circle, despite we were commenting on how Claw has always dropped at the very edge of the map. Coming from Campo Militar allows them to play around Cristobal, allows them to have plenty of space up the north area. So they should have a decent run into the midfield at the very least.
Long-range fights already happening this early. It's just been pickoffs for rotations. Quite surprised, VOIN Donkey very, very late on the rotations. Usually it's Claw, but this time around, because they dropped over in Partona, means that the rotations are going to be a bit later. Could work out, because granted, the northern side of Chimasera is completely open for VOIN Donkey, so they can work with that as well. Now, Xavier, this is the game that they want to play catch-up. Quickly just ramming into this compound and taking it away. And I don't think that... I'm not too sure who was there. I think it was Team Secret that was in this compound previously. They immediately just said, you know what, take it. We don't want to fight you for it. Too early.
Yeah, they can just afford to give plenty of all those space, and there's also other territories they can claim for their own as well. The rest of Exosphere, I mean, we've seen this brilliant team qualify from the PMSL Thailand with incredible results. Moving into this portion of Miramar, I think like last game, they definitely have certain bright ideas. It's just boiling down to slight sloppy executions that didn't really see them come up ahead. So look at this current rotation that they're on. They're going to be having at least a decent space to work with for the moment as we take a better view of what this is going to be looking like. Oh, wow, this is great for Claw, because they're already on wheels. They can now call those first dips where all of the teams are just starting to get back in the engines, and RRQ, they will reclaim that area around the water treatment.
Circle is rough. pulling on northern side as well. So everyone that was in La Hacienda de Patron decides to just rotate over northern side. RRQ was hanging outside the water treatment, decides, you know what, we're not going to fight for water treatment. Instead, we're going to hunker ourselves all the way up northern side here. I think RRQ could be good. There are two terrains they can work with as well, like right outside of La Corberia, or even right to the western side of Cruz de Val, that I think potentially they want to try and contest away from FaZe and Claw as well.
True enough, and now FaZe Clan kind of put themselves pit against both Claw as well as RQ, while D-Saber find themselves some movements as AT is also getting knocked down. So someone's got to go ahead and pick him up very swiftly, because they're going to be lagging behind all the other teams who are currently rotating. So perhaps it might just be an instance where they also have to cut their losses just in order to not lose that tempo. eArena now on that 2-2 split. Once again, we were holding on to the midfield, and perhaps they could still stay put for now to gatekeep the rest of the field who's moving from south.
eArena here. Thought they would be a little bit more aggressive this game, but in this time or situation, it feels like eArena are the ones being hunted right now. They notice that everyone is rotating over. They want to keep away these people from their compound over on the northern side of Hacienda de Patron. But now we move over to TODAK as well. We saw TODAK as well as, I believe it was Sem9 rotating over into the circle at the same time. But despite everything, Sem9 decided to just drop over, just hold on to one compound they managed to get early. But meanwhile, the team of TODAK decided to go a little bit more further up on the northern side of the circle, or even the terrain. And this is good. They have like a 2-2 formation, one at the top side of the terrain, one at the bottom, which means that they can just play off of each other if they want to. But as the rest of the team here, such as New Era and Team Secret, this is going to be interesting, because New Era is the one on the backside, on the outer area, but Team Secret are falling their flies. They don't have a lot of space to work with. They're getting flushed out by utility as well, and New Era is just ready for them to walk outside of the building.
Yeah, especially them holding around that slum terrains. There's barely enough spacing if those nades actually fall through those windows. So they're definitely taking this with very close caution. Speaking of which, there is going to be pressure mounting with Snipe being pinned down. That's a beautiful grenade connecting onto that New Era member for Team Secret to kind of stall for the moment. But I feel like these two teams, they want to lock horns. They want to at least secure something in return. And take a look at the further end of the hills. There's also members of FaZe Clan who wants to chime in.
Southern side is going to be very interesting to watch, especially since Sem9, it has, I think, a lot of control here of water. They're gonna just move to the very tippy top of that terrain. They don't have to fully commit to go down off it if they want to. They could potentially be keeping so many teams out, maybe force them into like a, I would say, a Hunger Games over on the south side if they want to as well.
True enough, and back towards the side of Team Secret, seems like the commotion isn't exactly over just yet. At least garnering a little bit more space. And well, Sem9, they drive directly into the treatment area, finding one member to be pinned out, as that is going to be the rest of FaZe Clan, who are already on the high ground compounds. And that's going to be Trexy out for the count. Sem9, they waste no time to journey on, but they are still wrapping underneath the noses of FaZe Clan. Perhaps they are hoping to turn the tides, maybe finding a little bit more to catch. Satar passes by as Lambo does actually find himself a little bit creased to be a little bit more cheeky against the rest of the pack.
Already just trying to find that right timing here. The Xavier playing catch up. Could be huge, gets a point, but oh my god, I love seeing this. It's a nice crossfire set up for BTR to set him up for success. His teammate was just the bait here, and now for Exosphere as well as Roy, they're just burning to death. It's a barbecue in that house right now, as Graphy is gonna run away with 2. Lobby as well finds Hui Kwang. At the same time, Roy might be a little bit too late to this party here. His teammate can be picked up, but for Exosphere, they're going for that reset. The smokes will set them up for success here, but he's still gonna try, and they have no clue that he's repositioned himself all the way with his teammates. Gonna come back online here with the 3. Lobby taking so much damage from the pressure coming in from other parts of the map as Roy. All their members are finally here. Lobby alone, shotgun in hand. He could potentially change the tides of this fight.
Yeah, all these utilities being brought into play while the rest of Exospheres are beelining their way. But it's going to be great angles coming from 2K that sees even TODAK actually getting the knock instead, being the third party in action, while Hui Kwang finding himself with DBS. Coming in with a huge surprise, but instead, it won't be the rest of Roy that gets pinched in return.
The faster team will be able to win it in the end, and they do just that as BTR. This time around, Federal is knocked down already. eArena, you knock on a door, you knock on a death door as well. BTR, they're also low. Satarles, the last member with full HP right now, and he wants to change the tides. NC2 managing to get away from that nade, but still, it clips him, but that shot to the face is disgusting right now. The strafes are great from all players. Tourniquet trying to find the right possible time, coming left, right, and center, but BTR, they are positioning a little bit much, and eArena, Death's Door knocked out, and they will be the one to be knocked out of the game.
And that was death from above. Razy absolutely prepared to put the final nail in the coffin and just ends their run. BTR, this has been their best run for today. Although it's far from over, there's still 12 more teams, but those were pretty explosive fights that we've just got to witness from Exosphere and now to BTR's success. Now, those spaces have been claimed. Exosphere being withered down though. Only one member left around this slum compound, while New Era worked their way from that low ground up against the Tigers of Sem9.
Nice terrain to work with as well. Looking down on New Era, locked out of the circle. For New Era as well, they have to worry about Team Secret just slowly just pushing their way toward them here. Team Secret understanding that this fight is theirs to win if they want to get into the circle. Snipe falls. The other two members holding on the line. But the nade will clip here. Zully, that nade was perfect to find zeros as well. New Six on the other end here, tries to put it damage. He's all alone on the outer end here. A 1v1 here between Frankie as well as Zully. The battle of the seniors. And Team Secret can only run away with one kill throughout the entirety of that fight. New Era will prevail in this particular fight here. Team Secret to fall, a change in pace for this team.
Wow, I absolutely do love this new change of pace coming from New Era. They were actually backing away from the rest of Sem9, and the moment that they hear those footsteps running towards that direction, they were so quickly to prepare for another
Bested Sem9, who have been thriving throughout the entirety of today. A lot of shifts coming in from a lot of these teams, especially the lower teams right now. With HOMEBOIS 3 eliminations, New Era with 4 could potentially be the climb they wanted to bring them over into the top, even top 11, top 13 spot if they want to.
Yeah, these have been massive rounds for the ones on the bottom of the barrel of the leaderboards at the moment. As you can see, majority of all these big numbers are coming from BTR, Exosphere, HOMEBOIS, New Era. They're hoping that they could still have a lot more of all these chances moving into the upcoming days, because being so far down the list is going to be susceptible for them to be knocked out from making it to the playoffs, or even the Super Weekend by itself. But here goes Glue, hoping to take a little bit more of a defensive maneuver across all these tough creases where there's barely enough vision onto the members of New Era, despite getting that knock prior to that.
A lot of teams to fight for here in the southeastern side of that map. Was Hasby, great opening onto the members of the NLE. Snipe to fall, follow-ups abound, and Claw is also around to join in on this fight. Everyone from every single team suffering losses here in this three-way fight. The only team winning right now is HOMEBOIS, who are over on the outer edge. They can go for long-range fights. They can just put their hands into the cookie jar and steal away kills if they want to, because if anything, both these teams have to fight each other and claw to get into the circle. HOMEBOIS, at the very least, could move backwards, maybe go northern side and meet with FaZe instead, and take advantage of the fight happening with BTR.
Yeah, they do have a little bit of that space, but they might actually run the risk into the members of FaZe Clan as well around that water treatment area, which a couple of teams have already fallen prey towards. Satar he had no other better options because they've already scouted around. There's Exosphere, there's TODAK on the far end, so they kind of have to brute force their way up against the rest of these members of FaZe Clan. Well, Claw, despite them having the best positional advantage, they have yet to actually find themselves any form of scores as they're trying to deny that entry point for the rest of Blue Squad.
Time ticking. Blue zone coming here. I think Homeboys are just slowly making their way toward New Era as well as Glue right now. I think they could potentially just take over New Era, steal away those kills, and potentially overwhelm Glue. And that's exactly what's happening right now. Claw as well, stealing away kills. Adik Boy getting Hexa. Glue as well as New Era are currently being sandwiched, and there's nothing they can do about it because of the terrain that's just not favoring them. Homeboys, understanding the blue zone is coming here, gonna pick up their teammates. They can just rush into the circle if they want to. They can just quickly play closer to the terrain that FaZe is playing at and stay fairly safe.
Yeah, but the longer that they take, the door will shut upon it because the rest of FaZe Clan as well as Claw is going to barricade them, and it's going to be New Era that actually gets those angles. So here comes Boboho right from above, stopping them on their tracks. The rest of Homeboys pretty much stuck over onto that bottom position where they're just hoping to just journey on, while Claw stashes a few away from the side of New Era, while FaZe Clan, they were basically holding for that opportunity, hoping that there are going to be teams to bypass, but none apparently throughout the course of the circuit, while the rest of FaZe Clan, they've already heard those engines roaring from the rest of Homeboys. They want to poke and prod, and they're sending one member to do so, while Claw slowly weathers down Zoli as they manage to find the final bullet to be connecting to eliminate a hot on form New Era.
5 eliminations left as well. I would say this is a better ending for them than I expected here. But for Homeboys, this is looking dire right now as they're getting picked off one by the members of FaZe and Claw. They have no space to work with, and honestly, they had missed their golden opportunity to break into the circle when Claw was so preoccupied, when FaZe was preoccupied with BTR. Waited too long, the golden goose has gone away, flown away, and they're gonna get picked to pieces right now from both of these giants. And now for the rest of the team, Shamil alone in this shack. He has a lot of space to work within the circle as well. So long as the rest of FaZe and Claw do not put their attention on him, he would be safe for the time being as well. As for FaZe, they're in the circle, yeah, but to move around, since the terrain, yeah, it's a high ground terrain, but it's still very open area as well, which means that players like, say, VOIN Donkey or even Claw can go for a long-range pickoff to just really sandwich them from 2 different angles.
Yeah, there's just a lot more ground to cover if they were to start rotating, and I don't really think that they have full intel onto the members of VOIN Donkey. Perhaps that's their dead giveaway with that UAZ as well as a Migrado Park right outside, so they're sending Macaris to be keeping a close look towards the direction. Xiaomil somehow squeezes in between those members of FaZe Clan as well as Claw. Not too sure how he has done that, but he's got to stay silent for the meantime. And take a look at RQ. The entire time, they were uncontested by the center of the field.
They were there for quite some time. I think if you look at their eliminations as well, it's been nothing. They've been fairly quiet. They've just been silent bystanders, happy to just take away that piece of real estate. And because they were just the first to get into this circle, they don't have to worry too much about, anyone just really breaching their area because everyone's too preoccupied with fights on the side of the circle. Finally, in the end, one last player from Homeboys will fall. Tried to stay a little bit longer, cannot do that. I think Claw had been marking him for quite some time here. They weren't too worried about it. Moving as a 2 and being able to just really ensure the survivability of their team has been, I think, very, very phenomenal for this team as well. As FaZe, right at the side of the circle here, wants to break in a little bit more deep, but still has to worry about the members coming in from VOIN Donkey, has to worry about Exosphere who on the outside of the circle because both teams cannot cross at all, and one member has been knocked down already. You really got to give it to VOIN Donkey. When it comes to survivability, when it comes to shooting back, they always have an answer when teams are pressuring them.
Yeah, they quickly identified that the rest of FaZe Clan has been holding inside of water treatment, and this is just a tough space for these players to be playing on that lower ground. Quickly gets demolished from that pathway, so FaZe Clan, they're gonna go back at it as they could go for days on end. And finally, Gilwy gets the job done, gets the knock, and they will try to send a few more members. But look at the top end of the hill. There is still Vexy that's been peppering them from right up above, but there's no way that they could actually stop the onslaught if FaZe Clan were to actually flood towards that compound.
High ground, not favoring anyone at all, but nice positioning coming up from FaZe. They have a nice 2-1 formation, crossfires as well in the pizza formation, which means that you have two different angles to worry about, and Reza cannot hold. You open up one area, you're so open to be shot at, and the rest, and then Nate just completely obliterates him. FaZe now on a rampage. They have full control of the southern side of the area. They walk up, they see Shopper, they see Vexy, they say, okay, you know what, just shoot him. We have power in the amount of members that we have. Nice 2-2 play here to give full control of southern side, and Claw understanding their predicament. I think they're realizing this, and they want to rotate over to the northern side instead of fully taking this fight with FaZe Clan.
All the control aggression displayed from the side of FaZe Clan now sees them scoring 8 points of eliminations thus far, and it can only get better from here on out. With a lot of all these open terrains throughout the south for them to be able to safely journey in, while the rest of Boom Esports now having a little bit of commotion up against the rest of Claw. Multiple directions that they will really have to zoom right into to find any form of a reprieve, because at this moment, the blue zone's closing through. Yummy's got to quickly run right in.
Claw looking to play a little bit more closer together as a forward to just want to go head-to-head here with Boom Esports. They want to fight for that tiny bit of terrain, and the circle is still favoring RRQ. These two teams, these two Indonesian teams, they have to go for it. They have to take this fight. And looking at that, how Claw is so aggressive, catching Boom Esports out in the open here. You can't run away from these bullets. You can't even, find a bit of respite. As Zero Diaz tried to answer back in terms of firepower, Zuxi himself has shipped so much damage from 3 different members of Boom Esports.
Yeah, he's single-handedly delivering all that firepower to suppress the rest of Boom Esports, and they are trying to force that battle of Boom versus RQ to take place, because there's just no way that Boom Esports can overpower them, and now they full send it. Claw, they're on the approach. More and more nades to be sent towards that location while they're barely hanging on the thread. Yummy now getting revived by Zero. Is there going to be enough space, because Zuxi is throwing a big one?
Beautiful nade to just really dwindle down the numbers. Zero gonna just fall as well. Pawnbit, last man standing, last stand for this team to survive a little bit longer in this game. But the nades, unfortunately for him, are not gonna be hitting. And RRQ decides to intervene right now, because right now Sterry is just so far away from his team, cannot provide cover fire. Then he really help out his teammate. Outside of the blue zone, I don't think his position has been identified quite yet. No, maybe it has been, because Zuxi is keeping a close eye on him as well. But the blue zone pushing both teams on the back foot here compared to RRQ. If, say, Claw decides to push inside, they'll be met with a pepper of bullets coming to them. And Stereo, all he can do is just survive for as long as he can, maybe steal away a kill. But I think for him, with the blue zone hitting this hard, this late into the stage, he's just going to deny those placement points.
Yeah, there's really nowhere else that Mastery could have actually gone to actually get more out of this run. You move towards the right, RRQ has already got that position compromised as well. This three-way Indonesian warfare was just so interesting, and yet there's still 2 more left intact. RQ having 1 member being taken off the list. TODAK full squad alongside with FaZe Clan, so this is going to be a very close fight between our top 4.
A lot of silence coming through right now, but TODAK will be the one to survive, at least the only one from Malaysia, and the only team from Thailand right now is FaZe. A different kind of tune for this ending right now, as you could see earlier, that Claw had been fighting tooth of nail for their spot in the circle, and now one more time forced to fight another Indonesian team just to get into the area. But I think they're going to be changing their mind. They don't have terrain, they don't have compound either. So realizing this means that they have to pick their battles, and they want to pick their battle against FaZe Clan. Granted, they understand they have a high ground in advantage. FaZe Clan at the bottom means that they can't just fully overwhelm if they decide to.
As much as they do have the high ground advantage, they don't really have the zone advantage, because the moment that they actually step on that line, they were exposed to even some of the members of RRQ for the moment. So they're definitely taking caution before they breach right through Gui as well as Macaris. They're trying to close in into those tight positions, further denying that space that Claw has for the moment. So they got to do something with those vehicles, or else they will just have to burst into a fight. Speaking of which, we'll see if Great FaZe can actually open some of that space. Bobo also taking a glimpse. The rest of the members of FaZe Clan currently playing over onto the lower ground. Red Bull have already seen slight glimpses of these members of Claw, but they're just plotting something so that Gui can get them that advantage.
No one wants to give up position. No one wants to move yet. The blue zone will be the trigger to make everyone go all out against each other here. But Nine might have other things in mind. He's just really keeping an eye out on the players of RQ. Some chip damage maybe to come to him. But for him, that nade, if he cooks it up properly, would be able to catch Naeem off guard. They throw it out here. Great opening coming in from Bobohu, from Claw, to really cripple down the members of FaZe Clan. And TODAK, noticing this golden opportunity, decides to slowly make their way up. Tam already on the high ground. The only thing separating them is that bush. If he puts his head out, it's gonna be disastrous for this team. But FaZe Clan, they decide to just bring it to 100. Go a bit more aggressive. Take this fight against Claw. Knocking one member down already, but McCary's, there will be an answer back. He goes down, Pepenk as well. Both teams suffering heavy damage, but Real shows his hand. Steals away that kill, takes it away as well. And FaZe Clan already 10 eliminations, fully overwhelming Claw, and now it's down to the last two teams. It's RQ and TODAK.
So explosive, as you saw. The rest of Claw, they just full sent it because they ran out of that space, so they had to draw that fight up against FaZe Clan, but they did manage to claim a little bit more of that placement points while TODAK chimed in. And right now TODAK is on absolutely fire, just raining rampage onto the members of RRQ, and it is gonna be time getting punished instead. Great flank coming from the side of Asa. Now, can he actually turn the tides around? Not even considering rebuff because his teammate is very far away, so this is gonna be a tough position where he's running out of space to play.
TODAK, understanding the predicaments, they had a lot of space to work with early as well. RQ was the team that's forced out of their compound because they had to go out there in the open, barely any cover. They were able to take advantage of the initial fight between Claw and FaZe, but now as time dwindles by, TODAK is the one to have advantage of this space. But Asa, he's still gonna try. He cooks it in, but death from above coming through here to double peek forward. That is the teamwork, and finally, TODAK gets the chicken dinner that was denied from them from the previous game.
Second time's the charm, it seems, for this Malaysian squad. It came down to the wire, but this time they make damn sure that they will seal the deal to end the night strong, and we'll have a strong run and a chance for the Super Weekend.
Honestly, phenomenal work from TODAK as well. They were the team that came in a little bit late. They didn't have space. They didn't have a compound to work with. They only worked with what they had, which was that terrain. They waited for the right opportune moment to go a bit more aggressive, but they were very proactive in taking away fights. RQ, for me personally, they had a lot of value in coming in a little bit early with the team fights instead of waiting to the last possible moment to move out of their compound and staying a bit more quiet. I feel like they could have stolen away a little bit more in terms of eliminations, but for them, that was their game plan, was to get the chicken dinner. And finally, in the end of the day, the circle did not, I would say, favor them, and it was just stolen away from TODAK this time around. And I have to say, for me personally, looking at this team, Tom was phenomenal that particular game. He was the one that was playing first contact so close when it comes to taking up space away from FaZe Clan. He was the one to join in the fight at the last opportune moment, playing a very, very risky game, going and hiding inside of a shrub. That was all he had to work with, but it worked very well in their favor.
Yeah, it's crazy, right? On how their work rate was like on the very final scuffle when you had like 3 other teams to worry about. I think that Nine's position was really optimal, where he's been able to really feed back that intel and also get some of all these members of RQ kind of pinched because they had to leave those compounds once that circle slowly dwindles into the center. So that said, TODAK, this was a very tactical and technical fight to really close off the run. And of course, we will wrap things up with a final highlight. An impeccable form from TODAK for 2 times in a row in Miramar, seizing every single opportunity, this time dealing truck tons of damage and of course maximize their points, alongside with a much better ordeal for Claw as well, heading into the later stages of day 1, where we're also looking at FaZe Clan, who's been able to really play a very composed game by the water treatment in order to squeeze into this top 4 skirmish. And I thought RQ would have had a significant impact from that position, but it seems like it wasn't much to be found, but it's still a top 4 nonetheless.
RQ just really took too long to leave that compound. They were just really banking on every single team to cripple themselves before they decided to act. But this kind of type of play, you just really don't know what's going to be happening. It's a very high risk gamble because TODAK was on the upper foot. They didn't lose any members toward the end of that fight as well. They were expecting Claw and FaZe to completely obliterate each other as well. So in the end of the day, TODAK, because they had so much space to work with, they were already on the outside area with already so much space to work with. They completely overwhelmed. But Real will be the one to take that MVP, and honestly not surprised. He put in a lot of damage into those teams. He stole away so many of these kills, while Tom was the one to play that first contact, the very tip of the spear for the team. Real provided so much space in terms of support, putting in damage from an alternate area to crossfire with his teammates. He barely took any damage, only 100 taken from him. He got 3 eliminations throughout that, but the 554 damage paints a different story in terms of how much space and in terms of crippling out the enemies, so his teams were able to clean up shop.
Yeah, overall, I absolutely love how TODAK actually took advantage of the entire situation, right? Like you said, there was a fight between both Claw as well as FaZe Clan, and all they really had to do is send those 2 members to really mark upon them. And then the other 2 was really locking out RQ from the get-go, and that's the reason why RQ kind of struggled to really get the job done, as they only walk away with 2 elimination points. But this was massive. I mean, TODAK, they got themselves 9 eliminations despite Claw as well as FaZe Clan besting them with 10 and 11 apiece.
Honestly, when you think about Claw and FaZe Clan just now, it's been a situation where they're forced to take these fights, and they were thriving. They were taking fights one by one. It was a 4-way fight at one point here. Claw moving up toward another Indonesian team before going downwards as well to clean up another team says a lot about how they wanted to make sure that their way into that circle was clear. Yeah, they're a little bit more on a leader when it comes to these rotations, but this time around they had a game plan in terms of how they wanted to plan their aggression as well as their fights. A very different story than FaZe, who had a bit of value in terms of terrain they played on the southern side of the map.
Yeah, and then we had that 3-way warfare between the Indonesians where BTR got clipped in between the way of Claw as well as RQ. I felt like RQ kind of got distracted by that they couldn't really exactly send out players to eventually deal with TODAK, and that kind of got themselves boxed in. And lo and behold, because of this past 2 successes and also a very deep run in those early span of sanhok, this is where TODAK claims the top spot away from all the rest of the pack.
Whew, honestly, what a statement today. I mean, they were at second place as number 1. They made their way from the bottom side. And then finally, at the end of the day, this is what we say, trusting the process, if you ask me, when you see the way they play today. In terms of elimination, the highest in the pack. In terms of rank points, they were consistently, very consistent on Miramar. I have to say that right now, if you ask me which team is the best in Miramar, I would have to say it's TODAK. Just because it's not about positioning, it's not about circle, it's how they navigate through those terrains.
Yeah, it's not all about all these explosiveness. It's just like what we saw coming from eArena. They are definitely focused on elimination points, which is the bulk of their current income of points. And it's only 5 rank points. So clearly eArena has got to work on that, because they're currently sliding down the list onto that 15th spot. Well, not exactly 15, 12th spot at this moment. So, of course, overall, of all the names on the list, Vexy emerges as our daily MVP, as he is an absolute all-rounder with massive chunks of damage being put out by this gentleman from VOIN.
I think when you look at Vexy, if you look at all these fights coming in from VOIN, he's always been that first contact style play is number 1. But number 2, if say that VOIN is being choked from so many different angles. You're being pressured. Vexy out of nowhere will somehow get a knock somehow. I'm not too sure how he does it. He has amazing spray control for his weapons. His understanding about how exactly his weapon works is almost like breathing. It's very, very scary. Regardless, let's have a look at what he has to say, or rather who is being talked to at right now on the stage.
So we've complete all 6 matches today, and all the 16 team have worked really hard today. And it's time for our final interview. Besides me, we have our defending champion from last season. Please welcome Parajin from the Xavier. Ciao, Parajin.
Hello.
Hello. Okay, so Parajin, returning as a champion from last PMSL, you managed to get at the top of the leaderboard at the very beginning of this split. How do you maintain such consistency?
Chào Parajin, thì quay trở lại mùa này với tư cách là nhà vô địch của mùa giải trước. Ngay ngày đầu tiên thì các bạn cũng đã có thể vươn lên đầu bảng xếp hạng rồi. Vậy thì làm thế nào mình có thể giữ vững phong độ thi đấu ổn định như vậy?
Tại vì tụi em nằm trong bảng C cho nên tụi em không được bắn ngày cuối, thì tụi em ráng bắn 2 ngày đầu cho nó đỡ căng thẳng ạ.
Because we belong to Group C and we would not compete on the last day of the league stage, we gave it all out so that we will not be under pressure on the last day.
Oh, and do you think this will be going all
Chơi hay là sự chuẩn bị của mình?
Em cái này thì em cũng không biết nữa, tại vì chắc là tụi em may mắn rồi.
I'm not really sure about this. It's probably luck that helps us.
But you have to know that many people look up to you for the Xavier. And next, is there any particular teams you have your eyes on this PMSL that you think has the potential to rival the Xavier skills?
Thì trong mùa giải PMSL lần này, bạn có nghĩ có đội nào mà mình để mắt tới, tại vì mình thấy là có khả năng cạnh tranh về mặt kỹ năng so với DX hay không?
Em nghĩ là team Viking tại vì có mấy anh em của em trên đấy.
I think it's Viking Esports because I have some old teammates there.
And what about Team Secret? I think Team Secret is quite promising too, Parajin.
Vậy còn Team Secret thì thế nào? Họ cũng rất là có tiềm năng đúng không nào?
Vâng, đúng ạ. Tại vì cũng có anh Funky của em trong đó nữa.
That's right. And because I also know Frankie, who's in Team Secret right now.
Okay. And anyway, Parajin, today is your birthday, right? So happy birthday, Parajin. And can I know your wishes for this year?
Hôm nay là sinh nhật của mình đúng không Parajin? Như vậy thì trước hết là chúc mừng sinh nhật em nhé. Không biết là trong năm nay thì mình có điều ước gì hay không?
Em nghĩ trong tháng sinh nhật này thì em mong là em sẽ lấy thêm về được một chiếc cúp nữa.
I think in this birthday month, I would like to win another trophy back.
Oh, and may your dreams come true, Parajin. So thank you so much for this incredible interview. Thank you so much for Viola for this translation. And so guys, this is the last interview of the day. And before we wrap this up, let's toss it over to our caster to hear our caster final word. So see you guys tomorrow and selamat malam. Bye bye.
That was a lovely way to end the night with our birthday boy, Parajin. Of course, we wish him a very happy birthday as he's celebrating in Jakarta with probably his friends. So we definitely heard those big words where Dingoes, they were looking to go all out in the group stage because they know they're going to take a break on day 3. So that being said, they were really putting the pedal to the metal, but they definitely do got to work on those Miramar runs though, moving forward.
Yeah, I think there's this horrible thing. I mean, yeah, when you're playing on day number 1, you are the team to start first. You are the team to really suss everything out. But at the same time, when you're on day 3, when you are at the situation where you cannot do anything to play catch up and only watch other teams' points just really go up, you really want to be able to prepare for that last day as well. Regardless for Parajin, I think, for him and Frankie, being rivals as well, it's really sweet to see, to be able to see a bit more of a recognition about that as well. So really fun to see how these players will be playing off each other. I think in a lot of situations when we see Team Secret versus with the Xavier, we see some moments where I think there is that, I would say, that situation like they're thinking like, okay, how exactly is Frankie gonna be thinking and what are his calls gonna be sounding like as well? These counterplays are always very fun to dissect, and I wish that we get to see more of the calls as well as the mindsets as we go into this. Regardless, tomorrow will be another day coming into this week. It's a different group playing tomorrow. If you guys didn't know, I believe it's going to be, I'm not too sure who will be playing tomorrow. Is it A and B? I'm gonna have to, sorry, B and C playing tomorrow, which means that Group A, such as Glue, BTR, TODAK, HOMEBOIS, eArena, XSP, Roy, and RQ will not be playing, which also could be an advantage if you ask me, because this is the day that where team Group A can go back to the drawing board, get a bit of inspiration about what to expect from B and C tomorrow, and then come back on day 3 and just completely obliterate if they want to.
Yeah, and of course, we were speaking to our dear birthday boy, Parajin. He also hold a very high regard to another Vietnamese team that we'll be seeing tomorrow, which will be VIKINGS Esports. So we'll definitely keep our eyes peeled out for those that will be playing for tomorrow. So if you guys want to tune in for more action, make sure it's PUBG Mobile on all social media platforms. And I believe our job's done for day 1. Any last words from you, Tash Bunny, before we call it a night?
We will see you guys tomorrow. So good night, everyone. See you later. Bye-bye.